morning, and thank you very much. I promise you this is going to be a great 3 days, maybe the most profound 3 days of your life. I started off my life quite humbly. I did not graduate from high school, and I worked at laboring jobs for several years. And when I could no longer find a laboring job, like many of you, I got into sales. And I struggled in sales for a long time, and then I began asking the question, why is it that some people are more successful than others? Later, I studied and I found that very often a key question will hit you at a particularly vulnerable time in your life, and your whole life will go off in a different direction. And my life went off in a different direction from that question. I began to ask, why is it that some people are more successful than others? Why is it that some people accomplish vastly more? They make far more money, they are more successful in their careers, they have better relationships, great families, fabulous health, they live a long time, they go on cruise ships and beautiful restaurants, and the great majority of people, as Emerson said, live lives of quiet desperation. And I think quiet desperation means that they feel that they could be doing far better than they are. And the worst of all is when we look around and we see people who are doing better than we are, and we compare ourselves with them, it makes us both angry and makes us frustrated. And here's the great discovery. I thought at the beginning that people who were more successful came from better families and had more money and went to top colleges and were more intelligent and had more creative and had better personalities and were more attractive. I thought all those things were the reasons why people were more successful. And then when I was about 28, I came across some research from Harvard that said none of them are true. There's people who came from terrible families who are billionaires, people who came from billionaire families who are impoverished and driving taxi cabs. There's people with high IQs who are struggling. There's people with average IQs who are running large businesses. And so there was no correlation. We found there's only one correlation for success, and it has to do with the way you think, is that if you think differently, your whole life transforms. And I wanted to tell you just a quick story. Anyway, years passed, and I began to learn these principles and to practice these principles, and my life gradually got better and better. And then I became a really intensive student of what I'm going to teach you today, tomorrow, and Sunday. And as I began to use these principles, it was like stepping on the accelerator of a car or pushing down on a dynamite detonator. Wham! Things changed so profoundly for me and for everybody who began to use these principles. Well, anyway, I got to the point where I had a goal, and we'll talk about this later. I had a goal. It was a fantasy. I was driving a used car, and I saw a guy who was younger than me who turned out to be not as smart as me. And there's nothing will make you madder than to see somebody who's dumber than you who's making more money than you. And this guy was driving a brand new, beautiful 450 SEL silver gray Mercedes Benz. One of those big, beautiful luxury limousines. And I saw this guy driving this car, and I was so envious of the car. I said, that's the car I would love to have. I would love to have a car like that. And whenever I saw cars, by now, whenever you think of that, you trigger what is called your reticular cortex, which is a part of your brain that makes you alert to cars. So then you start to see Mercedes-Benzes everywhere. Everywhere you go, you start to see them. And time passed, I was working hard, I was doing something else, and I was calling on the general manager, his name was Mike Malone, I still remember, of a combined Mercedes-Volvo dealership, and we're talking about something else. He said, Brian, he said, I've got exactly the right car for you. And I said, no, not a place like this. He said, oh, come here. He took me, he was on the second floor, he said, there's the car for you. It was a 450 SEL silver gray Mercedes-Benz with blue leather upholstery. It was my dream car. And of course, like most people, said, no, I can't afford that. It costs too much. I said, well, don't be too sure. You have your own business, don't you? I said, yes. Well, under our laws, you can buy it through your business, and you can not only deduct depreciation, but you can also deduct 100% of the costs and the interest costs and all the fuel costs. So, and I said, but I couldn't afford the. He said, we'll take your car as a down payment, so you'll have no down payment. He said, let's work out what it would cost. It worked out, after everything, it would cost me $120 a month to drive that car. So I drove it home. And Barbara said, oh my God, what have you done? Anyway, so I'm driving this car. I'm very happy with this car. So even the boss for the company I worked at was a little bit coming, am I paying you so much you can drive a car like that? I mean, I had the biggest and best car in the whole company. And it was a large company. And so I was happy, and I would take it out, and we'd get on the highway, and I'd put on the gas, and it would be like a big land boat. And it would go, and it'd pick up speed, and it would just shoot down the highway 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, and so on. And so I was very happy with driving this car, and then I had to have a service, so I took it in to get it serviced. I went to pick it up. I still remember the mechanic's name was Mario, and he had been trained by Mercedes-Benz. He was an excellent mechanical engineer. And he said, I found a major problem with your carburetor. He said one of the previous service people had put in the valve, the acceleration valve, backwards. So instead of it spraying open, it was spraying down. I said, well, I've never noticed any difficulties. I mean, it runs fine. He said, well, I think you'll notice the difference. He said, but you've got to be very light on the pedal. I said, oh, okay. So I got in the car, and I was used to stepping on the gas, and the car started to, pick up speed and start moving, slowly. So I still remember, I got into the parking lot, I started up, I stepped on the gas, and the car went, pew, like that, and shot across the lot and into the street where the traffic was. I had to slam on the brakes to stop the car from going straight into the oncoming traffic. And I had to back it up. And I said, what on earth happened? He said, well, the valve was in backwards. And so from then on, here I was driving this car. I thought it was doing real well. I was quite happy with it. I was more than happy with it. But with one change of one valve, was able to turn that into almost like a racing car. I got 3 speeding tickets in the next 30 days. I mean, because I would just just touch that gas pedal, and the car would go blam, like a car in a road race. And the lesson that I learned from that was very interesting. It was that within each of us, there's a control valve like that, sometimes several. Sometimes you have to go through, just like a mechanic, and go through all of the valves. But what happens is if you can find that control valve and you can reverse it, change it, correct it, and the control valve is mental and emotional and psychological, you can suddenly explode in terms of your potential, what you can do and what you can accomplish and how you feel about yourself. All of these wonderful things can happen for you. And almost every one of us has a block there. This, again, I spent 4,000 hours studying this very subject of blocks. From Sigmund Freud, from 1895 all the way through to today, the very best psychologists say that within each person there's enormous potential. However, there are blocks that we have, and they're almost always psychological blocks. They're not blocks on the outside, they're blocks on the inside. So what we'll do today is we'll start talking about how you can release more of your potential than you ever dreamed possible. Now, we'll give you the tools that work. I've given this program to more than 1 million people in 38 countries and 27 languages. On video, I've trained live presenters, and the feedback in every culture, every language, every nation is the same. I have 300 centers in China that give this program in Chinese because the Chinese are very, very aggressive about learning and growing and eating our lunch if they possibly can. So I'd like to show you and talk to you about some basic ideas. Here we go. Truth number 1 is that you're a thoroughly good person in every way. It's interesting how simple this is as a statement, but it's amazing how many people are really not convinced of that. They're not convinced that they're a thoroughly good person. We'll talk about the reasons for this. They question themselves, they question their goodness, they question their honesty, they question the depth of their character, but the fact is that you are a thoroughly good person. You're a completely good person, almost like a diamond in every way. And when you accept that as a truth, your whole life and your attitude toward life changes completely. The second thing we know is that you have more potential than you could use in 100 lifetimes. And this is a major subject, was a major reason why we started this, is that whatever you're earning today, you could be earning 2, 3, 4, 5 times as much. Whatever you're achieving today, you could be achieving vastly more. And you could never use all of your potential. There are average people, when you look at people, and I work with them, I work with people who are millionaires and multimillionaires and centimillionaires, 100 millionaires and billionaires. And almost every one of them started with nothing, started unsure about themselves, started doubting themselves, started off with limited background, started off with no money, and achieved extraordinary things in their life because they realized that they could use more and more of their potential. Now here's our discovery. The more of your potential you use, the more becomes available to you. The more you use, the more becomes available to you. It's almost like as you're coming out of a valley, as you come up higher and higher in the valley expands and expands, and what you can do expands as well. The third is that you have the ability to be, do, and have more than ever before. So whatever you've accomplished in your life today, this was Maslow's great breakthrough, is it's only a shadow of what is truly possible for you in the months and years ahead. And if you've accomplished great things, people say, well, I'm doing pretty well. I said, well, if you're doing pretty well without these ideas, just think what you could be doing with them. I mean, if you're doing really well already, think what you could be doing if you could unleash more of that potential. Once upon a time, I had a gentleman come to my seminar, and he looked very nice. He was very well turned out, very well dressed, a very confident, positive, happy person. And as he went through the seminar, he got vast amounts out of the seminar. But I said, so where do you come from? What are you doing? And he told me a story, which I thought was quite remarkable. I never forgot it. He said, well, his grandfather came out, this was in Western Canada, it was in Alberta, came out to Alberta at the turn of the century and homesteaded. At that time, you get 160 acres and you could homestead, and if you worked the land for 5 years, then you owned the farm. Well, it was what we call scrubland. It wasn't very good land. And he said his grandfather eked out a living, basically raising a certain amount of grain, a certain amount of grass, raising cattle, and so on. And then he passed the farm on to his son, who turned out to be this man's father. And his father struggled with the land for years through the wars and into the 50s and 60s. And he died and he passed the land on to his son. So it was scrubland, and he could never make it work. So the only thing he could do was raise goats. And he was raising goats, and he was on welfare. And he was living in the same crummy old house that his grandfather had built and trying to raise 2 or 3 kids. And they never had any money, and they lived off goats and goat milk and welfare checks. And one day, an oil company came along and said, you know, we're doing some seismological tests in this area. Could we do some tests on your land to see if there's any oil down there? And he said, sure, do whatever you want. And because he said, I've got nothing going. So they put down a test well, and they found a pool of oil. And they immediately signed a royalty agreement. It's a standard royalty agreement that gave him, I think, $10 a barrel as a royalty. They began to pump 8,000 gallons or 8,000 barrels, whatever it was, 8,000 barrels a day, $10 a barrel, 8,000 barrels a day out of his land, and they reckon it would go on for at least 20, 25 years. He went from basically being a goat farmer on welfare to getting an income of, how much is that, $10 times 8,000? Yeah, about $80,000, I think it was $80,000 a month, I guess what it was. Please bear with me. It's an enormous amount of money. Now he's driving a Rolls Royce. He's living in a beautiful home in Calgary. He's got his kids in private schools. He flies around on private jets. He's making more than $1 million a year. He said, but the interesting thing about that is that the oil was always there. The oil was always there. The oil was there when my grandfather settled the land. The oil was there when my father had the land. The oil was there all my life. And he was probably in his mid-30s at this time. But I couldn't do anything with it till somebody came along and found it and showed me how to get it out of the ground. And it's the same with you or I. You and I have this great, enormous potential that has been there all this time. And I say you don't have to be somebody different than who you are. You just have to be everything that you are. You just have to get the potential out. And I am your oil company. I've come along and I've done the seismological tests, and I'm going to put down the test well, and I'm going to show you how to start getting enormous quantities out of that great reservoir that lies within you. Here's another truth about you. You can learn anything you need to learn to achieve any goal you can set for yourself. Now, my friend Les Brown says, to achieve something you've never achieved before, you must become someone you've never been before. And I say you have to learn something you've never learned before. But the wonderful thing is, the more you learn, the more you can learn, is that every person has enormous untapped reserves of intelligence. So you can learn any subject. You could learn how to be a doctor, a lawyer, a dentist, an architect, an engineer. You could learn how to do anything. The only thing that stands between us and great success is simply learning how to do things better and different. And the more you learn, the smarter you get. The smarter you get, the more you can learn. And we'll talk about this and how to do it. But the fact is that there's no obstacles standing between you and any goal that you can set for yourself. You just have to learn how to do it. And every single person who is successful today was once a failure. Everyone who's in the top 10% started where? In the bottom 10%. And then they set very clear goals, and they learned specific things, and they did things differently from the average person, and their life took off like that Mercedes-Benz touching on the gas pedal, blam, their lives changed. So sometimes the absence of one subject, one piece of knowledge, can hold you back for years. And I say never allow yourself to be held back because of the absence of a piece of knowledge or a skill, because all business skills are learnable. All money-making skills are learnable. All success skills are learnable. Everybody who knows them now at one time did not know them at all. And so you can learn anything you need to learn. Here's another one. Your life only gets better when you get better. It's amazing how many people want their lives to get better, but they don't want to change. They don't want to improve themselves. They want things on the outside to get better, but there's a direct one-to-one relationship, which you'll learn about in the next few minutes, between what's going on in the inside and what's going on in the outside. The rule is, and it is literally a spiritual law, is you cannot have anything more or different on the outside than you are on the inside. But the wonderful thing is that there's only one thing in the world that you can control, which is what? What's going on inside of you. And by controlling that, you can control your entire world, which you'll learn in a few minutes. Now, another truth is it doesn't matter where you're coming from. All that matters is where you're going. One of the most important things in life that I've learned is most people are held back because of regrets. And Barbara and I came across this article a few years ago, and it said, analyzing a psychiatrist, it was an interview with a psychiatrist who had worked with unhappy people for 25 years, very prominent social psychiatrist, worked with top people. He said the most common words he ever heard when someone came to him for counseling, which would take anywhere from 6 months to 6 years, he said, were the words, if only. If only my father, if only my mother, if only I had, if only I hadn't, if only they, if only this, if only that. He said the words if only preceded an entire lifetime of grief. So what we did is we made a decision, and we passed it on to you, is no more if onlys. No more if onlys in life. Never say the word again. As far as we're concerned, the past buried the past is gone. There's no more if onlys in your life. And when you leave all of your if onlys, all of your regrets from the past, suddenly your whole life starts to open up. So from now on, just remember, all that matters is where you're going. You cannot change the past. One of the great rules in life is never be upset about something you can't change, and you can't change a past event. So what we do is just let the past events go. Probably 90%, 95% of all unhappiness is caused by past events, which can't be changed anyway. Once you let your past events go. I had this discussion with a very smart woman. She was interpreting for me in Kiev, in the Ukraine. And she said, you mean you can just forget about things that happened in the past? Just let them go? I said, yes. She said she had never heard that before. She thought if you had had a bad past experience, you had to carry it with you, sort of like a wounded animal. You have to carry it with you and pet it and stroke it and keep it alive and talk about it and share it with your friends and think about it at night and so on. She said she never knew. You just get rid of it, just chuck it. And so she came back the next day and she was just beaming. She was so happy. She could not believe that it was possible to just let go of past events. One of the most important discoveries in all of human success. Well, the seventh is the only limit on what you can accomplish is the limit you place on yourself by your own thinking. This was such a breakthrough to me. I still, every time I look at that, I think, geez, that's interesting. Wow, the only limit on what you can accomplish is the limit you place on yourself by your own thinking. So if you change your thinking, everything changes for you. One of the exercises that we do, and it's not even in this program, but I'll just pass it on to you, is we say take your current income or your best year's income and add a zero to it as your goal. Your goal is your very best income in your life and put a zero on the end. Now the first time you think of that, your mind does a reject. It's like a reject, sort of like a body rejects a new organ. Well, your mind rejects it. It just kicks it out. And you say, well, I'll put it back in. It kicks it out. It just kicks it out. And it keeps kicking. It's impossible to go from what I've taken my whole life to earn what I'm earning today, and you're saying I should start thinking about earning 10 times as much. I say, so do this exercise. Just imagine that there's 1 in 1,000 probability or possibility that you could achieve an income goal of 10 times. Just 1 in 1,000. Is that true? Is that possible? Say yes. Yeah, there's at least one chance in 1,000 that's possible. Well, could there possibly be 2 chances? Yes. Maybe 3 chances. What could you do to increase the probabilities? And once you start to think like that, your thinking begins to change from, no, it's not possible for me, to I wonder how it would be possible. What would I have to do to earn that kind of money? And now your whole creative mind opens up, and you start to think and see possibilities that you never saw before. So let's say you don't make it to 10 times. Let's say you only make it to 8 times, or 5 times. What a tragedy. But the thing is, the starting point is to start changing your thinking about what's possible. Why are poor people poor? Because they think poorly. My friend Charlie Jones has a beautiful home. He's a very successful speaker and lives in Santa Barbara. And he grew up on a farm in Oklahoma, and his father drove out from the farm in a sort of an RV, drove out from the farm, drove out and visited him for a couple of weeks in Santa Monica, and then he was heading back. And he saw his father pounding away on something under the car, and he said, what's wrong? He said, well, my brakes are gone. My brakes are out, so I'm sort of pounding off the brake, the pipe which has the brake fluid in it, and I'll just be able to sort of pump it and until I get back to Oklahoma, and then I can get somebody to fix it for me inexpensively. He said, Dad, he said, that's crazy. You can't drive all the way back to Oklahoma with no brakes. He's going to use the emergency brake and everything else. He said, oh, let's get it fixed. He said, well, it costs a lot of money in a place like Santa Barbara. I said, but what are you talking about? I said, what if the brakes failed on a grade or on a winding road or something like that? He said, you could die. He said, why is it you're so cheap? He said, Charlie, he said, poor folks have poor ways, and it's really hard to get over them. Poor folks have poor ways. Always remember that. Poor folks have poor ways. They think poor. They think cheap. They think saving. They think spending as little as possible. They think how little money they have. But you find that successful people have successful thinking. They think very, very differently than poor people. And so remember that. Poor folks have poor ways, but rich folks have rich ways. It's because people who make a lot of money, my friend Jim Rohn said, he said, the most important part of becoming a millionaire is not the money, but it's the person you have to become a millionaire. You have to become a totally different person to go from zero to being worth more than $1 million. But the good news is that if you lost all of your money because of a crash in the economy or something else, you can make it all back again because now you're the kind of person who can make it. Once you become a millionaire in your thinking, then it's only a matter of time before you quickly restore that amount of money in your reality. So the starting point is to change our thinking, which we have said over and over again. Moving right along. Things to think about. I came across these last week. I thought you'd be interested. This is Dr. Seuss. Today you are you. This is truer than true. There is no one alive who is youer than you. Isn't that cute? I thought that was great. What, you don't like that? All right, the heck with you. Be yourself. Everybody else is already taken. Isn't that a great one? So it's really important that you realize that you have everything that you need within you right now to achieve everything you could possibly dream of in life. So let's talk about session one, the psychology of achievement. We say each person has a success instinct. Now what does that mean is that every person has an innate drive toward the realization of their full potential. This is installed in you. You see children, they want to touch and taste and smell and feel and get into things. Adults are always wanting to improve themselves. Everybody is ambitious to a greater or lesser degree. The only thing that restricts what you have is your own thinking. What you think is not possible for you, you wish you could, you wish you would, and so on. But everybody has this drive towards success. There was a wonderful line that said, within each person is an inherent drive to the full realization of their potential. In fact, my friend, my mentor, Ernest Holmes, said that all negative emotions come from frustrated potential. At the root, your negative emotions, your negativity comes from feeling that you could do or be far more than you are. It's only something that is holding you back. And then we make the mistake of thinking that the something is ourselves, and as soon as you think of that, you move from active to passive. I think if you take the 80-20 rule in our society today, 20% of people are proactive, like yourselves. You take the time and the trouble to do things, and then about 80% are passive. They're wishing and hoping and waiting and kind of have given up, and they hope that something will come along. That's why they buy lottery tickets. Do you know that 68% of young people today, when you ask them what they want to be when they grow up, you know what the answer is? A celebrity. They want to be a sports celebrity, a musical celebrity. They want to dance with the stars. They want to sing with American Idol. They want to get into sports. They think that their future, 68% of their future, is to become a celebrity, which, as you know, is one chance in hundreds of thousands or millions. And that's their thought. That's why they're so obsessed with all of this Facebook and Twitter and all the Oprah, the front page newspaper, Oprah's last appearance. I don't know about you, but see, Oprah's on in the afternoon. Now, if you're watching Oprah, it means your life sucks. You don't have a life. So all the people watching Oprah are people who are at home in the afternoon, who got nothing going, you know, and it's front page. You know, the Oprah, oh, God bless her, Oprah could come and go, and Oprah could be on the front page of every newspaper for 50 years and have zero effect on your life, and nothing to do with your life, and yet people are obsessed with Oprah, Twittering Oprah, Facebooking Oprah. I just go, geez, what's the matter with that? You could be spending time with the people you care about. Spend as much time with your kids as many people spend with Oprah, and you have a wonderful family. Anyway. So each person has a success instinct. There are 7 ingredients of success. When I started talking about success, people say, well, how do you define success? How do you define success? And you know, there's an old saying, before you do something, you have to do something else first. So before we start talking about becoming more successful, we have to talk about is what is success. So number one ingredient of success is peace of mind. Peace of mind occurs naturally in the absence of fear and negative emotions. If you look at all spiritual doctrines, all religion, all meditation, all philosophy, all great thought in all of history, it is to bring people to the point of thinking where they enjoy complete peace of mind. The rule is that if you set peace of mind as your highest goal, you'll probably never make another mistake. If you set peace of mind as your highest goal, everything else will fall into place. And if you achieve everything else in the world, but you do not achieve your own peace of mind, you'll consider yourself a failure. You'll be unhappy, you'll be frustrated, you'll be irritated, you'll be angry, and so on. So peace of mind is the critical thing. And so you have to keep asking yourself, what are the things that occur that give me peace of mind? When do I enjoy the highest level of peace of mind? And when you have no fear and no negative emotions, your mind is like a vacuum. What flows in is complete peace. When you have solved all your problems, when everything is fine, you just feel completely at peace. And those are what are called the peak experiences of your life. Those are when you are the happiest of all. And this is not something that occurs accidentally. You walk along and you trip over some peace of mind and pick it up and put it in your pocket. You have to deliberately design your life so that you feel a great sense of peace. And of course, an extension of that is happiness. Aristotle said the ultimate aim of all human behavior is to be happy, just to achieve your own happiness. When I read Ayn Rand's material many years ago, she said the ultimate measure of how well you're doing as a human being is how genuinely happy you are. And if you can accomplish everything else in the world, but you're not a happy person and you don't enjoy inner peace, well, then to that degree you've failed. And you read these stories of people who are extremely successful, make an enormous amount of money, they snort coke, they drink themselves into oblivion, they go on tours around the country, like Charlie Sheen, and then some of them go home and shoot themselves. And they've got all this money and all this fame and all this glory, but they have no sense of inner peace. So that's where we start. The second ingredient of success is health and energy. It means, with health and energy, it means that you have abundant health and just a non-stop flow of energy. The energy just flows. By the way, I've designed this workbook so that you're going to have to pay attention. Because if you don't pay attention, you're going to miss all the key points. And I've written it out so all you have to do is put in a word or two. But it's very important. So health and energy is important. It means you have a boundless amount of health. And the true measure of health is how much energy you have. You get up in the morning and you feel energetic, you feel happy. And when you're really happy and excited about your life, you tend to have a boundless flow of energy. And of course, today, it's possible for us to live longer and live better than has ever been possible in all of human history. And our job is to take advantage of that. No matter what they say about our health system, it's still the best health system in the world, bar none. Nobody ever goes from the United States to some other country for health care unless they want to go to Mexico and get some of those bogus cancer drugs, which promptly kill them. Nobody has ever been cured by one of those non-traditional, out-of-the-country, somewhere in Africa or Mexico cures. All the best health care is right here in the U.S. And so our job is to take advantage of it. Now the third is loving relationships. This is really the most important of all. If you have inner peace and you have good health, then your loving relationship are terribly important. 85% of the success you enjoy in life will be determined by how well you get along with other people. If you are having problems with other people, that will immediately interfere with your peace of mind and will very quickly interfere with your health. Most illnesses today are psychosomatic in origin. Psycho, the mind, makes soma, the body, ill. And why is it? It's because of anger and frustration and problems, almost always with people. About 85% of our problems come with hair on top and talk back. The fourth ingredient of success is, you measure a loving relationship by how much you laugh with the other person. How much you laugh. And this is really the critical measure of the health of a person. A person can't say, well, I don't laugh very much, but I'm really healthy. No, sir, you have a lot of problems. Because human beings are the only creatures in the world that laugh. Did you know that? Is they actually laugh, and they laugh spontaneously. And the laughter comes from inside. It comes from the soul. It comes from the heart. It comes from everything in the outer world being fine. And so the more you laugh, the healthier you are. Do you remember Norman Cousins, who became grievously, grievously ill as a result of inhaling terrible, terrible diesel fumes in a Moscow hotel? And he came back, and they said he's going to die. His whole body was just falling to pieces. And so he moved out of the hospital to a hotel room near the hospital so he could get treatment. And then he had his wife bring in a whole bunch of videos with comedies on them, comedy skits, Groucho Marx, those brothers, pardon? Yeah, and what he did is he just started watching comedies and laughing, and he laughed his way back to health. And he wrote the book called Love, Medicine, and Miracles. He said the most amazing thing is the more you laugh, the healthier your body was, the stronger the immune system became, the illness that was cursed him to die went away, and he spent the rest of his life just talking and teaching people how important it is to be happy and healthy and optimistic and to laugh a lot. When you laugh a lot, it triggers all kinds of functions in your body, all of which are good. You come out of a funny movie or a laughter conversation with somebody and just feel happy all over. So laughter is how you can tell if a relationship is going well. Financial freedom is a real big issue today. Financial freedom means that you don't worry about money. Worries about money, by the way, are the #1 reason for marital breakdown. Worries, disagreements, arguments over money. So if you have problems with money, they affect your relationship. If you have problems with your relationship, they affect your health. If you have problems with your health, it affects your peace of mind. And money is a major issue. We've been living through the most affluent country in the most affluent time in all of human history for the last 50 years. We've grown up in a level of affluence that is unimaginable for 95% of the world. And we've come to believe that this is what we're entitled to. You grow up in America, you're entitled to a fat life. One of the things that is leading to major, major social disruptions is a lot of people are finding that it's not true anymore. Is today, if you want to be financially successful, you're going to have to work very, very hard. You're going to have to get up early and hit it hard and work all day and work into the evenings. You're going to have to work 6 days a week. There's no wealthy people who work 5 days a week. Zero, nada, nicht, rien de chose. None. There's no successful people who work 5 days a week. Because if you work 5 days a week, you actually only work about 4, and you start late, you leave early, and you waste time all day long. Successful people work long days and they work into the weekends. However, they're doing something they enjoy, and they're doing something they get tremendous satisfaction from because they're making progress, and as a result, it's really not work. You know the old rule, I found something I love to do and I never worked again the rest of my life? I worked 7 days a week, but I never worked a day. And you'll find that when you do that, which you will before we're finished, when you start to find what it is that you love to do and put your whole heart into it, you never work again, and you get paid more than you ever dreamed of, and you don't even care. You don't even count the money anymore because you're just getting so much satisfaction from using yourself at the very highest level. And so financial freedom, this is something people have to start thinking about. The worst thing you can do today is to be in debt. As you know, as they say, the debt comes and goes, but the interest payments stay forever. And it's the interest that kills you. It's the constant payment. Look at that. So one of our goals is to achieve financial freedom. And this isn't something that happens by accident. We don't say, well, geez, I got to show up, I'm financially free this morning. No, what we have to do is we have to set it down and make a plan, and we have to work on it for a long, long time. It's not something you can do once, it's something you need to do throughout your career. And too many people today are deeply in debt. You know, 70% of Americans live from paycheck to paycheck. 70% of Americans. What that means is that they have no money. They have no reserves. The average American family at the age of 40 for the major breadwinner has a total net worth of about $40,000. And that's including the equity in their home. At the age of 60, they have a net worth of about $62,000, an average of about $1,000 a year. Most people without pensions, that's why there's so much political controversy, without pensions, most people would be destitute. They'd be impoverished because they have nothing. 70% have nothing. Why? It's not because they haven't earned a lot of money. Do you know that if you saved $100 a month for your entire working lifetime, you'd be worth more than $1 million when you're retired? $100 a month. If somebody put a gun to your head, could you save $100 a month? Yes, if your whole future depended upon it, could you save $100 a month? Well, it does. And people don't even save that. They spend it and they buy stuff they don't need to impress people they don't like. Anyway, so number 5, worthy goals and ideals. And worthy goals and ideals are what really set you off. Worthy goals and ideals give you a sense of meaning and purpose. They make you wake up in the morning and you're excited. You can hardly get going. You know, there's a lot of people who love to sleep. They love to sleep because they've got no reason to get up. People who are doing something and achieving something that's important, they look upon sleep as an irritation. It's something you have to do so that you're fully refreshed, but you do it as quickly as possible so you can get back to doing the stuff that makes you happy, gives you peace of mind, fills your financial coffers, and so on. The 6th ingredient of success is self-knowledge and self-understanding. in the Delphic Oracle, in the temple of the Delphic Oracle in Delphi, which Barbara and I visited a couple of years ago, way out on the slopes of ancient Greece, on the slopes of Mount Halicarnassus, I believe it was, is there's words, man, know thyself, the essence of all wisdom. And Socrates said, the unexamined life is not worth living. Is the essence of all human wisdom is self-knowledge and self-understanding, is to understand who you are and why you think and feel the way you do. Because that foundation is called intrapersonal intelligence. It's been identified at Harvard as one of the foundation intelligences of great success in life. It's really understanding yourself, understanding your strengths and weaknesses. You'll find that superior people are very honest about themselves. They know that they're not good at certain things, and they're not defensive. And they're better at other things, and they're quite proud of it. And the last ingredient is personal fulfillment and self-actualization. What Abraham Maslow called the ultimate aim of human growth is to achieve self-actualization. Self-actualization is where you feel each day that you're becoming everything you're capable of becoming. You feel that you're continually growing and that your goals are greater and greater. You're becoming better and better. You're learning more and more. You're doing more and more. And you find that what Maslow found is about only 2% of the population actually reaches the high level of self-actualization, where they really feel that their life is just terrific. It's just expanding and it's wonderful and they've got so many things going on and they're happy most of the time and they're cheerful and so on. Get along wonderfully with others. Only 2%. He called self-actualization being, and the achievement of self-actualization the fulfillment of a being need, of being as a person. He said the 98% of the population are plagued by what he called deficiency needs. Is they're constantly compensating for their inner deficiencies and their worries and their doubts and their fears and their past experiences and so on. Only 2% reach self-actualization. Before we're finished, we'll all be at that 2%, where the deficiency needs just drop off like the first stage of a rocket out of Cape Canaveral and are gone, and then you just have the command module. So what I'd like you to do now is I'd like to take, let me finish the last one. We say the key to success is, first of all, understanding. And understanding is, is understanding yourself and understanding your world. And that takes some time, it takes some study. And the second is effort, is you have to work. You have to be willing to make the efforts necessary. When I began to study Ouspensky and Gurdjieff many years ago, they called it the work. And there's always work that you have to do. If you want to become physically fit, if you want to lose weight, there's a lot of work that you have to do. And unfortunately, most people, the bottom 80% of people, are lazy. Actually, there are three types of lazy. They're lazy, very lazy, and bone lazy. And one of the greatest problems we have in our society today is lazy people who want the rewards that hardworking people get. And they call the lazy people the average person. They call successful people the millionaires and billionaires, the millionaires and billionaires, the millionaires and billionaires, without realizing that all of those people started with nothing. Many of them were poor, many of them were immigrants, and they worked 20 to 30 years to become financially successful, and they say, well, these people should just be made to share this wealth that just fell in their hands. I mean, like there was a politician who ran for the presidency some years ago, and he said, those who have been lucky at the gaming tables of life should be forced to share their winnings with those who have not been as fortunate. That's the mindset. In other words, if you're successful, just luck. So therefore, you don't really deserve it, so it should be taken from you and given to others. The fact is that it takes tremendous effort for you and I to achieve any kind of success. But wonderfully enough, that you can shortcut the efforts, which we'll learn how to do today. So I want you to give yourself an exam here, and give yourself grades on, in this exercise, page 5, and just give yourself a grade on a scale of 1 to 10 in each of these areas. And just be honest with yourself. This is not for you to share with anybody unless you want to share it. But question number 1, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you agree with, I am completely free from fear, stress, anxiety, want, and other negative emotions? Give yourself a grade of 1 to 10. Interestingly, in a 1 to 10 scaling, which you can use for the rest of your life, your answer is always intuitive, instant, and accurate. Whenever you have a 1 to 10, how'd you like that movie, scale of 1 to 10? 7. I mean, it's bang, it's instantaneous. Question number 2, I am able to enter into and fully enjoy complete fulfillment in my relationships. Give yourself a grade, 1 to 10, on how much you agree with that. I enjoy vibrant health and endless energy. So that's one, and 10 would be the highest. From always sick and overly fatigued to vibrantly healthy and energetic. Number 4, I am completely free of money worries. Ooh, sorry about that. Give yourself a grade on that one. Number 5, I have clear goals and ideals that give purpose to my life. That's a great question. 1 is a totally undirected, and 10 is a very, very clear purpose. Number 6, I completely understand myself and why I do the things I do. This will be a real shock to your mother-in-law, whatever grade you give yourself there. Number 7, I sincerely believe that I am becoming everything I am capable of becoming. So give yourself a grade. And the reason we do this, and we say now on page 7, what one action are you going to take immediately as a result of what you've learned in this lesson? And your action can be simple. Improve on scale number 5, or is set clear goals for my life. Or it could be something simple, but it'll be something that pops into your mind. So here's a quick question. What is the most important part of this seminar? What is the most important part of this seminar? I see my coming here was an emergency. The answer is what you do afterwards. It's the actions that you take. One of the differences between successes and failures is successful people are intensely action-oriented, and failures are talk-oriented. Talk, 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 talk. But successful people are action-oriented. They get an idea and they take action on it. And they immediately get feedback, which enables them to correct and take more action. So whenever you come to a place like this in the workbooks where it says what one action are you going to take, just jot down the first thing that comes to mind. And then we can accumulate those later, and you'll end up with a whole series of actions that you can take when you leave here. And sometimes one idea that will pop into your mind during our time together will change your life. I cannot tell you how many people have said, when you were saying that, I thought of something, had nothing to do with what you were saying, I wrote it down, changed my life. I've had people leave this on the verge of bankruptcy and come back 3 years later with 13 companies and $10 million in the bank. Changed my life. One idea, one concept. I took it back to my company, transformed my company. I duplicated it in a second company, third company, fourth company. He said, sold the concept, licensed other people. I mean, one idea. So if you get an idea, here's the rule. Catch the idea and write it down. Catch the idea and write it down. Because sometimes it goes through your mind like a comet. And if you don't catch it quickly, you'll lose it. And then a week or a year from now, you'll be thinking, oh, geez, I thought of that a year ago. Why didn't I write it down? So we don't want to have any regrets. No more if only I'd written it down, huh? No more if onlys. Which brings us to 7 mental laws. 7 mental laws. Lesson, oh yes, here's whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, the mind of man can achieve. Yes. All right, 7 mental laws. The law of control. The law of control says that you feel positive about yourself to the degree to which you feel you are in control of your own life. And the psychologists call this a sense of coherence, a sense of control. It means that when you feel you're in control, you feel happy. You feel at peace with yourself. And you feel negative about yourself to the degree to which you feel you are not in control of your own life. You feel you are controlled by your bills, by your bosses, by your health, by your debts, by your family, by your obligations. When you feel that you're not in control or out of control, you feel highly stressed. And so we have this little diagram here, internal versus external locus of control. This is what psychologists use. They say you have an internal locus of control here where you are happy, and then you have a scale, and you have an external locus of control. The internal locus of control is where you feel that you're in charge of your own life. You make your own decisions. Americans in general, by the way, have a much higher sense of inner control than most countries in the world, than all countries. Europeans, 58% of Germans, for example, highly structured economy, believe that they have little or no control over their future. A person with internal locus of control says, I make my own decisions. I am where I am and what I am because of myself. I'm in charge of my life. A person with an external locus of control feels that other people are in charge of their life, their boss, their bills, and so on. Now you are here, and you are moving in one direction or another with every decision that you make. The good news is that when you develop an internal locus of control, you feel really happy and strong, and you're much more positive and you're much more creative. And that's the goal that we're aiming for. The people with a high internal locus of control feel really, really good about themselves. They feel powerful, they feel empowered, they feel strong. And here's an interesting point, is you can never give away control, except to other people. You can give away your control to other people, but you still remain responsible. We'll talk about this later. So control begins with your thoughts, and your thoughts determine your feelings, and your feelings then determine your actions. I have a friend who has a little stick-on that he gives you to stick anywhere you want, and it just says C-Y-T. Control your thoughts. Control your thoughts. And if you can control your thoughts, you can control everything else. Your thoughts are the guidance mechanism of your life. So control your thoughts. And when you control your thoughts determine your feelings. By the way, great question, which comes first, thoughts or feelings? And the answer is always thought. And I'll tell you why. It's because it is the thought that creates the feeling. It's how you think about something that is happening in your life that triggers the emotion. For example, you could get stuck in traffic, and one person could be frustrated and angry and pounding on the horn and waving at the other drivers with one finger. And the other person could be sitting quite calmly and planning their day and listening to a Brian Tracy educational CD. The critical thing is the way you think determines it. At the University of Pennsylvania, they did 22 years of study, and they came up with a concept called explanatory style. You've heard the NLP people talk about framing and reframing. Well, explanatory style says that the way you explain things to yourself largely determines your emotions, it largely determines your thoughts, your reactions, your responses, largely determines the total quality of your life, how you explain things to yourself. And so if you explain things in a positive and constructive way, then what happens is you respond positively and constructively, you feel differently, you take different actions, and you get different results. Now, the next law is the law of accident. And the law of accident is actually a metaphysical concept. The law of accident says that everything just happens by accident. It's not what you know, but who you know. It's you can't fight City Hall. The cards are stacked against you. We have in our society an enormous number of people who are led to believe that they are victims, that there's nothing they can do about their situation. And you read all this stuff in the paper all the time by, unfortunately, ill-informed people who say, you know, there's great powers out there that are holding down the working person and so on. This is all nonsense. It's all sort of fantastical things like believing in life on the other side of the moon. But nonetheless, they convince themselves of that, and they feel that there's nothing you can do. The greatest enemy of human success is passivity, is people feel passive, feel helpless. It's called in psychology learned helplessness. They feel helpless. They feel there's nothing I can do. My debts are too high. The economy is too bad. Life is terrible. I was at a meeting with a bunch of people for 3 days on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. This room was full of people, almost all entrepreneurs, and some of these people are having the best years of their lives. Some of these people are generating embarrassing amounts of income. They're successful, and they're all hustlers. They're all working day and night. And they're there, it's a mind-storming, brainstorming, to share ideas on different ways to create and sell more products and services and so on. They're totally proactive. And there's no negativity in the room at all. I mean, everybody is just sparkling because they're all bouncing off each other in terms of actions that you can take. Whereas the great majority of people have this learned helplessness. There's nothing I can do. My hands are tied. I mean, look at the situation. Nobody's got any money. The economy is bad. This wah, 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 wah. And so the law of accident, as you see, is completely opposed to the law of control. We say failing to plan is planning to fail. Failing to plan is planning to fail. So if you don't have a very clear, specific, written plan with goals and actions and priorities that you're working on every day, well, then your life will just drift around in a circle. You know, they say a ship without a rudder will just drift completely, but a ship with a rudder and a compass will go straight and true to its destination through any type of sea. And once we have a very clear rudder and compass, which we will have tomorrow, then suddenly we start to make incredible progress at a faster rate than you can imagine. So, number 3, the law of cause and effect. Now, this was the granddaddy law that really changed my life. The law of cause and effect says that for every effect in your life, there's a specific cause. And this law is completely opposed to the law of accident and completely consistent with the law of control. It means that everything that happens to us for a reason. Even if we don't know the reason, it happens to us for a reason. We say that success is not an accident. Failure is not an accident. They all have specific causes. And here's the great rule. If you want to double your income or anything else, what you do is you realize that everybody who is earning twice as much as you today was at one time earning half as much as you. It's the way it works. Nobody was born earning twice as much. They started off at the bottom at a very low wage job. So then they did certain things differently from you, and now they're earning twice as much or 5 times as much or 10 times as much. Well, then what we do is go back and find out what they did, and we do the same thing. And we say success leaves tracks. Is if you find out what other successful people did, and you do the same thing, you'll eventually get the same results that they do. And if you don't, you won't. And here's the most amazing thing with regard to these laws. These are mental laws. A physical law you can see, like gravity. You can drop something and you can see. You can see the results of a physical law. Mental laws, you can only see the results over time. But physical laws are just as fixed as mental laws. And mental laws work 100% of the time. And what that means is that, it's interesting, they say that in all of human history, man has never invented a law. You know, we talk about all the laws of physics and mathematics and mechanics and velocity and the laws of Einstein and so on. Nobody's ever invented a law. We've only discovered the laws that already existed. Now, whatever your spiritual beliefs are, I remember listening to Billy Graham on a talk. I was driving through the Central Valley near Fresno many, many years ago, and it was on the radio. It was late at night. It's the only thing to listen to. And here's Billy Graham talking about all the laws that hold the universe in place. He says, if you have all of these laws, then there must have been a lawgiver. These laws could not have just happened spontaneously out of the primordial muck going back 1 billion years after the Big Bang. If you have all of these laws that really explain everything that happens, even laws of mathematics that take 100 years for a person to fully understand, that explains with absolutely unpredictable accuracy a mathematical formula. Where do these laws come from? Anyway, my point is that these laws are neutral. They work for you or they work against you. And so we say that nature is neutral. Nature is like justice. Nature is blind. Nature doesn't say you'll be a big success and your life is going to suck and you're going to be in between. Nature doesn't care. Now, this was a great breakthrough for me. Nature doesn't care. Nature says that if you do what other successful people do, you get the same result. And if you don't, you don't. And nature's not involved in it. Nature just says, here's the laws, here's the playing field, here's the rules of the game. If you play the game well, you have a great life. And if you don't, you don't. But there's nothing out there that is determining what happens to us. It's all in here. And these mental laws are important. I remember I was in Istanbul some years ago, and there was a story in the papers in Istanbul. I was traveling at the time, and it was about a young American student who had gone to Istanbul as a tourist. He was traveling with some other people, and one day they were sitting in one of the cafes, and there's a whole bunch of people marching with posters and chanting in Turkish, and they're marching down to the main square. Well, he says, hey, I know marches. We do marches on the campus. We do demonstrations. I know all about this. Hey, let's go get a piece of this. And they said, no, we don't know what they're doing. His friend said, we don't know what they're marching for. It doesn't matter. It's just a demonstration. So he went out there, typical American student. He said, yay, yay. He's trying to imitate the Turks, and they gave him a poster. And so he's going, yay, yay, and everybody's saying, yeah, and they're all slapping him on the back. He's going, this poster. And they march into the square, and the square was immediately surrounded by police. And all of these people were arrested. And what he didn't realize is they were advocating the downfall of the government. And in Turkey, it is a capital offense to advocate the downfall of the government. He was arrested. He was brought up in front of a military tribunal within 2 days, tried, convicted, and sentenced to death. And sentenced to be carried out in 2 more days. And by this time, his friends who followed along at a distance, they'd gone to the embassy, they'd gone to the consulate, they ran it around in circles, and they did everything possible. And Turkey happens to have a colorful attitude toward money. So they managed to buy him out of prison. His parents had to sell their home back in the United States. Cost him $250,000 to get him out. And he was saved and speared across the border a few hours before he was going to be executed. And I remember that story because it was a true story. True stories are good. Here's the point. He didn't know the law. And in not knowing the law, there's no excuse for it. They don't care. He said, well, I'm a stranger, I'm a foreigner here, I didn't know that it was a capital offense. Excuse me. He said, they don't care. You violated the law, you can execute it. And in life, we violate a lot of laws. We violate a lot of natural laws, especially mental laws. And when we violate those laws, we suffer the consequences of it, whether we knew about the laws or not. If you step off a 10-story building in downtown San Diego, you're going to go splat on the sidewalk. And it doesn't matter whether you knew about the law of gravity, or whether you approved of the law of gravity, or whether anybody had explained the law of gravity to you. The law of gravity is going to work on you, and you're going to go splat on the sidewalk. The law is neutral. The law doesn't care. You know, thou shalt go splat, and thou shalt rise up, and thou shalt go half splat. No. In other words, the law is there. So all successful people do what we call a harmonic convergence. Have you heard of a harmonic convergence? They had this, I think, back in the 80s or 90s, where you have all the planets line up. They all line up at one particular time in the constellation. This happens every, I don't know how many years. And so all the planets are in line. You know, the Mercury and the Planet and the Earth or Mars and then Earth and all these, and they all line up. And the magnetic power of all of these is supposed to bring about enormous changes, none of which happen. But it seems like a great idea. Our life, though, is to get our life in harmony with the great mental laws. And when you do that, things start to happen for you at an incredibly rapid rate. And you'll see, before this seminar is over, I can promise you, you will have experienced profound changes in your life. It happens all the time because you now have a harmonic convergence. You're now organizing your life and your thinking in harmony with these great laws. And they all start to work for you. So we say, okay, the B, it is the iron law of the universe. All other laws in the universe, I call it the umbrella law, all other laws, mathematics, physics, mechanics, all fall under the law of cause and effect. Aristotle proposed this in 350 BC, and it was called the Aristotelian principle of causality, which was a great shock to a world that believed in gods and coincidences and lightning strikes and Mount Zeus on Mount Olympus. What they said was, no, everything happens for a reason. And if we're not happy with what's happening, we can change the causes. If a person's overweight, people say, well, I'm overweight it's because of my glands. Yes, sir, it's your mouth gland, and it's malfunctioning several times a day. You know, we know how to be healthy and fit and how to live a long time. We know how to make all the money that we want because there are hundreds of thousands of millions of people who have. Did you read the statistics in the paper this morning? Great statistics. Ta-da! In 2001, there were 7.7 millionaires in America. I'm sorry, 2001. 2011, 10 years later, after all the depression, recession, panics, crashes, and everything else, there's 10.2 million Americans with a net worth in excess of $1 million. Now, that would suggest that all these people, 90% of them started off with nothing, and they're still continuing to grow. That's a growth of what, 2.8 million? Is that what it was? It's about 2.8 million more millionaires now than there were 10 years ago. And all those people started off with nothing. So if you want to be a millionaire, then you can be a millionaire. Just do what other people who started with nothing did to become a millionaire. You know, which is probably become very good at what you do, earn good money, and don't spend it all. All right. Sorry about that. You liked the first part, you didn't like the second part. So, see, the most important application of this law is that thoughts are causes and conditions are effects. Your thoughts are what are called the primum movum, the primary moving force of your life. Your thoughts create the conditions of your life. It's very much as though you had one of the old slide projectors, and you put in a slide, it projects on the screen. Your thoughts project on the screen of your life. As the hippies used to say, wherever you go, there you are. And so wherever you look, there you are. Wherever you look in the world around you, that is your thoughts projected onto the screen of your own life. Now, many people think, well, I don't like what I'm seeing on the screen of my life, so I'm going to beat up the projector, or I'm going to beat up the screen, cut up the screen. No, what you do is you start to change the picture you have in your mind. Interesting, we'll talk about this later, but all improvement in your outer life begins with an improvement in your mental pictures. Begins with an improvement in your mental pictures by constantly starting to see yourself and your world in more positive terms. So another mental law, the law of belief. Now, this is a biggie. This is really the biggie. This is the foundation principle, by the way, of all religions and all philosophies and all success is the law of belief. It says that whatever you believe with feeling becomes your reality. Whatever you believe with feeling, with emotion, with intensity, it becomes your reality because you always act on the basis of your beliefs. And the more intensely you hold the belief, the more the belief becomes true for you. There's a gentleman that I used to know, his name was Glenn Bland, and he wrote a book called The Glenn Bland Method. And he talks about how when he was growing up, his father was a working man. And they talked around the family table, they talked about work at the lumber yard, and the father would always say, you know, when you grow up, you've got to get yourself a working job. You've got to get yourself a laboring job. He said the Blands have always been laborers. We've always worked by the sweat of our brow. And so the kids were all brought up to believe that they were supposed to get a laboring job when they got out. So he left high school, and he did quite well in high school. It was in sports and everything else, but his belief was when you entered into the world of work, you got a laboring job, so he did, on a construction crew working on the highways, digging ditches and you know, working on construction. And one day, he's been at this for about 2 or 3 years, and he's working away. He goes up there in the morning, sweats all day. The traffic is moving really slowly because it's a construction zone, and right next to him, while he's working away with a shovel, there's a guy, a friend of his from high school. And he's driving the car. He says, "Hi, Glenn, how you doing?" To the window of the car. He says, "Oh, doing great." He's got his shovel here. And he says, "How's everything going?" "It's going fine." And he says, "How's everything going with you?" The guy's driving a brand new car. He's wearing a nice suit. He's well dressed. And this guy, you know, was no great flame in hell in high school, just an average guy. He said, "How you doing?" He said, "I got a great job." He said, "I'm selling, making really good money." He said, "I'm buying a new home next month and getting married at the end of the year." And he looked at him, and here's this guy, and he's living from paycheck to paycheck, sweating away. And he looked at that guy, he said, and it hit him like lightning. He had bought a bill of goods from his father. He said, this guy's no better, no smarter than he is, which happens to be the case, yet he's got a different belief system, that you get out and you get a job and you get into business and you get into white-collar work. He threw down the shovel and he got up and he walked out of there and he said, "I'll never work with a shovel again." He went and got into sales. He turned out to have a natural ability for sales. Within 2 or 3 years, he was doing extremely well. Within 7 or 8, he was a millionaire, had a beautiful home, beautiful car. He said the turning point in his life was when he challenged that belief that he was meant to be a working man all his life. Many people have beliefs, and there's 2 sets of beliefs. There's conscious beliefs that we have, and there's unconscious beliefs. And there's that wonderful line from Josh Billings, the humorist. He said, "It ain't what a man knows what hurts him, it's what he knows what ain't true." And many things we know about ourselves ain't true at all. What we do is we develop scotomas, or blind spots. Is once we've decided to believe a certain thing, we do not see anything that contradicts it. We may be doing wonderful things or wonderful work or being very successful. We don't even see that if we decided to believe that we will never make much more than we're making. Sometimes your parents will tell you, you know, you've got to be worried about money, you've got to be careful about money all your life, and you'll never make very much, so you've got to hold on to every penny. And so people just hunker down, and they're more concerned about security than anything else. And so we develop these beliefs, these blind spots. And sometimes you need somebody to come along and open it up. And so you can see this vast world of possibilities that you have. And when this happens, people change completely. So your biggest obstacle is usually self-limiting beliefs. Your biggest obstacle is usually self-limiting beliefs. So what are your self-limiting beliefs? What are the most common ones? Well, the most common ones are internally, I'm not smart enough, I'm not as smart as other people, or I'm not talented enough, or I'm not creative enough, or I'm not something enough. It's just the most amazing damn thing. I remember this great story. His name was Igor, and he came to my seminar in New York, and he came to my seminar in Palm Springs, and he was a Russian immigrant. And he said he'd arrived, this was 5 years before, he arrived 5 years before from Russia, when Russia was just opening up in the 90s, and he had everything he owned on the streets of New York in a box, a cardboard box with string on it. And he didn't know a word of English, and he had to stop people on the street. He kept stopping people and asking them, looking for someone who spoke Russian. And he finally found somebody, and he would ask them something in Russian. You know, "Доброе утро, доброе утро, доброе утro," good morning, because somebody responded back, "Доброе утро." And he said, "Where can I find Russians? I don't speak any English." He said, "Well, go to Little Russia. It's a little part of New York. How do you get there?" He showed him how to get there on the subway. So he gets there on the subway, and this big, long elevators. Everybody ever been to New York, coming up from the subway, the long, long elevator. He comes up, and the first thing he sees in Little Russia is a pizza place, which has Russian it's a Domino's Pizza with a Russian name. He goes in, he speaks to the owner in Russian. He said, I need a job. And he said, I need somebody to deliver pizza. So his first job was delivering pizza in Russian, in Little Russia, to other Russians. And that was his first job. And he did that, and the first thing he decided to do was learn English. He looked around, he said, why are so many Russians successful in America? And there's an enormously successful Russian immigrant community in New York. And he found the first thing they did is they spoke English. So he just put his head down, he began to learn English. Pretty soon he could learn English, he could deliver pizzas to both Russians and non-Russians, and after a year, his English was good enough, so he applied for a job selling printing for a printing company. And he kept studying English, and at that time, he stumbled across my audio programs. My audio programs are used by Princeton University to teach English as a foreign language in 17 languages, because they're very clear, they're grammatically correct, they're unaccented, and people who want to learn English also want to be more successful, so they get a twofer. They get success ideas, plus they learn English. Well, he started to listen to my programs, and his English got better and better. He worked for 2 years selling printing, and he became so knowledgeable about the business, and had so many contacts, he decided to start his own printing brokering business. This is year 4. When he came to my seminar, it was the end of year 5. That year, he had made more than $200,000 in commissions himself in his own business brokering printing. He said he was on track to make $300,000, $400,000. He had be at $500,000 within 8 years of arriving off the boat with no English skills. Now, I'm not trying to suggest that we have obstacles that we create in our own minds, but imagine an immigrant with no skills, no friends, no contacts, starting off, and within 5 or 8 years making several $100,000 a year, because he had this unshakable belief that it was possible. He absolutely believed it was possible. And to him, no matter what happened, everything that happened to him was just a learning experience, because he could not even imagine not being successful. When you reach the point where you cannot even imagine not achieving great goals, your whole life changes for you. So the next meta law is the law of expectations. Now, this is a great law. There's libraries full of books. There are psychologists who worked for years on this. Dr. Robert Rosenthal of Harvard worked on this for years, and he found that your expectations, especially about your outcomes, become your own self-fulfilling prophecies. What does that mean? Is if you expect something to happen, it usually happens. It becomes your own prophecy. Because if you expect it to happen, you'll act consistent with it happening. You will treat other people the way it's going to happen. W. Clement Stone tells a story of this young man. He was running a large insurance agency. This young man was sent to him by one of his business associates, just came out of college, it was starting off in life insurance, and he came to Clement Stone to ask him if he could get some referrals, some leads. And so Clement Stone said, yes, I'll give you some names of some top referrals. These are people who are all interested in buying life insurance or buying even more life insurance. I'll be right back. So he went into his office, and he had his secretary type up a list of names, addresses, and phone numbers. So this salesman, young salesman, went out, and he called on these people, and he was positive and enthusiastic, and he made about 4 or 5 sales, and the others, had to think about it. We're not ready to make a decision right now. So we went back to Clement Stone. He said, those leads were fantastic. Thank you so much. Can I have some more? He said, sure. He said, wonderful. He said, here, as a matter of fact, I'll get you my lead book, and you can write down the names, addresses, and phone numbers yourself. And so he went and he got the telephone book. For the Chicago phone book, he said, this is where I got the names in the first place. You can have as many as you like. Now, what happened was, the gentleman believed that these were leads given to him by one of the top business people in the country. He was worth $800 million at the time. And so he said, W. Clement Stone told me to call on you. Oh, that's great. Anyway, his expectation was that these people would buy. There's another great story of this fellow who's running a company in New York, and the company's on the verge of bankruptcy, about to collapse, and he's really in despair. He doesn't know what to do. He's going to lose his home. He's going to lose everything. And he goes for a walk in Central Park, and he's standing on this bridge in Central Park, and this man comes out of the night, comes up and stands next to him and says, hi, how are you doing? He said, fine. He said, you look like you're deep in thought. He said, yes, well, I've got a business, and the business is in trouble. He said, no problem at all. He said, I'm John D. Rockefeller. I'll lend you some money. How much money do you need to turn your business around? He said, well, probably $200,000 or $300,000. I'll give you $500,000. Pulls out a checkbook. He writes that check right there and gives him a check for $500,000, John D. Rockefeller. He said, there you go. He said, meet me back here in this place a year from now, and you can pay me back. Really? I mean, wow. He said, good luck. And he walked off into the night. Well, this is like an answer to a prayer. He couldn't believe it. He took this check back, went back to his office, and he's sitting, this is a true story too. Although I can't verify it. Anyway, he takes this check back, and he sits there, and he looks at this check, and he said, wait a minute, he said, my business isn't going down the drain. He said, I don't have to cash this check right yet. What I'll do is I'll put it in my safe, but if ever I need it, I've got this check, it's valid for a year. And he went back and he turned around to his business. He had $500,000 in his safe. And he went back in and he made revisions and changes and he upgraded his sales and marketing. And he became more aggressive and introduced new products and services. And his business grew and it turned around. And this business grew and he became prosperous again. He never even had to cash the check. And 1 year passes. And he goes back to the park. He's got the check. And he's standing on the bridge. It's about 7 o'clock in the evening, and he's waiting. And after he'd been there about 10 or 15 minutes, this man comes walking quickly out of the dark, comes up, and he said, there you are again. How did everything work out? And he said, well, I'm happy to say I was able to change my business. Here's the check back. I never had to cash it. He said, well, thank you very much. It's really great. And he said, I'm so happy to hear about your success. And then this nurse comes running out of the bush saying, Mr. Hawkins, you come back here. And she comes running up and grabs him by the arm, and she said, I hope he's not been bothering you. He escapes from the asylum over and over again, and we always have to go out in Central Park and find him. Now, you come back with me, Mr. Hawkins, and let him back to the asylum where he'd run away. My point was because he believed that this was a check from John D. Rockefeller. It transformed his life. Not that it was, but because he believed it, his expectations were that at any time he could cash this check. And it totally transformed his attitude toward his business and his business results. Now, the wonderful thing about our expectations is that you can manufacture your own. You can manufacture your own. You can expect great things to happen. So whatever you expect with confidence becomes your own self-fulfilling prophecy. If you absolutely expect, we'll talk later about this, but the greatest of all attitudes, the catalyst that causes your potential to unlock, almost like a chemical catalyst that causes an explosive effect, is confident expectations. An attitude of confident expectations transforms your attitude towards your world. If you confidently expect that people will buy and confidently expect that products will sell and confidently expect that if everything fails, you'll learn a valuable lesson that you'll use to be more successful next time, if you always expect something good, you'll never be disappointed. And it has a total transforming effect on your attitude. So expectations play a critical role in your life. There's 4 types of expectations. First are the expectations of your parents. And it's the most amazing thing. I was reading a story yesterday about a fellow whose mother was alcoholic, father was gone, mother was alcoholic, and she was a mean drunk. And she would always tell him, you're worthless and you'll never amount to anything. You're worthless. They had about 3 or 4 children. She told them all that. You're all worthless and you'll never amount to anything. And so many parents have made the mistake of criticizing their children too much when they were growing up, and their children develop a feeling that they're not really very good. And so they set low standards for themselves and achieve them. The worst of all, they say, is to set low standards for yourself and be successful. So the expectations of your parents have an inordinate impact on the person you become as an adult. And so you have to look back and realize that many parents were raised by parents with negative expectations. And in the Bible it says the sins of the fathers are visited on the children. So what your parents, grandparents did to them, they will often have inflicted on you. And you'll often grow up not really feeling that you have great potential. Your parents will have expressed the thought that they didn't really expect you to do that well. You get poor grades, well, what can you expect? You're not that smart. And you're never on time. And you never fulfill your promises. And you probably won't do that well in life. And isn't it amazing the power of negative expectations expressed by our parents when we were young, the power that that has on us as an adult. It's sort of like a sea anchor that's pulling us back, and we're struggling hard on the outside to be successful, but deep down inside, we are still fighting with those negative expectations. The other place is the expectations of your boss. You'll find that people who work under high expectations bosses who really have confidence in their staff, perform at a vastly higher level. I remember when I was in real estate, there was an office, and this office was run by this manager who was just dynamite. Positive, cheerful, happy, upbeat, and he only hired people that were of the same caliber. He wouldn't let anybody be there. You had people lined up to join this office, even though they're working on straight commission. And he would interview them, he would spend some time with them, he'd have them meet the other people, they do a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Eventually, he had an office full of really high chargers. They're just positive, happy people, a lot of laughter. And that office, the people in that office made 3 times as much on average as the real estate people in any other office, booms or busts. During the busts, they were the most financially successful real estate agents in the market. And so people who had been struggling in one office with negative or indifferent bosses or demanding bosses or complaining or criticizing bosses, they go and they work in this place and their income would triple within a year because they're under the influence of a positive expectations boss. Now here's one of the great rules in life, which we'll come back to over and over, is that people don't change. I get this question, how can I get my wife to change, my husband to change, my boss to change, my friend to change? People don't change. In fact, the psychological studies show that people under pressure become even more so, but they don't change. And people say, well, how come you're giving a seminar if you say that people can't change? I'm saying that it's like how many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? Well, the answer is only one, but the light bulb has to really want to change. And it's the same thing. Most people don't want to change. They've taken their whole lives to become the person they are, and they don't really have any desire to change. As a matter of fact, most people feel that in some degree they are superior to all other human beings. Everybody does. It's okay. I know. And so therefore, why would they change if they're already superior? And if somebody thinks that they should change, well, they're definitely superior to that person, because that person is obviously an inferior person if they would even suggest that someone as good as me change. Are you with me so far? This is called rationalizing, which we call rational lies. We tell rational lies. My friend John Assaraf talks about that. And so the expectations of your boss, and the rule is, if you're working with a negative expectations boss, go somewhere else. Because he or she will never change, and you'll never fulfill your potential under a negative expectations boss. Another is the expectations you have of others. The expectations you have of your children and your spouse, you'll find that in great relationships, each spouse expects the other to do really well and to be really successful and be really happy. The expectations you have of your children, all the time they're growing up, the expectations you have of your staff. So expectations are really, really good. Barbara and I went to a restaurant some years ago, and the hostess was a really persnickety, negative, rude. How she got to be hostess? You know, the old saying, when you first meet this kind of a person, you don't like them, but after you get to know them, you hate their guts. Well, this is the kind of woman that after about 2 or 3 minutes of standing there, you wanted to punch her in the face, and hard, you know. Anyway, so this is a first-class restaurant. I'm working for the owner of the restaurant, who owns 200 companies, and he owns several restaurants. And so we come there, we have reservations, and she said, well, just a minute. And all right, fine. All right, come with me. She grabs them, and she pranced. Remember that, Barbara? The funny look. She pranced like a schoolmarm, and she takes us to a table, which is, they always take you to the worst table in the restaurant. This table is in the main traffic near the kitchen and the bathrooms. And I knew this was going to happen. This happens everywhere. We'll talk about this later. So I said, well, I'd much prefer that table over there, which was a quieter, private table. She said, that table's no good. I said, what's wrong? The waiter for that table is Henry, and he's no good. He's the worst waiter. You wouldn't be happy there. Sit here. And then they pull out the chair, and they shake the chair. As power of suggestion, shake the chair to get you to sit down. They put down the menus at your places and shake the chair. No, I think we'll take Henry's table. And just walked over there and sat down. She comes over, she puts the menus down, and she's nasty as can be and walks away. Well, about 2 or 3 minutes later, the waiter comes up. And I said, he said, hello, how are you? And I said, fine. I said, is your name Henry? And he said, well, yes. I said, oh, thank God, Barbara, we got Henry. And he said, what? And I said, I had some friends who were here the other night. They said, you're the best restaurant in this city. You're the best waiter in this city. And if we could come to this restaurant, if we can get a table for Henry, we're going to have a great evening. He said, who said that? He's just some friends of ours. It doesn't really matter, but we're so glad that we've got you as our waiter. And he said, really? Now, here's a tough question. What kind of service do you think we got for the rest of the evening? It was great service. Henry was there all the time. You wanted a little bit of salt and a little bit of salt. You wanted wine, you wanted this. I mean, Henry was fabulous, and he was smiling, and he was happy, and he was treating all of his customers well, and we tipped him. And when we walked out, we looked at her and we said, Pat Henry's the best waiter in this whole damn restaurant. Thank you very much. Don't. You know, Barbara's kept me off of assault charges for years. Because why? It's because they set up a positive field of expectations. And you can do that because people tend to rise to the expectations imposed on them by others or fall to the expectations. So always express positive expectations. Even if in your heart you have a lot of doubts, always be positive on the outside. And the expectations you have of others, so the rule is the expectations you have of yourself. Now, these are the expectations that can override all other expectations in your life. There are people who've come from negative backgrounds and child raisings. They've been in negative marriages with complaining spouses. They've had difficult people around them, but their expectations for themselves never wavered. A friend of mine named Peter Daniels, who started off working on the streets, became very wealthy, he's very successful in Australia, did a lifelong project, and he studied the lives of 500 men and women who became successful. He read their biographies and autobiographies and encyclopedia and Wikipedia and so on, looking for the common denominator of success. And what he found was this. He found that he read about 300 autobiographies, and he finally found the common thread. The common thread was every one of those people always believed in themselves. They always believed that they were going to be a big success in life. They always expected to do well. They said when Winnie Churchill was asked about Winston Churchill, even though he was washed up at the age of 66 and a secondary player in his party and had been laughed at for years when World War II started, they said that one thing Winston Churchill never lacked was an absolute confidence in Winston Churchill. He absolutely expected that he would be the right person at the right time, at the right place when history called on him. Patton had the same thing. He knew that he would be the right person. He said in these 500 biographies and autobiographies, every one of those people expected to be a big success. Now here's an interesting exercise. Imagine that you could go down to the computer store and you could buy a mental program and you could put it into your mental computer, and it would then become part of your continuing operating system. If you could buy any belief at all to put into your mental system, what would be the best belief for you to buy? And the answer is the belief that you are going to be a big success in life. That no matter what happens, everything is going to conspire together to make you a great success. And if you absolutely believe that and absolutely expect that everything is going to help you, that will become your reality. The reason why we do not achieve greatly is we hold ourselves back by our own beliefs. We wonder if it's possible. We over-exaggerate negative events. We catastrophize, and we blow them out of proportion as opposed to looking at them and seeing them as just ideas, stepping stones to success. So we say always expect the best. And remember that your expectations are totally under your own control. Now, here's an exercise for you. Da-da-da. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, jeez. I'm so okay. Repeat throughout the day these words. I believe that something wonderful is going to happen to me today. Now say that to yourself. Say it quietly to yourself. I believe that something wonderful is going to happen to me today. Now say it aloud. Say it. I believe there's something wonderful is going to happen to me today. Now every single morning when you get up and say that, something wonderful is going to happen to you that day. It's the most amazing damn thing. You go into a restaurant and you say, I believe something wonderful is going to happen in this restaurant. I believe something wonderful is going to happen to me today. And it's the most astonishing thing. If you forget to say it, your life will be okay. But if you remember to say it with confidence, you set up a force field of positive expectations, and something wonderful happens to you. And when I first heard this is really hokey. This is kind of, hey, this is la-la. This is like California where we sit, under triangles and put crystals in our armpits. This is, but it's the most amazing damn thing. When you say these words, what happens is something wonderful starts to happen to you. Okay, the next mental law is the law of attraction. The law of attraction says that you are a living magnet, and you attract into your life the people and the circumstances that are in harmony with your dominant thoughts. You're a magnet, and whatever is in harmony, the people, circumstances, ideas, money, resources that are in harmony with your thoughts, you start to attract into your life. In the universe, all energy is in a state of vibration, including mind energy. Now, your mental energy, mental energy travels at the speed of light. It travels, and it's so fine that it goes through any substance. You can think a thought here, and it can connect with someone on the other side of the world. There were many examples, by the way, in World War II where a person's son was killed in the Pacific, and they woke up straight out of a dead sleep in the middle of the night, instantaneously, and it wasn't until days later that they learned that at that moment on the other side of the world, their son had died. You'll have occasions throughout your life where you'll think of a person, the phone will ring. It'll be them. Or you'll think of doing something and you open the newspaper and there's an article on the exact same subject. One of the things I wanted to talk about was self-made millionaires. You open the newspaper this morning, there's the most current figures on self-made millionaires from 2001, 2011. So I can come down and share it with you. So your mind is incredibly powerful, but it is a neutral law. If you think negative thoughts, you'll attract negative things into your life as well. Now this law of attraction, this is the basis of The Secret and all those things. The problem with the book, The Secret, and the movie and everything else is that it doesn't mention the word work. Which is why it's a wonderful thing. People read The Secret and say, oh, all I have to do is think happy thoughts and I'll be rich and happy. No, that ain't it. That's like as Shalene can tell you, watching and if somebody exercising on television, all I have to do is watch these people exercising and I'll be thin and fit. No, baby, you've got to get off your, you know what, and get on it. So this explains these laws. It explains the law of vibration, which says that all things vibrate outward. So thoughts vibrate outwardly from you. And the more emotion attached to a thought, the greater is the intensity of the vibration. The more emotion you have. If you think about, what you're going to have for lunch, it has very little vibrational effect. But if you think about someone you love, or a goal that you want to achieve, or something you want to accomplish, or even something you're afraid of, it has a tremendous emotional effect. It's like turning up the emotional power. Second of all is radiation. We say that everything radiates outward, almost like the ripples in a pond, and it also explains the law of what is called sympathetic resonance. You can walk into a room and you will have a resonance with another person on the other side of the room. And you meet that person and you get married and live happily for the rest of your life. If you were to take a piano and put it on this side of the room and put another piano on this side of the room, and then take a tuning fork and hit the note, not tuning fork, just hit the key of C flat, bang, and so it goes bang, and you walk across the room, the key of C flat on the other piano will be vibrating to the same harmony as this piano. You and I have this experience of sympathetic resonance where we resonate with other people, we resonate with ideas, we resonate with conversations, we resonate with subjects that we like to study and learn about. We have this all the time, and that is the law of attraction. It means that something within you is resonating within something outside of you. If you want to be really successful and you see successful people and you start to resonate with their accomplishments, you start to become more like them. Now here's an important point that people don't realize. This also explains what is called the law of repulsion. Now the law of repulsion says that if you hold a negative thought, you repel anything associated with that thought out of your life. So many people are brought up to look down on those who are successful, to criticize successful people. This is fatal, because if you criticize successful people, even in your heart, it drives success out of your life. It guarantees that you'll never accomplish anything with your life. You'll always be miserable and unsuccessful. If you criticize wealthy people, they'll never be wealthy. And so therefore, it's so important for you to admire people who are enjoying the success that you desire. Is to admire them and look up to them, and don't look for chinks in their armor or flaws in their life or behavior. Instead, look for the things that they do right and say, that I could do that. Read their books, read stories about them, and admire successful, happy people. If you admire successful, happy people, you create this sympathetic resonance, and you begin to attract into your life people and circumstances and ideas that will enable you to be like one of those people. When people criticize other successful people, it has no effect on the successful people. It doesn't hurt them at all. They don't even know and they don't care, but it destroys the criticizer's chances for success. They're shooting themselves in their own foot, blam, and admiring their own marksmanship. Geez, I'm a good shot. One of the characteristics of poor people is they look down on rich people. Do you know that people on welfare actually feel that people who work are suckers? And it's the most amazing thing. When you interview them, they're not grateful for welfare. They resent the welfare, but they look at the people who work that have to pay taxes to enjoy the welfare. They look at them and they're suckers. These are suckers. I don't work. I stay at home, watch television, drink, snort, whatever I do. And these suckers got to go to work every day, isn't that? And they actually look down on their benefactors. Now, what is the chance of them ever having any success in life? In the zero range? It's probably nothing. They'll never be successful, and they'll never understand that their own mentality is what drives out all possibility of success from their lives. So always admire success, and always want for others what you want for yourself. If you want to be a big success and you see somebody successful, say, that's great, congratulations, that's wonderful. Because if you can get it, I can get it. Abraham Lincoln once said that some are rich as proof that others can be rich as well. And so what we do is we look up to successful people. Now, the law of correspondence, this is my favorite, I love this law, says, as within, so without. And this brings us to my favorite ratio. And my favorite ratio is this, the 1-to-1 ratio. And basically what it says is what is going on in your outer world corresponds to what is going on in your inner world. As within, so without. One of the greatest of all spiritual principles. What's going on inside corresponds on the outside. We say your outer world is a mirror that reflects what is going on in your inner world. We say wherever you look, there you are. What you see is your own self, your own thoughts reflected back to you. And the places that you see this, most of all, you see it in your relationships. Is the person you are on the inside is perfectly reflected by your relationships. You see it in your financial situation. Your depths of preparation and work and attitude toward money is reflected in your financial world. You see it in your health. Your attitudes toward health, fitness, food, everything else is reflected in your physical body and so on. Always on the outside. There's one of my great spiritual teachers was Emmett Fox, and he wrote a piece, which the name of which is Enough. And the piece was called, it's called The Mental Equivalent. And he said, the great requirement of life is for you to create within yourself the mental equivalent of what you wish to enjoy on the outside. This is your responsibility, and God and nature will take care of everything else by law. So therefore, that's why reading, thinking, planning, visualizing, all the things we'll talk about, so you can create within your mind a mental equivalent of what you want to enjoy on the outside. And the greater vividness with which you can see it on the inside, the faster it comes into your reality on the outside. Most people have only a vague, fuzzy, unclear goal or idea of what they want, and as a result, what happens in their life is vague and fuzzy and unclear. Successful people have a crystal clear picture of what they want, and as a result, it comes into reality quite quickly. So we say here, as within, so without. And here are the three great principles. This is the great principle that underlies all thought for the last 6,000 years, that you become what you think about most of the time. You become what you think about most of the time. Now, this is always true, but there are exceptions, because if there weren't exceptions, every young man would turn into a young woman by the age of 20. All causation is mental. This, again, is the great, profound discovery that all causation is mental. Everything you see in the material world around you began with a thought in the mind of a person. And that thought turned into a goal, which turned into a plan, which began to take physical reality. In fact, just writing down a goal and making it concrete on paper is the beginning of this process. And so here's the most important principle of all, is you change your thinking and you change your life. You change your thinking and you change your life. And wonderfully enough, going right back to the law of control, the only thing over which you have complete control is your thinking. And if you can control your thinking, everything else will change for you. It's the hardest thing of all, yet the most important. And when you learn how to do it, as you will in our time together, your whole life will be completely different. Now, there are 7 mental laws. There's some exercises here. What I want you to do is I want you to complete these exercises. Just write down your answers. Number 1, in what areas of your life do you feel most in control? I wrote down mostly at home. When you walk into the house and you close the door behind you, this is your place. It's in complete control, or in your car. Or there's some things that you do really well. You feel tremendously in control when you're doing those things. Where do you feel in control? What areas of your life are you failing to plan for the success you deserve? In what areas of your life would you be helped? Let's put it this way. If you had very clear, specific written plans and blueprints that you worked on each day to achieve those goals. Financial, business, health, family. What are the main causes of the main effects in your life? You can just write yourself. Number 4 is a good question. What self-limiting beliefs could be holding you back? Remember, removing self-limiting beliefs is the first step, or identifying them is the first step to eliminating them. Awareness of the beliefs that you might have. You say, what might be holding me back? Well, maybe I don't believe. I had a fellow who was very, very successful, and he was up to $50,000 a year, after which he just burned out. Very successful in sales and business, but he couldn't make more than $50,000 a year. Finally, we sat down with him and said, why? You know, he makes that amount of money halfway through the year and then just dawdles for the rest of the year. He said, well, my father never made more than $50,000 a year, and he told me that I never make more than he did. And so when he hit the 50,000 mark, he was programmed to have a default switch. He just stopped working until we finally convinced him that what his father said had no relevance on you at all. It's a self-limiting belief. You can earn all you want. The next year, earned $150,000. So we all have these ideas that I can't earn more than this, or I'm not entitled to earn more than that, and so on, which we'll talk about. And what are your expectations for yourself and your career? What are your expectations for your financial situation? How much do you want to be worth? What level of success do you want to achieve in your business? What title? What are the parts of your life that you have attracted to yourself because of the person you are? These are really in-depth questions, aren't they? And what is it in you that is creating the world around you? Just write down the first answers you think of to the questions for which you have a ready answer. The whole purpose of these questions is just to help you think a little bit. As you can see from the introduction here, we say everything in your life is attitudinal. Fully 85% of what you accomplished is determined by your attitude, which is the way you think going in. And you'll find that very successful people have very positive attitudes. By the time we're finished together, your attitude is going to be so positive, the people you meet will think you're smoking something. So, we say the formula for human potential has never been different. It's simply IA, which stands for inborn attributes. These are the natural talents and skills that you're born with. And by the way, every single person, as my friend Wayne Dyer says, comes into this world with secret orders. You come into this world with a special programming that enables you to accomplish something extraordinary with your life. The great goal of life, the great goal of adult life, is for you to find out what it is. But you know the old saying, God don't make no junk. And God doesn't make anybody extra. So therefore, every single person has a role to play in the great scheme of things. And we'll talk about this a little bit later, talk about it tomorrow. But I love the quote from Einstein where he was asked, what is the purpose of human life? And he stopped. I thought about it. He said, well, we must be here to serve others. What other purpose could there be? We must be here to serve others. What other purpose could there be? Now, as you know, I am a capitalist. A capitalist is a person who believes in producing valuable products and services that people want and need and are willing to pay for. That helps them to improve the quality of their life and work. And that is one of the highest forms of service that there is to improve the quality of the life and work of other people. And so, anyway, we have inborn attributes, and our job is to develop those, to discover what they are, and then to develop them to a high level. The second is acquired attributes. These are all the skills and abilities and talents and education and knowledge and experience that you acquire through time, multiplied times your attitude equals your individual human potential, what we call IHP. This means that your inborn attributes are largely fixed. Your acquired attributes change slowly over time, but you can change your attitude in an instant by just changing the way you think about something. In aeronautics, Randy, what do they call your attitude? What is your attitude in flying a plane? Well, when they will ask you what your attitude is. I understand it's your angle of attack toward the horizon. It's your angle where you are relative to the horizon. If you have a high attitude, you're above the horizon, below. So therefore, I love the idea that your attitude is your angle of attack. It's the way you approach any particular situation. And the rule is that the more positive you are going into any situation, the better it's going to be. Even if it turns out poorly, it's still going to be much better than if you go in with a negative attitude. I studied military history, and Napoleon at one time ruled all of Europe. And Napoleon was an incredible general. He only lost I think 3 battles in his entire career, and he directed over 300 battles. And it was interesting because they said that Napoleon's presence on the battlefield was worth 2 divisions to the French army. Napoleon would actually sometimes travel overnight in his carriage to the scene of the battle to direct it personally. And when the announcement came out that Napoleon had arrived to direct the battle, the spirits, called the esprit de corps, the spirits of the French soldiers went up dramatically, and the spirits of the opposing soldiers went down dramatically, because Napoleon never lost a battle. So therefore, if Napoleon was directing the French, and the French never lost a battle under Napoleon, and you're fighting them, it's not going to work out too well for you today. And in those days, you didn't fight and run away and fight again another day. You are left on the battlefield. So his presence was worth two divisions. His attitude of confidence was unbelievable, and that's the same thing with you. So we say that your attitude has been called the most important word in the human language, and because it determines virtually everything. So 85% of your success will be determined by how much of a positive mental attitude you have. And wonderfully enough, this mental attitude can be manufactured. And it can be manufactured until it becomes automatic. And there are many people who are just positive all the time. No matter what happens, if they get knocked down, they just bounce back up again, take a deep breath, get a good night's sleep, and they're back. Your attitudes come from your expectations of how you think things are going to turn out. Where do attitudes come from? Well, if you expect that this is going to be a successful meeting, a successful seminar, a successful date, a successful restaurant experience, then that's going to have a major impact on what happens. Because your expectations, remember radiation, law of radiation, your expectations emanate out from you and affect other people. They cause other people to behave in a manner consistent with your expectations. The highest selling salespeople are people who expect to sell all the time. The highest performing parents are the parents that expect the best from their children all the time. And the kids know it, and people try to rise to those expectations. Your expectations about our outcomes create our attitudes. One of the things that we teach over and over and not here is that what top people do is when they have a setback of any kind, they simply see it as a learning experience. It was just a learning experience. Yes, it was painful, it was expensive. They say it's an expensive learning experience, painful learning experience, costly learning experience, but just a learning experience because they see it as all part of the process, and they just keep on going. So our expectations come from our beliefs and our values. Where do your expectations come from? From your fundamental beliefs about yourself. If you absolutely believe that you're going to have a big success in life and you're going to be popular and you're going to be healthy and you're going to be financially independent, then you will act that way. So your beliefs and your values about yourself, what you believe is really true, have an enormous impact on what happens outside of you, like a ripple effect. Now each of us has a bundle of beliefs, and this was the turning point in my life when I discovered this. It's called the greatest breakthrough in the study of human psychology in the 20th century, and now perhaps in the 21st. Each of us has a bundle of beliefs which psychologists call the self-concept. This is the totality of all the beliefs that you have developed from infancy that makes up your total worldview. It makes up the person you are. Just like if you build a wall made of many bricks, the wall is composed of the bricks. You build a personality made of many beliefs, that wall is your self-concept. The self-concept is the command center of your life because you never act on the outside any differently than you are on the inside. You can never act inconsistent with your self-concept without suffering grievous problems. All changes in your outer world begin with a change in your self-concept. To put it another way, your self-concept precedes and predicts your levels of performance and effectiveness in everything you do. And this brings us to this graph that I want to show you. And this graph had a life-changing effect on me. And the graph says that this is your potential for effectiveness. This is how effective you can be in terms of getting the results that you want, achieving the goals that you want. And you've heard it say, and by the way, this was a profound thing for me, that the average person uses only about 10% of their potential for effectiveness. When I first learned this, and I was pointed out to me that if that is true, that means that what you're accomplishing is only 10% of what you're capable of. What you're earning is only 1/10 of what you're truly capable of earning, which is a shock for most people. The fact is, however, according to the Stanford Brain Institute, which has done research on this, the average person only uses about 2% of their potential. They're saving up the rest of it for some good purpose, but we don't know. But we use about 2%. And of course, the less of your potential, it's sort of like muscles. If you don't use your muscles, they become soft and they atrophy. If you don't use your brain by challenging it, by learning new things, by studying and so on, your brain becomes soft and weak, just like your muscles become soft and weak. And so what people do in an entitlement economy is they start to coast. And they say, come home and watch TV, and they go on social media, and they go to sports, and they drink, and they have fun, and they work when the boss is watching, and then they go home again, and so on. And so what happens is it goes down from 10% to 2%. They're using less and less of their potential, like an athlete's that's getting softer and softer out of competition, mentally, emotionally, and physically. So your potential for effectiveness, your self-concept, this is your, oops, let me just get this. This is your potential. This is your self-concept. And since your self-concept is limited, your potential for effectiveness is limited as well, and your self-concept is largely subjective. And what that means is that it's not made up of facts. It's made up of information that you've accepted from something as flimsy as a horoscope or a casual remark from a friend or something you read in the paper, or you took a Myers-Briggs test and came to the conclusion that this was you and it was fixed and there's nothing you could do about yourself. So it's subjective, and each of us has a series of mini self-concepts. You have a self-concept for every part of your life that you consider to be important. You have a self-concept for how you drive. For men, always very good. How you dress, how creative you are, how intelligent you are, how much you read, how much you exercise, the foods you eat, how much you weigh, how healthy you are, how popular you are, how friendly you are to other people, what kind of a child or a spouse you are, what kind of a parent you are to your children, or what kind of a child you are to your parents, and so on. We all have a self-concept of if we're in sales, there's 7 parts of sales, and we have a self-concept for each part of selling. We could have some people are great prospectors. We have very high self-concept. They just go out there and burn looking for new prospects. Others have a very low self-concept in prospecting. They feel very uncomfortable when they do it. They avoid it as much as possible. So everything is self-concept. So in your career, you can have a self-concept for each one of the critical skill areas. I know people, for example, who are wonderful in selling, but their self-concept for closing is terrible. They really feel uncomfortable, out of their comfort zone when it comes to closing the sale, and they can never ask for the order. Managers will often have a very good self-concept for leading people and terrible for hiring. They're very poor at hiring, and they do it in a cursory way, and they hire the wrong people, and so on. Now, we also have a self-concept for how much we earn. This is what got my attention and transformed my life. Is what we find is you can never earn more than 10% above or below your self-concept level of income. If you earn 10% above your self-concept, like you win a prize, you get a big check back from the IRS, you get an inheritance, or you have a particularly good week or month, if you go 10% above, you start to engage in compensating behaviors. Compensating behaviors for too much money, or you start to throw it around, you start to spend it, you start to lend it to other people, you start to give it away, you start to blow it on vacations. You ask a person, what would you do if you got $1 million in the mail overnight? Well, many people say, oh, I'd buy a new car and take a trip. I mean, the first thing they think of is how to blow the money. You know that 2/3 of lottery winners are broke within 2 to 3 years. Why? It's because the money is so far out of their self-concept range that they just go berserk. They go crazy with the money, and 2 to 3 years later, they're broke. If there are lottery winners who are on welfare when they won, and 3 years later they're back on welfare, and all the money's gone. They have no idea what happened to it. So now what they do, by the way, is they tell you if you win the lottery, have the money locked up in a lawyer's trust fund for a year. So you can start to get your mind around the fact that you have this money. But lock it up so that you cannot touch it for a whole year. After a year, you'll have had a lot of chance to think about it. Then when you start to think about how to spend it, you'll do it better. Robin Williams has this great line. He said, cocaine is God's way of telling you you've got too much money. And that's what happens to these actors. Look at Charlie Sheen is probably the perfect example of a person who's making $1.2 million per episode. He's completely outside of his self-concept range of income, even though he's used to pretty good income, and he goes into bizarre behaviors. He behaves literally like a person who is semi-insane. So when you go way outside your comfort zone, you start to scramble to get back into your comfort zone. If you earn 10% or more below your self-concept level of income, you start to become more creative, you work longer hours, you start to think of different things you could do to get back up into that comfort zone, and this comfort zone then becomes a trap. And the greatest enemy, we'll talk about this later, the greatest enemy of success is the comfort zone, because we get into a comfort zone and we stay there. And when I learned this, I began to raise my personal income comfort zone. I found that over the time in your life, your income goes up, and you form a new comfort zone. It goes up, but you pretty much stay there. But if you really want to make a dramatic increase in your income, you have to completely see yourself at earning at a completely different level. That's why we say start off by adding a zero and just play with that idea for a while. And that's a fun idea to play with. And then you come back to reality and you say, well, what if I just increase my income 25% per year? Well, if you do that, you'll double your income in 2 years and 7 months. And then what do? Do it again, and do it again, and do it again. And the cumulative effect, as Einstein said, compound interest is the greatest force in the universe. So if you can increase your income by 25% per annum, you'll be rich, and you'll be on top of everything. And not only that, your comfort zone will adapt to 25%. That's 2% a month. You start to adapt, and you start to adjust. You start to be more intelligent with your money. You start to be more thoughtful with how you deploy it, and so on. So your overall self-concept will be an average of your self-concepts in every area of your life that you consider important. If you were to ask me with regard to my ability to sing, well, my self-concept for singing is very low. I like to sing, but I've been told that if I sing, I must go away by myself where nobody can hear me. My father, when I was young, told me that I am tone deaf, and I have no ability to sing whatsoever. And so I should never be allowed to do it around other people. I still remember that, very encouraging. But your overall self-concept is your average of your self-concepts in all the areas of your life that you consider to be important, which brings us to these two concepts here, is the upper and lower limits of your self-concept form your comfort zone in each area. And our overall self-concept is an average of our individual self-concepts, which brings us to the self-concept is made of three critical parts, like three wedges of a pie, each of which is adjacent to the other. The first is your self-ideal. Now, one of the things that we know is that top people have very clear self-ideals. Your self-ideal is, in its shortest terms, your idea of what constitutes a winner, a really outstanding person. Your self-ideal is made up of all the people that you have admired in your life and that you admire today, the qualities that they have. Ayn Rand once wrote that all love is a response to values. And it's something I never forgot. She said, when you really admire another person or fall in love with them, it's because they have values that are precious to you, and they represent those values. Integrity, honesty, warmth, sincerity, caring, courage, persistence, discipline. We always look up to and admire people who we feel have the qualities that we would most like to have in ourselves. That is our ideal. And there is within each person, there is a tension between the person we are and the person we would like to be. It's a dynamic tension that causes us always striving to be more. What we know is that successful people have very clear ideals, and unsuccessful people are very fuzzy. They're unclear about what their ideals might be. If you look at people who come from good homes, their ideals are successful men and women of character and values that they want to be like when they grow up. That's why the example that the parent sets for the growing child is extraordinarily important, because children think that's what you're supposed to be like when you're an adult. In the inner cities in the U.S. and other countries, the ideal is to be a dope seller. The ideal is to have a pink Cadillac and to be a street hustler, because those are the people who are the powers within the inner city neighborhoods. So an enormous number of young people are misled, and they think, when I grow up, I want to be like that. I want to do that, and that's what happens. That's what they become. So thinking about your ideal is really, really important. It's interesting. They say that men and women who become successful in adult life are found to have read a lot of biographies and autobiographies of successful men and women when they were young. They love to read stories about men and women who had done something valuable and worthwhile with their lives. And many of you are like that. And as a result, when you read the story, you think of yourself being and doing the things that the people that you admire, successful people, have done, and those actually soak into you at an unconscious level, and they become part of your model of what a really good person would be. So that's the self-ideal, and it's very important. When you think, what are the qualities that I admire the most in other people? Those are the qualities that you are most striving to emulate as an adult. And number two is your self-image. The self-image is the way you see yourself and the way you think about yourself in the present, in the moment. You've heard of self-image psychology that says that we always perform on the outside the way we see ourselves performing on the inside. We'll talk about this, but there is no improvement in performance on the outside until you improve the picture of yourself on the inside. One of our friends, he asked me quickly if I could show him how he could be more effective in karate competitions, and I gave him a three-part way of preparing his mind, which we'll talk about later, which consists of affirmation, visualization, and physical stance. And he said he walked in totally transformed from being nervous and uneasy and unsure in competition. He won 2 silver medals the next competition. He said it was unbelievable. He said it's unbelievable the difference that making a very quick transition in your thinking makes before you go straight into competition. This, by the way, makes a powerful difference just before you go into making a sales call or applying for a job. You can bring about a very fast transition. We'll teach you that method a little bit later. But your self-image is important. All improvement in your outer world begins with an improvement in your self-image. That's why if you want to be thin, they say you have to think thin. What you do is you get pictures of people with fabulous bodies, and you take a photograph of yourself and put it over their face, and put it on your refrigerator, and put it on your main mirror, and put it in your briefcase. So every time you see this fabulous body, there's your face staring back at you. And your subconscious mind takes a photograph of it and says, aha, this is what you're supposed to look like. And your appetite starts to diminish, and your appetite starts to change, and you start to become more interested in healthy foods. So it's really quite amazing. We'll go into this at great depth. Your self-esteem is how you feel about yourself. And this is the most important of all discoveries. One of the great pioneers, by the way, of self-esteem psychology is Nathaniel Branden. Nathaniel Branden has written about it. He's 81 years old. I had lunch with him on Tuesday in Los Angeles. He's not well, but I read all of his materials 30 years ago. And he did some of the pioneering breakthrough work on self-esteem, because his conclusion is, and my conclusion even before meeting him, was that your self-esteem is the determinant of your success and happiness in life. It's the most important thing of all. The best definition of self-esteem is how much you like yourself. How much you like yourself. I had a woman come up to me recently. She said, when she heard that from me, she said, she kept trying to say, I like myself. Your self-esteem can be built up by saying, I like myself, I like myself. And she couldn't say it. She said her mother treated her terribly when she was growing up, and she hated herself. She hated herself. She said, and then one day she had a breakthrough, and she said, I don't like myself, I love myself. I love myself. And it was, she said it was like the sun coming up. She felt so happy, and all the old bitterness and resentment just fell away, and she just walked around just feeling happy that she loved herself. So say it. Say, I like myself.
I like myself.
I love myself.
I love myself.
Now, wonderfully enough, every time you say, I like myself, your overall self-concept goes up. As your overall self-concept goes up, your ability to perform and your levels of effectiveness in every area of your life go up as well. So the more you like yourself, the better you do in every single area. The more you like yourself, the better a salesperson you are, the better a parent you are, the better a boss you are, the better a friend you are, the better you do any skill, the better you learn, the better your memory is, the more creative, the more ideas you have. When you have high self-esteem, I call this the reactor core of your nuclear personality. When your reactor core goes off, it explodes, and you become the best person you can possibly be, and you are just happy. And the more you like yourself, the more you like other people, and the more they like you back. The more you like yourself, the more you really like others. You see, people will often say, well, what about people who have too much self-esteem? No, there's no such thing. People who are arrogant or pushy or overbearing are not people with high self-esteem. They're people with low self-esteem engaging in compensatory behaviors. People with high self-esteem have basically, they're okay with themselves, and so what they do is they get out of themselves. They're no longer preoccupied with themselves. What are they thinking about me, and oh my God, did I do the right thing? They're quite happy with themselves, so they're into you, and they're able to focus on you. I don't know if you remember when we were in high school, there were kids who were always really popular, and everybody flocked around them like bees to honey. If you look back over the years, you realize those kids all had high self-esteem. They came from really positive families, and they were just really happy kids, and all the other kids wanted to be around those kids. And they were the presidents of everything, and the head of the teams, and the heads of the student body. Everybody wanted to promote those people and wanted to be like them. Because when you really like yourself, you like others, and you make others feel good about themselves. And you can achieve this by just saying, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. We used to say, when you get up in the morning, you start saying, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, like pumping yourself up, I like myself. And as you go through the day, you say, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. When I first learned this, I'd say it 10, 20, 50, 100 times a day. My self-esteem was so low, I used to say I was so far behind, I thought I was first. And most of us start off with low self-esteem as a result of mistakes that parents make, and we'll talk about all this. So your self-esteem is the core of your personality. It's the most important thing of all, and the more you say, I like myself, the more your self-esteem goes up. You have a major reversal or disappointment or setback, or somebody's rude or dishonest with you, say, wait a minute, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. And when you say, I like myself, because your mind can only hold one thought at a time, the words, I like myself, cancel out all negative thoughts. You can't say, I like myself, and have a negative thought at the same time. So moving on, we say that you were born as pure potential. When a child comes into this world, they are unique and different from any other child that has ever existed. And we say every child comes into the world with a high need for love and touching, for love and touching. When your children are infants, they cry a lot. And one of the reasons that they cry as an infant is not necessarily because their diapers are wet or because they're hungry, is they're trying to find out, am I safe? Am I in a safe world? Am I in a secure world? Am I okay? And when the parent comes and picks them up and hugs them and touches them and talks to them, then they register at a deep level, I'm okay, I'm safe. The job of parents, especially in the first 3 to 5 years, is to build that solid self-concept like concrete so that the child knows that they are good and desirable and attractive and in a safe world. And that they have that, then they have no deficiency needs. My friend Morris Massey said that most adults spend most of their adult life trying to compensate for the deficiencies they experienced in childhood. If they didn't have enough love and touching, they're always seeking out the approval of other people. If they didn't have enough reassurance, they're constantly insecure as adults. Whenever you see an adult that is having problems, you see a problem that took place in the first 3 to 5 years. And almost invariably, it was a lack of love. A lack of sufficient love. A psychologist, a friend of mine, said if you take all of modern psychology, it can be summarized in this, is that all psychological problems stem back to love withheld. Love withheld at the critical formative times. So we say that every child needs love like roses need rain. They need sunshine. They need roses and rain and sunshine. And you cannot give a child too much love in their formative years. You cannot overdo it. There were some schools of thought said, well, you'll make this child dependent or you'll make the child a sissy. Au contraire, the exact opposite happens. When you lavish your children with love when they're young, they grow up strong and self-confident with high self-esteem, positive self-images. They feel terrific about themselves. Lack of love causes all the deficiencies that we see in adult life. The challenge is, if you look at the inner cities, and I just read a study on this, is that many of the mothers with multiple illegitimate children are also drinking and smoking dope, and the kids have no support, no encouragement. They have no nothing, and so they're set up for failure as adults. Another thing that's even worse is that sometimes one or both parents are so busy that they don't have time with the children. Did anybody see the King's Speech, by the way? Do you remember that really interesting part in there where he's asking him about his childhood, and they said he was the nanny. What did he call the nanny? Was a name for her. Anyway, the nanny would take care of them all day long and then bring them and present them to the parents for a short time each day in the evening and then take them away. And they said, and the nanny would always pinch him so he would cry and the parents wouldn't want to have anything to do with him. And so he grew up with this stutter and this tremendous sense of insecurity. Does anybody remember this? If you haven't seen the King's Speech, by the way, it didn't win all the Academy Awards, including Best Picture, by luck. You watched the movie, and you knew that no other movie had a chance. All the other movies were just good box office entertainment. When you watched that movie, you could not believe it. It was so good. And all of his problems with stuttering went back to love withheld in childhood. His father was a bastard. And his father, it even comes out, his father had been extremely aggressive and destructively critical toward him. So his father, the king, was extremely aggressive and critical toward him and berated him continuously. So he just had this terrible stutter. He came to becoming the king of England and almost incapable of speaking. And this king's speech is, what a great picture. All right. Children are born with two attributes. The first attribute is they are fearless. Children come into the world totally unafraid. In fact, children only have two fears when they're born, the fear of loud noises and the fear of falling. Some parents think it's funny to drop the child, drop the child quickly, and the child screams and goes like this. They think it's funny. You can set up within the child a trauma in early childhood where the child can be afraid of falling, afraid of distances, afraid of spaces, afraid of stairs, afraid of all kinds of things by simply dropping them because they think it's funny. And of course, loud noises. Loud noises shock the child and scare the child. So you want to create an environment where those two don't happen. And this is experienced in the words, I can. I can. The words of fearlessness is I can. I can do anything. They run around, they touch, they taste, they feel, they grab knives, they run out into traffic, they're unafraid of it. They don't know enough to be afraid. Anybody who's ever raised children knows that for the first 10 years of your life, you have to prevent them from killing themselves because they're little suicide bombers. I mean, they just don't understand the danger that exists. We have a swimming pool, and just after we'd had our first child, some friends of ours who also had a child, she was on the phone, talk, left the doors open, the little baby crawled out into the backyard and into the pool and onto the cover on the jacuzzi and crawled into the cover and, of course, fell, and the cover then closed over the child. Talk on the phone, talk on the phone. The child was dead 30 seconds later. And, of course, the family never recovered from it. The husband and wife never recovered. They eventually divorced. It was just a terrible thing because they didn't realize you don't leave children alone. Our children were not alone for 10 years. They were never out of the sight of an adult for the first 10 years because children can kill themselves. There were bars and bolts, and Barbara still has bars and bolts on the door. She doesn't want me to go out. But the thing is that children are unafraid of anything in their formative years because they don't know enough to be afraid. The second attitude that they have, the second attribute they have is they're completely spontaneous. They laugh, they cry, they peep, they poo, they do anything they want. They're completely spontaneous, which is expressed in the attitude, I don't have to. I don't have to do anything. They're completely free spirits when they're children. So the ideal child comes into the world, they are completely fearless and completely spontaneous. And so our natural birthright is to be unafraid and uninhibited. To be unafraid and uninhibited. And we go back to the principle of control. Where do you feel most in control? In the situation where you can be both unafraid and uninhibited. When you're with people that you know and love, who know and love you, so you cannot say the wrong thing, and maybe you've had a little bit of wine or a lot, and you just become completely unafraid and uninhibited, and you're relaxed, and you're spontaneous, and you laugh, and you have a great time. This is your normal birthright. This is what all children are meant to be. And unfortunately, children learn in two ways. The first is they learn by imitation, especially of their parents, of one or both parents. Many children, surprisingly enough, will imitate one parent, and some other children will imitate another parent. We will almost see them as the mirror. Mostly the female children imitate the mother, and the male children imitate the father. But we imitate them. I remember when my children were young, they would do something, and I would say, "You stop that!" And I heard my father, who's British, would say that to me all the time. "You stop that!" with his British accent. And I say, "Oh my God, I'm doing exactly to my children what my father did to me in the same words and for the same provocation." So that's what normally happens, is we naturally spill over and bring our own experience with our parent and we inflict them on our children. And we're not even aware that we're doing it. That woke me up, by the way. I still remember. I thought, oh my God, I do not want to do to my children what was done to me. And I started to really examine my behaviors to make sure that I did not. So they learn by imitation. Now here's an interesting point. The study recently said that Children learn if they live in an orderly world by looking at their mother. If their mother seems to be in control and on top of things and calm and in charge making decisions, they believe, this is an orderly world. If their mother is harassed and nervous and upset and angry and gets upset about little things that happen and so on, they believe that they live in a disorderly world and they are insecure and they have to be like that. So as adults, they will be insecure. I had this woman come up to me and she said, she worries all the time. She worries for ridiculous reasons. I said, your mother was a worrier, wasn't she? She said, how do you know that? I said, like mother, like daughter. If your mother was a worrier, she taught you to worry at her knee. Now, little girl, this is how you worry when you grow up, okay? You take completely absurd things, you catastrophize, you blow them completely out of proportion, and you think about them all the time, okay? And, okay, mommy. And so they grow up, and as adults, they worry all the time. You sound like a genius. How did you know that about my father? How did you know that about your mother? I had this guy comes up to me, and he said, I've never had any confidence. I said, your father was really a bastard, wasn't he? He was always criticized. How did you know that? Well, because if you're a male and you have no confidence, almost invariably, it was your father criticized you all the time. And as a result, you never had any confidence to try anything. How did you know that? Well, because the stuff we're talking about is so important, and yet it's so simple. So we say they learn by moving from discomfort toward comfort. Sigmund Freud's great breakthrough was the pleasure-pain principle, is that people move from pain to pleasure. So they move from discomfort toward comfort. And that is the child's primary motivation. When children are young, they're totally emotional, and they always are moving away from lack of love toward love. They work away from fear and criticism toward love and acceptance. And they're automatic. They're just simply moving all the time from discomfort toward comfort. We as adults, by the way, move from discomfort toward comfort all the time. It is our primary motivation. We are seeking pleasure and moving away from pain. One of the pleasures, the 7 ingredients of success, one of the pleasures is peace of mind, another is financial independence, another is loving relationships. And we always move to compensate for the deficiency that we feel that we are experiencing now. So if we feel that we don't have enough money, that becomes our preoccupation to get enough money. If we don't feel that we have enough love and security in our relationships, that becomes our preoccupation. So very early in life, children begin to develop negative habit patterns which have their roots in destructive criticism. Now, where do these negative habit patterns come from? The first one they come from is destructive criticism. It's used by parents to direct and control their children. Now, destructive criticism happens when the child is told, don't, get away from there, stop that. How many times have I told you? Whack, slap, punishment. And the child has no understanding that playing with knives is dangerous. They don't understand what's going on. They only know that if I try something new, Mommy and Daddy get really mad at me and they shout at me and they hit me. So if I try something new, I'm in danger. So I've got to avoid doing anything new. I've got to avoid touching, tasting, feeling things. I can't. And they develop this feeling of I can't. And this feeling of I can't eventually moves, as we say, this becomes the inhibitive negative habit pattern. We feel inhibited from trying to do things. We feel inhibited. We feel incompetent, incapable. I'm too small. I can't. And in adult life, this manifests itself. This pattern triggers the response of I can't, which creates the fear of failure. And the fear of failure is the greatest single obstacle to success in adult life. It's not that we cannot do extraordinary things with our lives. It's just that we have such fears, and the fears are irrational. They're not based on anything. They're based on childhood experiences. General MacArthur once said, there is no security in life, there is only opportunity. But unfortunately, the bottom 80% of the population are preoccupied with security, and even into the top 20%, and they think about security all the time, and they're traumatized about taking risks. Here's an interesting discovery about the fear of failure. I can't. And that is that the fear of failure is expressed in the body. And if you take the human body and you turn it sideways, so here's the body, here's the head, okay? And then you divide the human body in half, this way, that is laterally, and you get the front of the body and the back of the body. Well, the fear of failure is manifested on the front of the body. It's manifested first in the solar plexus. Your solar plexus chokes up when you have a fear-induced thought or event. And then it'll dry out your throat. And it'll often cause you to have headaches. And it will often cause your bladder to run, and you have to run and go to the bathroom. Sometimes it'll cause you phlebitis and things. It'll cause you stomach pains. It'll cause your heart to pound faster. And these are all manifestations of the fear of failure. Sometimes I would use an example of this by saying, now, the biggest single fear in America, ahead of the fear of death, is the fear of public speaking. Standing up in front of an audience and speaking. And so in order to help you overcome that fear, now this is an exercise. Beep, this is just an exercise. Beep, this is just an exercise, all right? In order for you to overcome your fear, I'm going to pick one person from this audience, and I'm going to bring you up here to speak later on in the day. And I'm not going to tell you who it is, but you'll be invited up here to speak for 5 minutes later on in the day. So I just want you to think of, if it's you, what you will say in that 5 minutes. Now, how many people felt their solar plexus go just like that? Isn't that interesting? I told you, bleep, this is just an exercise. This is a drill. This is not true. But the very idea of being called up to speak spontaneously in front of a group caused your solar plexus to go. This is a manifestation of the fear of failure. Imagine what happens when you're given a business opportunity or an opportunity for a new job or a new promotion or even setting a new goal and committing yourself to embarking on a new course of action, to paying money to do something that you haven't done before, to learn a new subject. You would choke up all the way here. Pretty soon you can find yourself tossing and turning at night. What if I said I'm going to call you up tomorrow? You don't know who it is, but I'm going to be one of you, and I look at you like this, and I give you a big smile, so you think, oh my God, he's looking right at me. It's going to be me. Do you know what would happen? You'd be tossing and turning all night, thinking, oh my God, what if it's me? What if it's me? Well, you see how irrational it is? I've told you I've told you this is an exercise. It's only a drill, but even the thought of it would cause you probably to be awake at night. So this is where you experience the fear of failure. I just write FOF. I used to write follow up and close when I would say, now the third part of selling is follow up and close. I write FU and close, and I realized it didn't look too good on paper. Anyway, so we say the next habit pattern is the compulsive negative habit pattern. This pattern develops when children receive conditional love. Let us even say when children are the victims of conditional love. This is love that is not given unconditionally. It's given, taken away, given, taken away, given, taken away. Children respond with, I have to please other people. And so instead of saying, I don't have to, I can do anything I want, is children start saying, I have to. If I don't do this, parents say, if you don't, you're going to get it. You better do this or else. If you don't do that, you're in big trouble. And so children who are traumatized about losing the love and security of their parents start thinking, I have to do what mommy and daddy want. I have to do what they want, or they'll get mad at me. They won't love me. I won't be safe. I'll be in great danger. And so what they do is they start saying, I have to. I have to do what mommy says. I have to go now. I have to do this. I have to do that. I have to, I have to, I have to. Children who have been the victims of conditional love grow up with what is called hypersensitivity. And as adults, they are hypersensitive to the opinions of other people. They can't do anything without getting the approval of others. They've got to ask other people. What if somebody disapproves? What if they don't like me? What if they're mad at me? And so they are actually like a deer caught in the headlights when it comes to anything new or different. They're paralyzed. In selling, for example, the most important quality in selling or in entrepreneurial business is the quality of boldness. It is the quality of actually getting out there, Brett, you know what I'm talking about, and doing it, right? Instead of talking about it and planning for it. And the fear of rejection, the fear of criticism, the fear that other people may disapprove is so traumatizing that it causes people to paralyze and not try anything new or different. So the compulsive negative habit pattern creates the fear of rejection and also the fear of criticism. This fear of rejection is experienced by adults as type A behavior. Now, there are many people here who have what is characterized as type A behavior. I'll talk about this in greater length tomorrow. But type A behavior is an obsessive desire to earn the approval of the boss. We can never earn enough approval from the boss. I've had people working for me who could have the best year in history, be #1 in the history of the company, and on January 1st, they feel that they're starting all over again. They feel that they have no success, no approval, and they're always scrambling. And what happens with type A behavior is you are trying to perform to what is called an undetermined high standard. In other words, you never know. You can never get there. You can never reach the point where you can relax because you never did get the unconditional love that you needed, and you can never get it from your boss. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. So we say that if you repeat over and over again, I like myself, your self-esteem increases and your fears will diminish. Now this is one of the great breakthrough thoughts. If you can imagine that everybody has high levels of fears as a result of childhood experiences, and your mind can only hold one thought at a time, imagine your emotions like a teeter-totter is as your self-esteem goes up, your fears go down. And the more you like yourself, the less you fear failure. The more you like yourself, the less you fear rejection. The more you like yourself, the more you realize that if you do fail, it doesn't mean you're a failure. It means you tried something that didn't work out. One of the things we say is, remember, there's no such thing as failure, there's only feedback. And there's no such thing as failure, there's only feedback. And obstacles come not to obstruct, but to instruct. Obstacles come not to obstruct, but to instruct. That's the attitude of the self-actualizing person. And in another attitude of self-actualizing persons is that they are concerned with the thoughts and feelings of others, but not overly concerned, as they please at least themselves in all things. In other words, they say, you disapprove of me, or you reject me, or criticize me when I call on you. Well, you have a nice day, because it doesn't bother me at all. And they just go on because they know that being rejected is not personal. When people are not supportive of you, it's not personal, it's their problem, it's not your problem. Laura Huxley wrote many years ago a book, and you don't need to read the book, you just need to have the title, and the title was, You Are Not the Target. And what it basically says is you're not the target. If people are hostile towards you, or aggressive, or unsupportive, or negative in business for any reason, it's not personal, it's their problem, it's not your problem. So what you do is you say, well, you have a nice day. And you just let it roll off your back. And the more you say, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. I encourage people when they get up in the morning to say, I like myself, I love my work. I like myself, I love my work, I like myself, I love my work. You can't say it 3 to 5 times without starting to smile. You can't even listen to me say it without smiling inside. It just makes you happy. And of course you teach your kids to say, I like myself, I like myself. And you get them to look in the mirror and say, I like myself. And you tell your kids what wonderful people they are, and they just walk away feeling that the most important people in their life think that they are wonderful people, and they develop positive levels of self-esteem, positive self-image, positive self-concept. They see themselves, and they set really high standards for themselves in terms of realizing their ideal. So it's really important. So the more you say, I like myself, the less you fear. And if you say it over and over again, eventually you drive it down into your subconscious mind until it becomes locked in and permanent. Eventually, you reach the point where you become absolutely fearless. You become absolutely unstoppable. And you do it by pushing down this message, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, I love myself, I love myself. And we'll talk more about this later. Now, come to lesson number 4. All right? Before I do that, why don't we just do this one exercise? What one action are you going to take immediately as a result of what you've just learned in this session? Please write down your answer to that question on page 22. What one action are you going to take? Or what one thing are you going to do differently? And you can just write, I'm going to say I like myself 100 times a day. Now, if you're going to say I like myself, I do not suggest that you do it in public washrooms or in crowded elevators. But prior to every sales call, say, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. Prior to every phone call, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself. And your confidence goes up and your fears drop. And remember, self-esteem is the foundation of self-confidence, and self-confidence is the critical determinant of success in public life. Interesting study recently, self-confidence is also the foundation of sex appeal. Did you know that? A person with high levels of self-confidence is considered to be sexy by members of the opposite sex. For some reason, they're attracted to it for whatever it happens to be. Let me give you an example. We were at the Grammy Awards a couple of months ago in Los Angeles. Incredible experience. And Mick Jagger was singing. Mick Jagger is one of the ugliest people that you can imagine. He looks like he's been beat with an ugly stick, you know, without stopping. And yet he has so much self-confidence that literally women crawl over broken glass and line up around the block to service him. I mean, it's an unbelievable thing. Yeah. No, it's an unbelievable thing because he's got so much self-confidence. It connects with some animal part of our nature. And the higher your level of self-esteem is, the more attractive you are, not only to members of the opposite sex, but the more attractive you are to other people. You know, the President of the United States, Mr. Obama, is called No Drama Obama because he seems to be so confident and completely in charge and in control of himself all the time. And people run to the voting booths and vote for him because he seems to be so confident. Why? And so we're not even going to talk about politics, but the person who has the greatest level of confidence exudes that confidence and it affects everybody around them. Everybody wants to be working with and for and around people who have self-confidence, and the more you like yourself, the higher is your self-confidence. So let's go on to lesson 4, your subconscious powerhouse. The conscious mind has 3 specific features. And if you take your conscious mind, we say, first of all, it is objective. In other words, it's objective, it's skeptical, it's unemotional. It is rational. It counts facts and figures, and it is discriminating. It chooses between what is better, what is worse, what is higher, what is lower, what is prettier, what is not as pretty. Now, the second one, I want you to change your word. In your workbook, it says, does it say the conscious or the subconscious? It says, does it say the subconscious? Please cancel out the sub. This was a misprint. When I saw this, I had a heart attack. This is the conscious mind. The conscious mind has 4 functions. The first function is to identify incoming data. Let's say, for example, you're walking across the street and you hear the roar of an engine. And you immediately identify that it's a truck and it's driving down the street toward you. The second thing you do, you say, okay, roar of engine is moving truck. Is you compare it with previous experiences. You look at it and you say, how fast is it going? Well, it's driving 30 miles an hour and it's a block away, it's not a problem. If it's driving 60 miles an hour and it's 60 feet away, knowing how fast a truck will cross that, then it's a problem. You compare it with your other experiences with moving vehicles. Third thing you do is you analyze the current situation. Here you are in the street. Should you jump forward or jump back? And then number 4 is you decide what action to take. If the action is jump back, then you'll find that you'll do it instantaneously. So you've all had that experience where you have a situation and you immediately analyze, compare, you identify, compare, analyze, and decide, boom, and take action immediately. You have this all the time. You have it with ordering coffee and so on. So this is the function of the conscious mind. The subconscious mind actually works, and if you take a look at the graph, oh, I went past this, let me go back. All right, back to the compulsive negative habit pattern. The compulsive negative habit pattern, the feeling of I have to, is manifested all along the back. First of all, it's manifested in stiffness in the back. Almost all of chiropractic is aimed at adjusting your back because it's stiff and sore. The muscles become so tight because you feel under the gun, you're behind on an assignment, you're behind on a report, you've got to get something done, I have to, this pressure to perform, and the muscles start pulling, actually pulling the spine. Their muscles become so tight, they'll pull the spine out of alignment, and you'll have to go back to the chiropractor. But if the pressure is still there, you'll have to keep going back to the chiropractor. As soon as you complete the task, all the pressure goes, and the pain disappears. And so you'll feel it in the lower back, you feel it in the neck. I've got a stiff neck. You'll get stabbing pains in the back of your brain because the pressure will actually close the blood vessels and you start to have headaches. You'll get constipation. You'll get phlebitis in the legs, which can often kill you. And all of these are manifestations of the compulsive negative habit pattern. One of the things which we'll teach later, which I'll mention now, is that you can often relieve most of these problems by completing a major task. Procrastination causes you to feel this pressure of I have to, but I'm not doing it. And the worst of all is I have to, but I can't. I can't, but I have to. I have to, but I can't. And this is the source of most psychosomatic illnesses in America, this one or both in combination, is you've got this pressure to perform or this fear of failure and you're stuck between the two. I have to, but I can't. I have to, but I can't. So that's a very important thing for you to know. And as soon as you start working towards your goal, by the way, as soon as you take the first step towards your goal, the fear of failure disappears. As soon as you complete a major task, the fear of rejection disappears. At least the psychosomatic strains involved disappear. which bring us to the relationship between the conscious and the subconscious mind. The conscious mind is very small. Let's say this is the mind. It's like a golf ball on top of a basketball. The conscious mind works with tremendous speed. The subconscious mind, according to Ouspensky, works about 30,000 times faster. The subconscious mind works instantaneously. The conscious mind deliberates and reflects and reads and thinks and takes notes and analyzes and so on. The subconscious mind works instantaneously. One of the examples they used is that if you were to take a glass of whiskey, all right, and you were to take it to a chemical lab, and you were to break it down and to steam it and break it apart and analyze it in a microscope, that could take you 8 hours. If you took a shot of whiskey, you would feel the effect of that whiskey almost instantaneously. In terms of the 8 hours in the lab, it would be 1 second in the subconscious to completely analyze that whiskey. Sometimes you'll meet a person, by the way, and you'll have an instant feeling about them. Spontaneous resonance, that sympathetic resonance, and it'll be based on your entire lifetime of experience, will instantaneously give you a feeling or impression about that other person. Your subconscious mind works 30,000 times faster than the conscious mind. That's why it works beyond thought. When you have a subconscious impulse, it'll come so instantaneous it's almost impossible to stop it, at least initially. We'll talk about this as we go. So this is the subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is like a massive data bank. It stores and retrieves data. It contains every single piece of information that you've ever taken in your entire life. It stores it away, and it stores it away neatly. And that's why sometimes you can recall something that you read 5 or 10 years ago. It'll just pop into your mind. Sometimes it'll be a factoid. Now, the recall is perfect. The memory is poor. The recall is there. That's why people who are under hypnosis can often remember things when they were 3 years old when they're 50. They can remember words that were said, what their mother was wearing, the bedroom they were growing up in. They can remember things that happened decades ago because it's all stored permanently. Just as the recall, the memory is good, but the recall sucks. Now, one of the roles of the subconscious mind is to store and retrieve data. You put the data away and to bring it back, and the conscious mind commands, and the subconscious mind obeys. The conscious mind commands, the subconscious obeys. Joseph Murphy wrote about the power of your subconscious mind. Well, he didn't really understand, because you'll learn tomorrow about the superconscious. The subconscious mind is a massive data bank that is like clay. You write on it with your thoughts. It has no thoughts of its own. Its job is simply to do. It's the gardener. The subconscious mind is the garden. It simply follows your commands. Whatever you tell it to do, it does, and it does it unquestioningly, and it does it without deviation or hesitation. So we say that either flowers or weeds will grow. If you plant flowers in your subconscious mind with your conscious mind, then flowers will grow. But if you don't plant flowers in your garden, what will grow anyway? Weeds will grow anyway. This is the great reason for failure in adult life. People say, well, I never meant to do this. No, but you didn't do the alternative. You didn't plant very positive, clear, constructive thoughts that you worked on all the time, and keep the weeds out. Keep the negative thoughts out. Because if you don't have very clear, positive goals that you're working on all the time, what happens is the weeds will grow. And the weeds are the fears and the doubts and the anxieties and the tensions and the frustrations and the negativity and the anger and all those things that preoccupy us. We say that you could take your mind like this, is that, and this is positive, this is negative, this is you, and it's hard to keep your mind positive. You have to work on it all the time, but the automatic default setting of your brain is negative. So if you're not consciously thinking a positive, creative thought, you automatically default to a worry or a problem. In fact, while I'm talking to you today, every so often, you'll have a couple of seconds and you think of a money problem, a relationship problem, a health problem, a family problem, a business problem. Your mind just keeps defaulting back to your problems. You can't stop it until it becomes a habit for you most of the time to think about the things that you want, which is where we are going. All right, so either flowers or weeds will grow. So we say that the key role of the subconscious mind is to keep your behavior consistent with your previous behaviors. So whatever you have done in the past, your subconscious mind keeps you consistent with that behavior. This is called the comfort zone. If you've earned a certain amount in the past and you earned too much, your subconscious mind will give you all kinds of ideas to get rid of the money. If you're earning too little, your subconscious mind will give you all kinds of ideas and goadings to earn more. The law of subconscious activity says that the subconscious makes all of your words and actions fit a pattern consistent with your self-concept. So, for example, I am a professional speaker. When I am speaking to a small or large group, I feel completely confident, probably because I've done several hundred hours of research and preparation. So I feel very confident. Also, I've done it 5,000 times and had positive responses. So therefore, when I stand up, my subconscious mind says, oh, I've been here before, and you're completely confident. Interesting point, by the way, is your subconscious activity, your subconscious mind cannot tell the difference between a real experience and one that you vividly imagine. You've heard this repeated over and over again. So let us say that you have a success experience. You're in business and you have a success experience with a client or a customer. And you're happy, makes you happy. Well, the subconscious mind records that as one success experience. You just won one contest. Every time you think about that success experience, you turn it over, you bask in it, you reflect on it, you replay it. Like a replay, your subconscious mind, which can't tell the difference between something that's real or imagined, registers that as a new success experience. And each time you think about it again, your subconscious mind registers as a new success experience. So you can actually transform your thinking by taking one successful event, real or imagined, and just replaying it in your mind, just thinking about it in your mind. And each time you think about it, the subconscious mind says, there he goes again, he's successful again, there she goes again, she just had another success. Imagine you've had 50 successes in a row. What kind of confidence will your subconscious mind be giving you when you go into the next event? You'll be brimming with confidence and self-esteem, and your self-image will be positive. Your whole body language and stature will be different if you just won 50 times in a row. Are you with me so far? And you can do that just simply by replaying your success experience. Now, what if you haven't had a success experience? Create one. Say, if I was really successful, this is what would happen. And just imagine. It's called directing the movies of your mind. So what you do is you direct your own mental movie. You're the star, you write the script, you run the plot, you shoot the cameras, and you create a clear mental picture of exactly the way it would work out if it was perfect. And your subconscious mind accepts it as not only as an experience, but as a command. This is how you want these experiences to turn out. And then your subconscious mind will do everything possible to make sure that you have those experiences again. Very powerful, and it's so powerful, and it operates so quickly that once you're pre-programmed for success, you'll have just success after success after success. So we say the law of concentration, one of the great mental laws, you're going to learn about 27 mental laws in this course, is that whatever you dwell upon grows. Whatever you dwell upon grows. Whatever you think about more and more grows. And the reason this happens is, if you can imagine a computer, okay, you just take this, and let's say this is your computer, and this is all of your operating space on your disk, and here's your goal, and you think about it, and your computer gives you a certain amount of operating space, but you think about it more, and your computer assigns more and more of its capacity, your subconscious computer, to this goal. And that's why you'll find, as Peter Drucker said, whenever you find something getting done, you find a monomaniac with a mission. One of the most important success principles is that of commitment, is people are 100% totally committed to the achievement of a goal, whatever it happens to be. And as a result, more and more of their mental capacity is assigned to help you to achieve the goal. The more you dwell upon it, the more you think about it, the more of your mind, the more of your emotions are taken over by it, until you reach the point you can't think of anything else. And all those incredible mental resources that you have stored away, and all the ones that you can attract, become available to you. Who are unsuccessful people? Is they think of 10 or 20 or 50 things at once, and half of them contradict the rest. And if they got this, they couldn't get that, and they want to play golf, and they want to have lots of money, and they want to be thin, but they want to eat cheesecake. And so you have a positive thought and a negative thought, and they just keep canceling each other, and not a darn thing happens. But successful people are really, really clear about what it is they really want. And what they do is they think about it all the time, and the more they think about it, the more ideas they have, the more positive they become. Thinking about a goal, by the way, that you want to achieve makes you happy. It raises your self-confidence. Thinking about a big goal actually improves your self-image and raises your self-esteem. Because when you're thinking about a big goal, you like yourself more. And when you're thinking about a big goal, you think, I'm the kind of person who has big goals. Here's a little exercise, and I've given this many times, and it's just kind of revolutionary. I say to people, decide today to be in the top 10% in your field in terms of being absolutely excellent at what you do, and also in terms of being one of the top 10% of money earners in your field. Make a decision today and write it down and set it as a goal and make a plan and just work on it until you get there. Realize that everybody's in the top 10%, started in the bottom 10%, and nobody's smarter than you and nobody's better than you, so you can be in the top 10% as well if you decide to be, and if you just keep working at it until you achieve it. Well, people think about that and they think, that's a neat idea. If I was in the top 10%, boy, that'd sure solve a lot of my problems. I'd make more money, I'd move up faster in my career, I'd be more respected and esteemed, I'd have greater pride and self-confidence. Wow, that's a great goal. And before you even move from the table, you already like yourself more. Your self-image is better. You're a different person because you have decided, I'm going to be in the top 10%. Even though you have not raised a finger to be in the top 10%, you've decided that you're going to be. That's why making a decision to do or be something different has an extraordinary effect on your life. Making a decision to get in or get out, to do it or not do it, has a tremendous effect on your life because now suddenly all of your best mental resources go to work for you. So whatever you dwell upon grows. Now the law of substitution, and this is one of the great laws, says that you can replace one thought with another. Remember we said you could only think one thought at a time, in this case positive or negative. If you're thinking a negative thought, just like a bump car, you can bump it out and replace it with a positive thought. And if you keep replacing it with a positive thought, pretty soon the positive thought just stays. It takes root. And pretty soon, by dwelling on a positive thought, you're thinking about a positive thing, something that makes you happy all the time. You wake up in the morning, you think about your goal. You wake up in the morning, you think about what you want and how to get it. And you stop thinking negative thoughts. If you have a negative thought during the day, switch and say, wait a minute, think about something that you like. Now the two great motivations are fear versus desire. As you dwell on your desires, your fears diminish. When you think about what you want, you think about how to get it, you think about the things you could do, and you think about what a difference it would make in your life, then what happens is your fears begin to diminish, and you like yourself more, and you feel more confident. So those are powerful laws. So what is the key to unlocking your mental powers? Begin by taking purposeful, systematic control over the content of your conscious mind. Think and talk about only the things you want. Repeat over and over to yourself, I like myself. I like myself. I like myself. I have to tell you a quick story, and then we'll take another 5-minute break. We're getting right back on track here. I was in Atlanta, and this gentleman came up to me, and he was about 35, 36, I would guess. Nice guy, fit, obviously working out, healthy, probably used Shalene's programs on a regular basis. And he came up to me, and it was at the break, and he was very emotional. And he said, Mr. Tracy, I said, I just got to thank you. You know, you changed my life. I said, I want to thank, and he was kind of having trouble getting out. But this is a stand-up guy. I mean, he's a really, you could see, he's a very strong, very confident guy, but he was choking up a bit. And I said, I just put my arm around him. I said, tell me what happened. He said, well, about 12 years ago, he said, you were speaking here, and I was just starting off. I was in my early 20s. I didn't have any money, and I was driving an old car, and I wasn't doing well at sales. And I came to your seminar. Somebody came and sold your seminar. And in that seminar, you gave us an exercise to do. And you said, write down 101 goals that you'd like to achieve in your lifetime. And I'd never heard that idea. I said, it may take a long time. As a matter of fact, after you start writing goals, you'll run out of goals after 5 or 10. So get yourself the newspaper, get yourself some magazines, even go through the yellow pages, and just go through and just write down everything you want. House, home, car, travel, vacations, jewelry, stereo, computers, carpets, cars, boats, just write it down. So he sat down, he said, I followed your advice. Probably the one person in the audience who did. Went home that night and he got a spiral notebook and he began writing down goals until he had 101 goals. And he wrote them down, and for the next few weeks he read through the goals. Every weekend he'd read through those goals and he'd think about those goals and he'd think, wow, if I could have this, double his income, get a new car, have his own home. He wanted to meet the woman of his dreams. He wanted to have a lovely home. He wanted to have children. He wanted to be able to provide well for his children, put them in private schools. He wanted to be able to do all these things for his wife. And he wrote it down, wrote it down, wrote it down. He was single. He was a bachelor. Well, I said, that's great. I mean, that's wonderful. He said, Mr. Tracy, he said, I eventually stopped looking at the goals, and I put the workbook away, and I forgot about it. He said, about 10 years ago, and he said, about 2 weeks ago, I was going through some old things, and I found that spiral notebook, and I took it out. And I said, look at that notebook. It's a little bit tattered because he looked at it several times. I said, I wonder how I did. So he took out the spiral notebook, and he took a pen, and he went through the spiral notebook, and he said, yeah. He said, I achieved this one. Yeah, achieved number 2. My income went up. It keeps going up. Number 3, I got a new car. Number 4, I got a home. Number 5, I met the girl of my dreams. Number 6, we got married. Number 7, we have 2 great kids. Number 8, I got a new boat. Number 9. He just kept ticking them off. He said, Brian, he said, I didn't achieve 90 or 100. I achieved all 101 goals that have been achieved in the last 12 years. 101. He said, not 99 or 100. This is what I ticked off every single goal. I hadn't looked at this list in 10 years. I ticked it off. Now, why do you think this happens? By the way, this is not unusual. I've heard stories like this before. Well, the reason it happens is when you write it down, you engage in what is called a psychoneuromotor activity, where you are writing it down, you see it, you verbalize it, and you physically move to write it down. And we'll talk about this tomorrow in greater detail. And so what you do is by doing that, you write it into your subconscious. You actually program it onto your hard drive, and it starts working 24 hours a day. Remember, the subconscious is working 24 hours a day, and it activates the law of attraction. It activates the law of correspondence. It changes your belief system. You trigger the cause and effect. Everything starts to work, and just at the right time, kaboom, the goal is achieved. Ka-chunk. And one took a year, and one took 5 years, and one took 6 years, and one took 30 days. But exactly at the right time, ka-pop, it pops up. Pop, pop, 101 in 12 years. Now, you can say, wow, that's really fortunate, but what if that would work for you? What if it works for everybody who does it? Would that be a good thing to think about? I have my good friend Dave Kekich, really interesting guy. He said, work on your goals as though you had a gun to your head. And so I came up with a variation on that. I said, work on your goals as though you're absolutely guaranteed of success. All you have to do is do it, and you will be successful. And you've got a gun to your head. Think about living your life like that you're absolutely guaranteed of success, and you got a gun to your head. Think how much differently you would work, and how much differently you would be committed, and how much energy you'd put in. I mean, you wouldn't slack off and watch TV and read the paper if you were guaranteed. And I'm not talking about somebody else's goals. I'm talking about the things that you want to improve the quality of your life, and you're absolutely guaranteed. So we'll talk about that. But that's why how the subconscious works is what it does is it brings about everything that you want. Okay, let's take 5 minutes and stand up and stretch and come back. And we're getting right back on time. One quick point with regard to the conscious and the subconscious mind is if you can imagine that this is the conscious mind, it takes in information, and the information goes straight into the subconscious. And the subconscious mind has 2 major parts, but let's just say that the bottom part is inaccessible information. These are things that happened and took place at a pre-conscious level without you being aware of them, which you can never access. You can't go back to infancy and find out what they are. But my feeling is it's like concrete that's cracked. And the concrete that's cracked, you can actually fill the cracks, like with a sealant, by driving this command, I like myself, I like myself, I like myself, into your subconscious mind. What it does is it affects and changes everything else, all of your other subconscious programming, but it also goes in and replaces and fills those cracks that in your psyche and subconscious going back from infancy where it may have caused you not to like yourself. So the power of those words repeated, it's almost like an oil well where they drive down a hydraulic fluid that goes deeper and deeper and fracks and goes into it. So as you drive that command, I like myself, into your subconscious mind, not only does it change everything else in your programming, but it also goes back and it heals the old negative ideas that may be holding you back. So I just thought I would mention that for you. All right, now this next chapter, this next session is really, really important. We call this your taking charge of your life. And many people who've come to me all over the world and say, you changed my life, and I say it was because of this, wasn't it? And they said, yes, that's what changed my life. This is where we talk about that valve that may be reversed. And if the valve is reversed, what happens is you could be living actually a good life. You could be having a great life, but you could have, or an average life, but you could have just one concept, one idea that is wrong, and it could be holding you back from achieving your full potential. Remember, our great goal in life, my great goal, is to fulfill our full potential, to become everything that you are capable of becoming, and whatever you've accomplished up to now is merely a hint or a shadow of what you're truly capable of. Many years ago, there was a woman who grew up on a farm, and she didn't get past the 8th grade. Then she got married off to a local farmer's son, and she had children. And when she was a little girl, the age of 16, she got married about 16 or 17. She was a little girl. She liked to draw pictures. She liked to paint and draw pictures. And of course, that was tomfoolery. She was a farm girl. Farm girls married farm boys and raised farm kids and worked the farm. This is the beginning of the last century. And so she did. Some of you know who I'm talking about. So she went back to work. She'd always had that sort of fantasy in the back of her mind of doing little drawings. And she and her husband raised several children on a scrubble farm back in Pennsylvania. And she worked hard, and they worked hard her whole life. And then their children grew up, got married, and had children, and they had children. And finally, at the age of 65, 66, her hands were gnarled. She had arthritis. And her doctor told her, you can't work anymore. You can't work the farm anymore. You just can't be working 8, 10, 12 hours a day. And besides, you got a Social Security check. They'd never made any money. They'd scrabbled and mucked their whole lives. You got a Social Security check. Why don't you just back off? You know, you're older. You're worn out. In other words, you're not going to live that long, so you might as well enjoy what you have. So she said, well, to herself, what she'd always wanted to do in her life was to paint. So she got her first Social Security check, and she went into town, a small town, true story. She went to an art store, and she told the person that she wanted to paint. And he was very sympathetic to her, little old grandmother, farm woman. And he said, sure. He said, well, let me help you, and I'll get you some basic paints and some basic easels and things like that. So he got her set up, and she took this stuff back and set up her little easel behind the barn, and she began painting little pictures of the farm. These became known as primitive rural American landscapes. It's a whole new category of painting that was pioneered by Grandma Moses. She started painting in her late 60s and early 70s. When she was 99, they had a showing in New York at one of the great galleries of a set of original paintings from Grandma Moses. Her paintings at that time were selling for $350,000 a piece, and they were being snapped up as fast as she could paint them, 1 or 2 per week. Now here's the interesting thing, is that she had within her natural ability. She was never trained as a painter. She had a natural ability to put the landscapes on the canvas. And when she began painting, she earned more for one painting than she and her husband had earned in a lifetime of working that Scrabble farm. One painting. And they said that if she had started painting at the age of 16 with her natural ability to paint, she would be in the same category of Michelangelo and Bartolini and some of the great, and Rembrandt and some of the great painters of the world. But at the very least, she would have been worth millions and millions of dollars. Been one of the wealthiest painters in the world because she had this natural ability. So why am I telling you that story? Well, it's the same story about the goat farmer who was on welfare. Sometimes deep within yourself, you have the ability to do something quite extraordinary. Emmett Fox called this your heart's desire. And he said, your heart's desire calls to you. But what stops us is mental blocks, almost like gates or grates that block us from going after our heart's desire. And so let's see if we can just get rid of those blocks so that there's nothing in front of you. It's like a football player that catches a fumble and there's no players in front of them. It's a goal to go. And they just runs in an open field. So, taking charge of your life. One of the most important decisions you ever make is to move from child to adult. We're conditioned from infancy to see ourselves as children. With children, there's other people in charge of our life. They make our decisions for us. They tell us what to eat and when to eat. They tell us when to go and when to come. They buy our clothes for us, they take care of us, and so on. So we are conditioned, if we're not careful, we're conditioned to see that we are provided for by people other than ourselves, and that we're told to go here and come there, and go there and do this. We're conditioned to feel that we're supposed to be told what to do by big people, by other people. Most people never get over this. They never make the move from child to adult. And when they grow up, they think that somebody else should be taking care of them, a boss, an employer. Soon, and the worst of all is a government. The government should be providing for me. And I don't care how they provide. It doesn't matter what they do, but I think they should provide for me and take care of me. And so we remain children all our lives. Steinbeck wrote a story many years ago, which I was required to study in high school. And it talks about a young man who now has to make a big decision. And she says, her friend says, but he's only a boy. She said, a boy becomes a man when a man is needed. I've seen boys 40 years old because a man was never needed. And it's the same thing. A woman becomes a woman when a woman is needed. And there are women 40 and 50 years old because a woman was never needed. They would continually look for someone else. So we say the slogan of the totally responsible person is, if it's to be, it's up to me. If it's to be, it's up to me. We do not look to other people as the solutions for our problems. And what we do is, Henry Ford said, never complain, never explain. In other words, if you're not happy with something, change it, but don't complain about it. Complaining is a sign of weakness, but it's also a sign of victimhood. A person who complains is saying, basically, I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Somebody was talking to the actor who plays Aaron in 24. I had lunch with him on Tuesday with Nathaniel Brandon. He was saying, and he's become a speaker as well, he's saying you can always tell when people have their lives out of control when they talk about what things that are being done to them. He did this to me. She did that to me. They did this to me. The company did this to me. He said they're always saying, I'm a victim. I'm weak. I'm little. I'm ineffectual. I'm a child. I'm a victim. I'm a victim. Please feel sorry for me. And what this does is that it guts your self-esteem. It just takes away all your motivation and all your self-confidence. So even the choice of words can be very bad. So we say there is a deep valley between maturity and immaturity called the valley of excuses. And this is one of my contributions. And we say that in life, you come to this valley, this canyon, and on this side is childhood and immaturity. And on this side is adulthood and maturity. And this is the canyon. And you come to this point, and you have to make a decision to take the big leap. But what most people do is they take the leap tentatively, and they try to cross the canyon of excuses. And this is the canyon of excuses. They try to cross it in 2 jumps. And they end up in the valley of excuses. And the valley of excuses is one of the greatest obstacles to success in adult life. We make excuses. I often say that the 80% of the population goes to someday I'll. Whenever they think of a change they want to make in their life, they go to someday I'll. Someday I'll do that, and someday I'll write that down, and someday I'll buy that book, and someday I'll upgrade my skills and lose weight and get out of debt, and someday I'll change my lousy relationship, and so on. And then they end up in the valley of excuses. So your job as a fully functioning adult, when you reach here, is to make a leap to the other side. And once you made a leap to the other side, there's no going back. And this leap of accepting total responsibility for your life is scary. And that's why most people don't do it. It's also exhilarating because it liberates you to say, I am in charge of my own life. It's me that's in charge. So your job is to leap over the valley of excuses, accept total responsibility for your life, and never go back. And never go back. So we say that, we say, yeah, I hope I'm not getting ahead of myself. The disease excusitis, which is an inflammation of the excuse-making gland, is invariably fatal to success. The reason that people don't succeed is because they have excuses. You cannot imagine a leader weeping, whining, crying, and making excuses. As Mark Twain said, there are 1,000 excuses for failure, but never a good reason. So one of the things we do is there's no more excuses. Either do it or don't do it. Get in or get out, but I don't make excuses. And so we say number 6, acceptance of responsibility is not optional, it is mandatory. I mentioned this before, but I cannot be too emphatic, is that you can only give away control. You cannot give away responsibility. You remain responsible for yourself for your entire adult life. You can give away control by trying to make someone else responsible for your life, and you do, and then you wait for them to tell you what to do or what not to do, or to give you a raise or to promote you or demote you or hire you or something else. Or you can accept responsibility. And accepting responsibility is mandatory. You cannot go any further. You are literally blocked in place, almost like there's a wall in front of you, until you accept responsibility and make the leap and never make another excuse. So we say that the word responsibility can be broken down into two words, response and ability. It is your ability to respond. The challenge response theory of history is a fascinating part of history that I came across in studying the work of Gunnar Myrdal, who got an Academy Award for his work. He said that every civilization in history, put this down, I don't want to push that button. All right, he said every civilization in history began with a small tribe sometimes as small as 3. The Mongol Empire, which was the largest empire in the history of man on earth, which extended from the Sea of Japan all the way to the Danube in Europe and all the way through the Middle East and all of China and half of India, started off with 3 people. Genghis Khan, whose name was Temujin, his brother, his mother Bortai, and his brother. Doesn't escape me. Anyway, there are 3 of them. The tribe had been wiped out. They ran into the Gobi Desert and hid. And what Temujin did was he sought out the tribe of his, and so what happens is every single tribe that became an empire started off with a major challenge to which they had to respond effectively. Well, this was a major challenge. The tribe was wiped out. So he responded by joining his uncle's tribe and becoming a valued member of his uncle's tribe. And if you respond effectively, the empire would grow. If then that tribe was attacked by other tribes, if they responded effectively and won, then the empire would grow again. As it grew, it would keep bumping up against other tribes and other kingdoms, and there would be conflict. And if they reorganized and responded effectively, they would grow again. And this would continue, and it would continue until they no longer were able to or had the will to respond. All of the last 26 civilizations in history, 25 collapsed from within. The 26th great civilization is the American civilization. And they all collapsed from within because they became weak. They collapsed like Rome collapsed on bread and circuses, welfare for the masses, buying them off with massive taxation on the ones that were productive, until finally they gutted themselves from within, and the barbarians came from outside and just took over the city, and the Roman Empire disappeared. Well, in our life, every time we respond effectively to a challenge, we grow and become stronger. And we become more tenacious, and we become more confident, and we become more powerful. So the only thing that we can be sure of is challenges. Your life will be one series of challenges after another. They will never stop. They will come like the waves from the ocean, problem after problem after problem. The only question is, can we respond effectively? And if you do, you continue to grow. As soon as we stop responding effectively to the challenges of outside life, what happens is we begin to implode. So whenever you have a challenge, remember, you just say, well, here we go again. This is what I do. I respond effectively to challenges. And the wonderful thing is, and I learned this in the metaphysics, make the decision that no matter what happens, you will respond effectively. And pre-program yourself, so no matter what happens, I respond effectively. No matter what problem I have in life, I take charge of it, I accept responsibility, and I respond effectively. If you make that decision in advance, then when the problem occurs, it's almost like they push the automatic button, you're already set, and you respond effectively. You don't even have to think, what should I do in this situation? You just respond in an effective way. You don't get upset or angry or weep or cry or lash out at other people. What you do is you say, it's a problem, so we respond effectively. What do we do from here? Very, very important. This attitude is the attitude of the leader. So civilizations grow and decline to the degree to which they meet challenges and respond effectively, just as individuals grow or decline to the degree to which they meet challenges effectively. So there are 3 areas of life where responsibility is essential. First of all is the political area. The more you vote for politicians to do things for you, the more you give politicians control. And unfortunately, every civilization in history has elected politicians who promise to rob from Peter to give the money to Paul. And as they say, when someone promises to rob Peter and pay Paul, they will always have the support of Paul. Okay? And basically, this is modern politics in the Western world today. Japan has almost collapsed on this. Most of the other Western countries are in a state of bankruptcy or collapse because the politicians are too weak not to give people what they want, which is free money. So whenever you vote for somebody who promises to give free money to other groups, remember, they're going to get it from you. And what happens is the less money you have, the less power you have over your own life. The second area has to do with the economic world. The economic world is where you become an economic adult. As an economic adult, you take charge of your own career. You make your own career decisions. You don't hope that somebody else will give you a job and a place to sit and tell you what to do and what not to do. You see yourself as self-employed. You see yourself as in charge of your own personal career. I write on this on a regular basis. I do books and articles on it because there's so many people going through unemployment. And what they do is they go hat in hand and they say, please hire me. Please give me a place out of the cold. Please give me money for something, please. And instead of taking charge of their lives, they look upon someone out there who's supposed to be responsible for them. And this just makes you a child. And you switch the childhood focus from your parents to your boss, and your boss becomes your new parent. And the third area is health and wellness. As many of us do not take good care of our bodies, we expect the doctor to take care of us once we become sick. If there were no doctors, or if you were in a place where doctors were very hard to come by, you'd probably take much better care of your health. But responsibility, taking charge of your life, is very important because there's a direct link between responsibility and self-esteem. Is the more responsibility you accept, the more you like yourself and the more powerful you feel. The more you blame your problems on other people, the weaker you feel and the less you like yourself. The two go down in tandem. High responsibility, high self-esteem. Low responsibility, low self-esteem. Low self-confidence, low potential for realizing all that's possible for you. So we say the important key is this. You are always free to choose the quality of your emotional life. You're always free to choose the quality of your emotional life, your physical life, and your financial life. Now this is quite a remarkable thing. It's your choice. Barbara and I realized this many years ago. Our daughter, Christina, confronted us and said, you know, she was under 13, 14, attractive, blonde, beautiful girl. Fathers have a sort of a soft spot for their daughters because fathers spend the first half of their lifetimes trying to get other people's daughters to do what we try to talk our daughters out of doing for the second half of our lifetime. And so we know that boys are no damn good. And so we're trying to protect Christina. And she sat us down and she lectured to us like we had been brought home from the home and we were just being lectured to as not very intelligent adults. She said, look, you can't watch me all the time. So I was setting up all these boundaries and markers and do this and you must call me here and everything else. You can't watch me all the time. I'm going to make my own decisions. You just have to trust that you've raised me well enough so that I'll make good decisions for myself. And Barbara and I realized that she was right. And we said, okay, from now on, you make your own decisions, and whatever decisions you make, we'll support you 100%. And that's just become the mantra in our family. Whatever decisions you make, we support you 100%. And I have a little joke with my children. I say, I've never forced you to do anything, and I've never forbidden you to do anything. And they have to agree. I've never forced you, you must do this, and I've never forbidden you, you cannot do that. Unless, of course, they want to spend enormous amounts of my money, in which case we just have to have a longer conversation. But I've always encouraged them to make their own decisions. And I've not always agreed with their decisions, but I always back them 100%. And most of the decisions that they've made have turned out to be very good decisions. It's amazing how good their decisions are when they are responsible for making their own decisions. And wouldn't you agree with that? Would you agree? Okay. My son is here, and he told me not to call him out, so I won't mention. So I won't mention that he's here. I won't mention that my son is here. He could be sitting right next to you. You never know which one he is in this room. All right, so you're always free to choose the quality. You're always free to make your own decisions, and that's important. You mean I can make my own decisions? Yes, you can make your own decisions. When I was growing up, I was always told, do this, do that, do this, do that, and I hated it. And so in my family, everybody's encouraged to make their own decisions, and my deal is whatever decision you make, I back you 100%. And there's nothing more wonderful, I think, than for people to know that the important people in their lives back them 100%. Does that mean that you always make good decisions? No, but you always know that you're backed 100%. And you know that if it's your decision, it doesn't work out, they'll change that decision very fast. They will reverse themselves very quickly if it's their decision. So here's eliminating negative emotions. Now this graph, I've actually managed to get it mounted in PowerPoint so I don't have to write it out. Negative emotions, we say that this is responsible and this is irresponsible. And everybody is on a graph somewhere in between these two. You're either irresponsible is you see everybody else is responsible for your life, or you're totally responsible. The top 10% of people are totally responsible. These are leaders. And you can be a leader without followers. You can be a leader without a staff. A leader is a person who behaves like a leader, and a leader is someone who takes total responsibility. Now, the more responsibility you accept, the more control you feel you have over your life. Not only physical and financial control, but emotional control. You feel you are in charge, and the more control you have, the more freedom you have. If you were to ask people why they want to start their own business, why they want a lot of money, if you ask them over and over again, the final question they will always give you is to be free. We all want to be free. We love freedom. No human being has ever said, I have too much freedom, please take some away from me. There are politicians who believe that members of the voting public have too much freedom, and they believe that they have been elected to take that freedom away by taxes and regulation. But there's never a person who says, I have too much freedom, please tax away my income, please regulate me and constrain my behavior so that I do things that you think are good for me. When you put it like that, nobody would ever say that. And yet, this is one of the great dilemmas of the day. So the more responsibility you accept, the more control you have. The more control you have, the greater freedom you have. And the greater freedom you have, the more positive emotions you have. So there's a direct one-to-one link between responsibility and control, freedom, and positive emotions. At the bottom end of the spectrum, irresponsibility leads to a lack of control, feeling out of control, a lack of freedom, you feel controlled by other people, and negative emotions. Now, I spent 4,000 hours and several years of my young life studying the concept of negative emotions. This is some of the most important work that has ever been done based on people all over the world, because the only thing that stands between you and a fabulous life are negative emotions, fear and negative emotions. If you have no negative emotions, since nature abhors a vacuum, what will your mind be filled with? If you have no negative emotions, the mind does not remain empty. What does it fill with? It fills with positive emotions of love and happiness and joy and exhilaration. So the great business of life is to eliminate negative emotions. And eliminating negative emotions is the key to unlocking the power of your subconscious and superconscious minds. So how do we do that? Well, I figured out how. And it works like a dam. So we say here, the negative emotion tree. Now this is my creation. The negative emotion tree is something that I designed. And in the negative emotion tree, what you have, let's say this is the negative emotion tree that you have here, and then you have the trunk, and then you have the root system. And here's the ground, all right? Now in the negative emotion tree grow the fruits of the negative emotion tree, which are anger and fear and doubt. And then there is jealousy, the green-eyed monster. Then there's envy. Do you know that envy is the primary motivating force of most modern politics? Is those who have less envy those who have more, and vote for people who promise to take it away from them. And then her twin sister, resentment. Oh, envy and resentment go around together, arm in arm. And then there's self-doubt, and there's all kinds of fears, and there's about 54 negative emotions. And these are sort of like trees. These are like fruits in the trees. So how do you get rid of the negative emotions? Well, we say the first thing you do is you starve the roots. You starve the root system, because if you starve the root system, the tree will shrivel up and die. So there are two essential factors that keep negative emotions, that create them and keep them alive. The first is justification. And justification is where you feel that you are justified in your negative emotion. As a matter of fact, justification is where you say, hey, I'm entitled to this negative emotion because of what this person did and what this person said and what this person said to me. I'm justified. And what we do is we talk around, as we drive around, we have a continual, ongoing conversation thinking of all the reasons why we're justified in being angry, upset, and negative about this person. That's all we think about is I'm entitled to this emotion. The other factor that creates negative emotion, is identification. Identification is taking things personally. If we can't take things personally, then what happens is we cannot attach any negativity to it. If it's not personal, for example, if someone robbed a store in Bangladesh 2 weeks ago and took all the money of the poor people, we don't suffer any negative emotion from that because we don't take it personally. We look at unfortunate experiences that happen in the world, earthquakes and tsunamis and so on, but we don't get emotional about them because they don't really affect us. How many people went to bed tossing and turning and weeping over the Japanese tsunami and the shutdown of the nuclear reactor? Well, we read it in the paper and then we just watch something else on TV, go to the comic section or sports. I mean, to us, there's no emotion attached to it because we don't take it personally. And so if you stop justifying and creating reasons why you're entitled to the negative emotion and you stop identifying, your negative emotions begin to shrivel and die. Now, how do we starve the fruits of the negative emotion tree? We become non-judgmental. If you can become non-judgmental, in which case you simply refuse to judge. You simply refuse, like they say, that prejudice is prejudgment, and so what you do is you don't judge. In the Bible, which is a book that gives a lot of ideas on peace of mind, it says, judge not that you be not judged, for with whatever judgment you mete out, you shall be judged withal. In other words, if you judge other people, they'll judge you. So what you do is you judge not. And if you don't take a side or an opinion, you have no emotion attached to it. It disconnects the emotion completely. So when you hear something, don't get upset or angry about it, just don't judge. You say, well, let's get all the facts. I have worked with great leaders whose companies face tremendous crises, and in every case, they go as calm as water. They're calm and they're placid and they don't judge. They say, well, let's see exactly what happened. And so they ask questions. I've written a book on this called, it was going to be called Crunch Time. They called it Crunch Point. But what it basically says is it taught people stop the clock, stay calm, get the facts. And they don't judge, they don't get angry, they don't get upset, they don't get worked up, they stay calm. And the measure of how successful you are as a person is how calm you can remain when there's turbulence in the world around you, as opposed to getting caught up immediately. The second thing is identify, don't take things personally. And so we say here, we become non-judgmental, and second of all, we disidentify, we practice detachment. The entire Buddhist religion, by the way, which affects about 600 million people in the world today, and which has some beautiful precepts, is detachment. It's non-attachment. It's only when we become attached to an outcome, when we become attached to money, when we become attached to a relationship, when we become attached to a job, it's only when we become attached and become emotionally caught up in it that it can cause us any unhappiness or anger or resentment or negativity. That's why it's so important to stand back and detach emotionally so you don't get upset about it. And you say, well, it's just like when you think of things that happened in the past, you say, well, things just happen. Simple as that. Things just happen. And we say that, things just happen. Well, this happened, blah, 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 yeah, well, things happen. You know the old one, rhymes with spit, happens? Yeah, stuff happens. And if you can say that, then you remain calm. Now, here's an interesting point, is calmness is what leads to peace of mind. Calmness is also coextensive with self-esteem, self-confidence, effectiveness, creativity. When you become emotionally involved in anything, all of your creative, your higher mental powers shut down and you revert to fight or flight, your limbic system, fear, anger, and so on. As long as you become emotionally involved, you cannot think clearly. There's a line from Francis Bacon, it says, where it maketh a man who can in no way be true to his own ends. In other words, we get so excited. So the key is to stay calm. That's why they say, take a deep breath, count to 10, stay calm, detach, get the facts, don't get upset, don't get involved. Well, this is how we starve the negative emotions. You'll find that people who have no negative emotions are much calmer and much more positive than others. However, there's something even better, and that is the key to ridding yourself of negative emotions is to cut down the trunk of the tree, is to cut down the trunk of the tree, which is blame. And blame lies at the root of 99% of negative emotions. Is we find that if this is blame, this blame, we cut down the tree. And it's almost as if these negative emotions were lights in a Christmas tree, and the Christmas tree is plugged into the wall. Is if you unplug a Christmas tree light from the wall, what happens to all the lights simultaneously? They all go out. And when you stop blaming, all your negative emotions stop. And for as long as you're not blaming, your negative emotions stop. You have no negative emotions. And at that moment, your mind starts to fill with positive emotions. So how do we stop blaming? Well, this is so simple and so powerful that is literally, for me, it's life-changing. I still have to use it every day, because is your life full of difficult people and reversals and unexpected setbacks? Of course it is. So the only question is not what happens. You can't change that. You can change how you respond, your response ability. So nothing and no one makes you angry. There is no anger or negativity in a situation by itself. It has no emotion attached to it any more than a rock does. Is all emotion in a situation is emotion that you put into that situation by the way you interpret it to yourself, by the way you justify or identify or blame. So eliminating blame and negative emotions, eliminate them by using the law of substitution. And the law of substitution says replace the blame thought with this affirmation, I am responsible. Now this seems so simple, and yet I still think about it and use it every day, is that it's impossible to blame. It's impossible to accept responsibility and to blame at the same time. The one cancels the other. So it's impossible to be negative and accept responsibility. It's impossible to not feel empowered when you accept responsibility. So say these words. Say, I am responsible.
I am responsible.
Now I want you to think of any negative experience in your life that still causes you any anger, upset, unhappiness, and just say instead, I am responsible. Just think to yourself, I am responsible, I am responsible. Now, what I learned, which had such an impact on my mind, is that we rationalize. By rationalize, is we use our mind to think of all kinds of reasons why we are entitled to our negative emotions. So what we do instead is we use our mind to cancel negative emotions and to think of reasons why we should not have them. And instead of using our minds against ourselves, but by committing emotional hara-kiri, where you slice your gut and plunge the knife into yourself and make yourself unhappy and miserable, what you do is you use your mind to eliminate the expression of negative emotions. So if you think of any negative experience in your life, you just simply say, wait a minute, I am responsible. I am responsible. And then you think, in what way am I responsible? In what ways am I responsible? If you're dealing with a negative situation that you've had for a long time, the first time I recommend this to you, it's very hard, because you have fallen in love with your negativity. And you don't want me talking it out of you. Come, give me that. Because people don't want to give up their negativity. And so you're going to have to play with this idea and say, wait a minute, let's say you had a lousy relationship and the person treated you very, very badly and it ended with awful divorce and emotional stress and so on and so forth. What you do is you say, wait a minute, I'm responsible. I am responsible. Now, how and in what way could I possibly be responsible? Well, I got myself into the situation. I married the person. When it was clear it wasn't going to work out, I stayed in the situation. In fact, even before I got married, I knew that this was not a good idea, but I did it anyway because my mother expected me to. And we'd already sent out the invitations. And I could have gotten out. 38% of people who get married say that if it were not for all the people coming, they'd already changed their mind. 38% of people realize they would have changed their mind. I had this great experience. I was taking a taxi to the airport, and I said to the taxi driver, I said, please take me to the airport. He said, where are you off to? I said, well, I'm off to Vancouver. He said, well, it's nice to pick up somebody who knows where they're going. And I said, really? He said, yeah. He said, I had a fare last night. It was really interesting. He said, I was called by this woman to come to this home and pick her up, but I was supposed to go around in the alley in the back and wait, and the passenger would come out. So I drove, I found the address, and there were cars up and down both sides of the street, the lights on, a big party going on. It was in the summer. And people all over the place having a great time. And so I said, well, he went around the block and he stopped in the alley, and he waited. About 5 or 10 minutes later, this woman came running out, threw her suitcases into the car, and said, take me to the airport. And he said, great. And he started off at the airport, and he said, where are you off to? She said, first plane out in whatever direction. She said, I don't care. And he said, really? He said, I've never had that before. He said, well, you see all those people back there? She said, that was my wedding reception. I just got married this afternoon, and I knew I shouldn't be marrying that guy. And I got home, and I sat undressing, changing her clothes after the wedding. She sat in my room and said, my God, what a mistake I've made. This is really stupid. She said, I'm getting out of here before it goes any further. She said, take me to the airport. I'm taking the first plane out in either direction. And she did. And 38% of people who get married think that way. This is by the marriage counselors, by the way, who counsel couples. They find about 38% on average, based on a study of 100,000 counseled couples, decide not to get married because they're caught up. My point is this, is if you had a bad business deal, who got you into it? Did you go into it yourself? Did you make the decision yourself? Did you make the choice? Did you have some misgivings but you kept on going, or did you not find out enough information? In other words, use this brilliant mind of yours to think of all the reasons why you are responsible. And as you do that, you'll find the negativity begins to fall away. And you stop being negative about the other person. You say, hey, I'm an adult. I made some bad decisions. That was really dumb. And then start telling yourself, that was a dumb decision. I was really stupid to do that. If I had done more research or I thought about it, or I listened to my intuition and so on, now you're using your mind to keep yourself calm and positive and clear. And you keep saying, hey, I am responsible. I am responsible. And as you say, I am responsible, you jerk the plug on the negative emotion tree, and all your negative emotions stop. If you're having trouble sleeping, just keep saying to yourself, I am responsible, I am responsible, I am responsible. Having trouble when you're driving around thinking about something you're mad at, just keep saying, I am responsible, and find reasons why you are. And as you focus, because your mind can only think of one thing at a time, as you think of the reasons why you might be responsible in this situation, your negative emotions stop. And eventually they just stop completely and they don't come back. If you apply this, by the way, to one negative situation in your life that still makes you angry when you think about it, if you apply this in a matter of a few days, each time that memory pops up, you cancel it by saying, wait a minute, I'm responsible. Within a few days, it'll stop popping up and it eventually die away. And you'll say, I haven't thought about that situation for 2 or 3 weeks. And when it pops up, you just slap it down like whack-a-mole. You just slap it down and say, wait a minute, I'm responsible. It stops again. And soon, it's gone forever. And a situation that would have you churning and tossing and turning and up at night, within a very few days, it's gone forever. It never comes back. It's like a fire that dies away and goes stone cold. No matter how much fuel you put on it now, no matter how much you think about it, there's no emotion left. You can think about it in complete calmness. You can think about the person, even meet the person, even recall the situation, but there's no emotion. You've detached from the negative emotions. There's no emotion to it. And this is the key, because when you unlock the negative emotions, then your whole life begins to explode. So we say responsibility versus blame. Now this is a question that we've had many times. People say, well, when you accept responsibility, isn't that accepting that you're to blame? No, we say that blame always looks backward toward the past and what cannot be changed. What he said, what she said, what he did, what she did, and if only he or she had done or not done something. But responsibility always looks to the future. Responsibility always asks is, what can we do from here? Where do we go from here? Remember, the conscious mind can only hold one thought at a time. If you're thinking about the future and where you're going and what you want to do now, you can't think of the past and what happened, what makes you unhappy. So if thinking about the future makes you happy, gives you a sense of power, gives you a sense of freedom and control, and forces you to think about what you want. There's a wonderful line from Helen Keller where she says, when you turn toward the sunshine, the shadows fall behind you. When you think about what you want and where you're going, all the negative things fall behind you, and you stop thinking about negative things. And if you do something habitually, or if you do something repeatedly over and over again, what do you eventually develop? You develop a habit. So pretty soon you develop the habit of looking on the bright side. Now this is not being Pollyanna-ish or pretending that there are not problems in life. It's just realizing it's only when you're calm and clear and relaxed are you really effective at responding to take care of the problems. You can't take care of the problems if you're upset and angry and frustrated and lashing out at other people. And when you say, I am responsible, it's like Jesus calming the waters. We say, I am responsible, your emotions go calm. And then you can deal effectively with whatever you have to deal with. And never blame anybody else. So we say, people love their suffering. And this is another thing that you're going to find. People fall in love with their suffering, and it becomes habitual. How can you tell? Because they love to talk about their suffering. You meet them 1 year apart, 2 years apart, 3 years apart. They've always got a tale of woe. They're always talking about how their bad back and their lousy wife and their crummy kids and their boss and the economy and so on. They're like that Joe Blitz flick in the Little Abner cartoon that walks around. He's got a storm with lightning and black clouds over his head. Wherever he goes, people drop dead and cars crash and people fall off of bridges and so on. There's some people like that. I had a woman working for us once, and she was so negative. She'd been through a divorce, and after speaking to her for a while, you really admire the intelligence of her husband. She was so negative and so critical and so angry that she would walk near our photocopier and it would seize up. It was a new photocopier and it would stop working. She went out and bought a new car, and she drove that new car away from the dealership and down the road, and it consumed itself in flames. It literally blew up and consumed itself in flames. And she got out and stood by the side of the road. This car started smoking, and it stopped and sputtered, and she got out, and flames came up, and the car just burned. And they went back and they did a forensic analysis of the car, and they said there was nothing wrong with the car. I mean, it's a brand new car, and it's the kind of car that this never happens with. But I'll tell you, the same negative attitude that was paralyzing our photocopier whenever she went near it just destroyed the car. I mean, she was so negative. And she was black, and all she thought about was her suffering and how badly she'd been done by her previous husband. That's all she could think about was her husband. So when you meet people who are in love with their suffering and love to talk about their suffering, what you should do is, Emerson said, give them a good shake and put them back in touch with their real selves. And so Barbara and I used to call this the advice. And I'd come home, and Barbara wanted to be a counselor at one time, and she realized if you're going to be a counselor, you have to deal with people suffering all the time. So you go and deal with their suffering, you come home feeling lousy. You want to go and pull the curtains or the blankets over your head. Anyway, so she said, no, I'm not going to do that. So what she did is she decided to become a very quick and efficient emotional counselor, and she would give the advice. And this is the advice. If someone pours out his or her problems to you, listen, and then respond with the following: you are responsible for your own life. What are you going to do about it? Whenever anybody gives you a problem, you nod, smile, and say, yes, that's all very true, but you're responsible for your own life. What are you going to do about it? Now, as you keep reminding that you are responsible for your own life, I'm responsible for my own life. If I'm not happy, it's up to me to change it. Tell other people, you're responsible for your life. What are you going to do about it? No, I don't want to hear about this. I don't care what he did, she did, any of this. I don't want to hear about it. Remember, when you reward people by encouraging them to talk about their problems, that's all they talk about is their problems. And pretty soon they come back and they phone you up and they call you late at night and they come over and visit you on the weekend. You become an emotional first aid station that they keep stopping at. So what you do is don't encourage them. You say, well, that's really too bad, but you are responsible for your own life. What are you going to do about it? And they'll say, well, yes, yes. They'll go, yes, but, yes, but, yes, but, yes, but. And they'll tell you all the reasons why he did, she did, he did. So, yes, I know, I heard that, but you're responsible. What are you going to do about it? And you know what will happen is two things. One is to say, you know, you're right. I can't sit around complaining all the time. I might as well do something. Or the second thing is to just stop coming around. They'll find that you're not a very interesting person. You're not very compassionate because you're not willing to spend half of your life while they pour out their troubles to you. So, the existence of one negative emotion that you will not let go of will cause you to stay in the same place, spin your wheels, and go in circles for the rest of your life. Now, this is one of the great breakthrough thoughts that I learned. First of all, you unplug all your negative emotions by just saying the words, I am responsible. Now, here's what I learned is that everybody agrees with this. Everybody in this room agrees with this. We're all nodding and smiling. Nobody's saying, no, I'm not taking responsibility. Everybody says yes. But then they say, except for one thing. Except for that one person that did me dirty. Except for the one. And so what they do is they keep one. They keep one. Yeah, and they hold it, they hold it, and they say, I'm going to keep this one. He won't know, because I'll just smile and say, yes, no, but I'm keeping this one. That SOB, I owe him big time. And I'm not letting it go. I have invested too much anger in this to let it go. And so what psychologists have found, and Joan is a psychologist here, you'll like this, Joan, by the way, is imagine that you bought a brand new Mercedes-Benz 450 SEL, beautiful, beautiful car, fabulous in every respect. It cost $120,000. Fabulous engineering, beautiful engine, everything working perfectly. And let's say this is the front end of the car with the symbol, ta-da, and so on. And so on. And however, there was a problem in the factory. Nobody picked it up, but they installed one of the brakes backwards on one of the front wheels. They installed it backwards so that that wheel would not turn. The wheel is locked in place. Now you get into the car and you start it up. And of course, they have the drivetrain, which drives the back wheels. And you start it up and you step on the gas and the car starts to move, but this wheel won't turn. It's locked in place. What will happen to the car? Yes, the car will start to go around in circles. It'll start to spin around this wheel. I've just explained to you about a 4-year degree in modern psychology. Unhappy people are people who have one brake locked on, and as a result, they go around in circles all their lives. They never get ahead, they never get happy, they never get rich, they never have great relationships, they never have good health, is they're constantly going around this. The whole purpose of psychotherapy is to help people identify what that is, whether it goes back to childhood or a relationship or an embarrassment or a shame or something else. But if you have one brake locked in place where you have not let go, then your life will go around in circles forever. This is one of the reasons why people who have been through this process that we're talking about and finally agreed, they had the courage to let it go. It takes tremendous courage to let something go that was so painful when you were young, but to have the courage to accept responsibility and emotionally walk away from it. The ability to do that sets you free. And in a short period of time, that situation is like a bag of garbage you left by the side of the road. It's gone forever. It falls off the horizon. And suddenly your whole life, like that car now, this car can go at incredible speeds and take you to a wonderful place. Your life, like a great Mercedes-Benz, can now go to extraordinary places at great speeds if you can get rid of that one thing. But it's hard to do. It takes courage to do it. It takes character. It takes fortitude. And the only way you can do it is you start to work on it and work on it by saying, I am responsible. And then there's one more thing that you can do, which is our next section, ta-ta, called releasing your brakes. This is the brake that you have on. How do we release the brake? You see, if it was easy to release your brakes, everybody would be happy and joyous and popular and thin and rich. It is the brakes that we have on that are holding us back, and they are invariably psychological and emotional brakes. So what we have to learn to do is release our brakes so that we are free, so we can just fly. So the starting points of the development of negative habit patterns are, first of all, destructive criticism. In early childhood, destructive criticism is more painful than a lash, because destructive criticism, we used to talk about this like a neuron bomb. You know, a neuron bomb has a special characteristic that you set it off over a city and it kills all the inhabitants and it leaves all the buildings. So if you're in the serious business of warfare, looting, plunder, and things like that, you don't want to destroy all the property. So what you destroy is just destroy all the owners, and then your army goes in, buries all the bodies, and you keep all the buildings. I mean, that's what the neuron bomb was for. Neutron bomb, I'm sorry. They used to call Jack Welch Neutron Jack, because he would shut down entire divisions and lay off 30,000, 40,000 people and leave all the buildings standing. Called him Neutron Jack. So destructive criticism is like a neutron bomb in that what happens is the neutron bomb destroys the person and leaves the building intact. Destructive criticism destroys the emotions of the person and leaves the person intact. So there's the person walking around with their emotions completely destroyed from destructive criticism. Destructive criticism early in life, as you know, leads to incredible feelings of failure and feelings of inadequacy. Now, anything said by a PP, which is a prestigious person, parent, sibling, older relative, teacher, is taken to be a true representation of reality by the child. As an adult, if I were to say something to you, like Randy, I'd say, boy, that shirt you're wearing sure sucks. I mean, would you get that at a Goodwill or something like that? Randy can just laugh. You know, when men say that, by the way, it's usually a sign of affection anyway, so it's pretty hard to get anybody mad. But Randy can just laugh, and he can take my opinion for what it's worth. He can take it, he can respond to it because he's an adult. He's got enough discriminating power to consider the source, all right? Children don't have any ability to discriminate. So anything you say to the child accepts as true. If you say, you know, you're no good, you're late, you never clean up your room, you're messy, you're not very smart, you'll never amount to anything, child has no way of blocking that. It goes straight into the subconscious mind and is locked in as a piece of semi-permanent data. The child accepts it as true and operates on the basis of that. For example, you know, if I said to you, lunch is out here, down the hallway, and over there, you would just say, okay, you go out down here, down the hallway to lunch. You don't question, you don't argue, you don't fight and raise your hand and so on. Child's like that. The child just accepts. So anything that is said by an older person, sometimes an older relative will come over, an uncle, an aunt, a mother-in-law. So read Ann Landers on a regular basis. The mother-in-law comes over and criticizes the children. And the mother says, you know, it's my husband's mother. What can I do? She's always criticizing my kids, and I don't think that's good. And Ann Landers is really clear. She says, you know, don't let her in your house. If you do, you supervise her, and you just tell her straight, don't talk to my children like that because it's so destructive. So number two is lack of love. As we talked about, lack of love is another form of neutron bomb, is there's a one-to-one relationship between the amount of love a child receives, quantity and quality, and a healthy personality. One-to-one relationship. Now here is a mistake that many parents make. Many parents say they love my kids. Oh, I love my kids. I do anything for my kids. Of course, I'm at the office all week until 12 o'clock at night, and I play golf on the weekends and go off on business trips. And so what happens is they treat their children like domestic pets. When they come home, if they're there, they may give them a little scratch behind the ears verbally. Hi, how you doing? Have a good day. Then they watch TV. And you'll find that the amount of one-on-one time that parents spend with their children, they get so busy that they don't do it, especially during the formative years. Mothers are much better at this than fathers are. But then there's a lot of people that say, well, mothers should get right back into the workforce as fast as they can and get someone to take care of the kids or put them in daycare. Now, whoever came up with that great idea is probably a parent, an adult of a really broken relationship, broken parenthood. Because the more time you spend with a child, the more you tell them how valuable they are. If you don't spend any time with the child internalizes, my mommy, my daddy never spends any time with me. It must be because I'm no good. It must be because I'm fundamentally flawed. I'm just no good. And they grow up and they become a behavior problem and they get into trouble at school and they act out and they drink and they blow up in anger and they do damage to themselves. They are fighting against this awful feeling they have inside of being of no value to their parents because their parents, especially their fathers, spent no time with them. This is a major problem in America where you have children growing up illegitimately. George Will had this wonderful column many years ago, and I thought, what a wonderful thought. They said, no child asks to be born. No child asks to be born. So when a child is born, then you are responsible for taking care of that child. And then the second quote that I read was, a child should be in the company of someone who is crazy about them for the first 3 to 5 years of their life. And I thought, isn't that a wonderful idea? Is no child asked to be born, but by gum, if they're born, they should be in the company of someone who's crazy about them for the first 3 to 5 years of their life. And many parents didn't know this. We didn't know that. My parents didn't know it when I was growing up. We sure knew it when we had our first children because we had learned. We had caught up. For children to feel fully loved, 3 conditions must exist. Number 1, the parents must love themselves. Low self-esteem parents raise low self-esteem children because they don't love themselves. So they're critical toward themselves, they're negative, they're angry, they're depressed, they have a whole lot of problems, sometimes they drink and so on. And many of us were raised by parents who didn't love themselves very much. And second of all, parents must love each other. The greatest kindness that a man can do for his children is to love their mother, and vice versa. Greatest kindness a woman can do for their children is to love their father. Because children learn about love by seeing it in their environment, by watching it experience. They learn. Many people get married. They call it a trial marriage. Most trial marriages are people have never seen true love expressed genuinely between their mother and father while they were growing up. So they have to get married to learn about it. And it's a trial marriage. It lasts a few years, breaks up in flames. usually in the 20s, mid-20s, and then they go on and now they have an idea what it's like to be in a marriage with another adult, and often the second marriage takes. The statistic was out the day before yesterday was 50% of first marriages now end in divorce. I don't know if that's entirely true, but it may be because an enormous number of marriages are trial marriages because they've never seen love in their environment and they have to go through trial and error to figure it out. The third factor is that parents must love the child. And there's only one way you can love the child. It's by spending an enormous amount of time with the child. There's only one way. You've got to really, really spend enough time so you really get to know the child and ask questions and listen and talk and go to movies and all kinds of things like that so that you really develop a deep down feeling of love for this child. And if you don't put in the time, nothing happens. The rule is this: a relationship only grows in value to the degree to which you invest more time in it. If you want any relationship at all, even a business relationship, a customer relationship, a relationship with a coworker or your boss, but especially with a member of the opposite sex, your spouse, your mate, or your child, you have to invest more time in it. That has to become a priority, is to spend more time in it. I had this discussion with somebody the other day. It was really interesting. I said that, you know, with love, they talk about quality of time, but quality of time is a function of quantity of time. You only get the quality moments, those unbidden, unexpected moments in a relationship with another person as a result of providing large quantity. And the moments come unbidden. The moments come without anticipation. The moments come as a complete surprise. The moments just happen. There was that moment. And you remember it forever. Or you remember it for years, but you've got to provide large quantities of time for that to take place. So they must love the child. And many parents meant to love their child, and they even say, I love my child. I just never spend any time with them. I have no idea what they're doing or thinking. A friend of mine who was, was talking about these things, about how important it is to be a good father. His daughter was going on a ski trip, and it was about 5 hours away, and she missed the bus. And so he had to drive her to the ski trip. And so the bus left at 7 o'clock, and she overslept. So he had to drive her to the ski trip, so he drove to the ski strip, and they're going through mountains. This is in Utah, so remember this, they couldn't pick up any radio. So there was no radio on, so they talked for 5 hours. And she was 16 years old. She said he learned more about his daughter in 5 hours than he learned in 16 years. He had no idea who she was, what she thought about, what her concerns were, what her fears, her ambitions, her desires, her goals. And he thought he was just a great parent. He was just shocked. I mean, he never got over the shock. And from then on, he always drove his daughter to skiing. He always created that 5-hour block to drive her to the mountains for skiing and never had the radio on. One of my rules is never travel with someone in your life with any music on. Leave it off. Leave it off so that you can just talk. Because if you create a vacuum of silence by not having it on, it'll fill with conversation. If as soon as you turn it on, all conversation stops, shuts down completely. So just a very small thing. Barbara and I travel all the time, and we never have anything on. We will never listen to anything. We just talk. Actually, I just listen. The only, which nobody believes, all right. The only way you can really love a child is by spending a high quantity of time with the child. And this has to take precedence over all things. They did a study of 50 parents on, I believe it was Mother's Day. I think it was Mother's Day. Or Father's Day. Maybe it was probably Father's Day. But they asked them, what's the biggest regret that you have with regard to your grown children? And 49 out of 50 had the same regret. Can you guess what it was? I wish I had spent more time with them when they were young. I wish I had spent more time with them when they were young, because if you miss that time, you can never get it back. You can never go back. You can't make it up. You can't go back and catch up on those years. So 49 out of 50 said their biggest regret as parents is I did not spend enough time with my children when they were young. So when Barbara and I heard that before we had Christina, our first child, and we made a vow that that would never be the case with our children, that we would spend enough time with them. So releasing your brakes, if one of the three above conditions existed in combination with destructive criticism, you'll have grown up with guilt. And guilt is the feeling of not being worth very much. Guilt is the most powerful and biggest negative phenomena in our society today. We have a plague, like an epidemic of guilt that is pulling our society down and destroying the hopes of so many people. And guilt is an insidious, it's like a low-grade emotional infection that sits in there and that fouls up everything that we try to do, say, be in life. So, when we don't feel that we are worth very much, we feel worth less. And the greatest problem, a feeling of guilt, leads to a feeling of worthlessness. Interesting, I've spoken with the doctors who work with AIDS patients when AIDS was much more of an epidemic. They say the one characteristic of an AIDS victim was an overwhelming feeling of worthlessness. They felt absolutely worthless, and as a result, they engaged in promiscuous behavior that led to them getting AIDS. And it's because they just felt so worthless, they just punished their bodies because they felt so worthless for a whole variety of reasons. The feelings of guilt and worthlessness are expressed in the thought or attitude of, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. And this is one of the greatest single problems we have as adults. We look at others who are doing better and we think they're better than us. I'm not good enough. We think we want to start our own business and we say, I'm not good enough. We want to start our own practice. We want to do something new and different. We want to run a marathon. And the first thing that axes us, it cancels the thought is, wait a minute, you're not good enough. Hey, when I started off, I didn't graduate from high school. It took me a decade to get over this feeling of I wasn't good enough. And even if you work hard and succeed and do well, you feel like an imposter. It's called the imposter syndrome. You feel guilty. You feel they're going to find you out because you're successful. Really, they don't know. Way down inside, you're really not that good. They are going to find out. People who've been raised with feelings of guilt have this feeling that somehow they're going to lose it all and be put back to the beginning again. They're always in danger of losing everything. No matter what they've achieved, they have this uneasy feeling that it's all going to be taken away. I don't know if anybody here can identify with that. Now, those who have been raised with destructive criticism and lack of love experience self-hatred and self-doubt. Whenever you see an adult who is having problems, you can trace it back to the first 3 to 5 years. Whenever you see an adult who engages in destructive behaviors, either for themselves or others, you can trace it back to the first 3 to 5 years. And that's why it's so important that we get rid of the feelings of guilt. So we find that guilt is used for 2 reasons. Number 1 is punishment. Parents use guilt because guilt was used on them and it was used on their parents. And throughout the ages, there has been what I call negative religion. Negative religion is based on guilt. You must inculcate in the child a feeling of being guilty before the age of 6 or 7, or you'll never get them. They've got to feel awful. They've got to feel like sinners. They've got to feel like they are bad, like they came into the world as a sinner and are bad. I have a friend who was an evangelical missionary in Mexico. And I asked him, I said, how do you go about evangelizing in Mexico? He said, well, we pull in, we get a donor, a supporter, a sponsor who translates, and we pull into the center of a small town, and we say we're going to have a meeting, and we call people around this truck that's got speakers on it. He said, and then my job is to convince them that they are evil and sinners and have fallen short of the glory of God and are going to hell for eternal punishment. We've got to get them to accept that or they won't be open to the evangelical message. That's the opening line. I think, oh. And so you find negative religion is based on beating the emotional crap out of the child. So they are raised feeling guilty and unworthy and undeserving. And if you can't do that, you can't get them later in life, because later in life they say, this is BS. I try to say you're an evil person and you're going to hell. You'd say, yeah, go stuff it where the sun don't shine, you know. So what we did we raised our children with no religion. We told them God loves you and we love you. And they say, well, I don't love God. I don't believe in God. And they said, oh, God believes in you, so it's okay. Do what you want. So our children have grown up with no religion. And you know what? They've grown up to be wonderful young people with high values and great characters and everything else. But we've never imposed a religion on them because we know how dangerous it can be. So guilt is used as punishment, and parents use it as punishment as well. They say, how could you dare do that? And I was expecting you to do this, and you said you would do that, and I was hoping you would do this, and and they just work you, and they start it at a very early age, because you've got to get the guilt hooks in the young, or adults would just laugh at it. So second of all is the control. And they use guilt to control you. Many people are controlled by guilt by long distance. The mother can call you up and say, oh, I was expecting you to call. Why didn't you call? You were going to call. I haven't seen you. Why don't you visit? And they can use guilt at long distance. They can put those hooks in over 500 miles. So mostly mothers are brilliant at this, but fathers as well. And because they learned it, and the reason they use it for punishment and control is because it's easy. You can do it sitting down. You can do it from a couch. You don't have to get up. You don't have to hit the kid with a stick. You can just use guilt and grab them from the inside and pull them. I've met so many adults who are still feeling guilty because of what their parents do or did to them, and their parents are still working them. So, the adult manifestations of guilt, see if any of these apply to you. Number one, feelings of inferiority, feelings of inadequacy, feelings of undeservingness. There's a school of thought that says that the feeling of undeservingness lies at the root of all negative emotions. Well, there's many things, but the feeling of undeserving, being undeserving of good things, being undeserving of being really happy. That's why if you're really happy for a time and you've been raised with feelings of guilt, you'll feel, oh my God, it's going to be taken away. Something's going to happen because I don't deserve to be happy all the time. Well, the fact of the matter is you deserve all the happiness that you can legitimately enjoy by doing something worthwhile in the world, by treating other people well and by making a contribution. People say, well, I feel I don't deserve. They call this fear of success. It's not fear of success. It's a desire. It's a feeling of undeservingness. When you tell people you're entitled to all the money you can earn if you do it by legitimately helping other people and making a profit. And they say, really? I said, you deserve it all. You deserve the house on the hill and the big car and everything else. If you earn your money, because the word deserve comes from the Romans de servus, which is from service. If you earn your money from service, you deserve everything you can possibly make. I've had many people walk out and transform their financial lives with that one concept. And now their whole focus is not on the feelings of guilt, but their focus is on serving other people higher, better, inexpensively, more convenient, and so on. Number two, destructive self-criticism. People who've been raised with a feeling of guilt are always running themselves down. Oh, I'm always late. I never do this. I always forget. I'm terrible with money. I can't remember anything. Is they're always saying negative things to themselves. And what that does is it keeps the parental destructive criticism, keeps it going, keeps the plate spinning as adults. Number three, they're easily manipulated by guilt. You can be manipulated by strangers. Here's an example of the way they're taught in flight school. The flight attendants, they come by, and instead of saying, would you like another glass of water or Coke, they say, will that be all? Will that be all? Is there anything else? And they say it with just a little bit of an edge, like it would be a real inconvenience for me to bring you something. And what they'll do is they say, oh, no, I'm fine. I don't mind sitting here for the next 3 hours with nothing to drink while my whole head implodes from lack of moisture. So what you do is you realize people are trying to use guilt on you, and they use it in restaurants. They use it in aircraft. They use it everywhere, and just don't allow them to do it. That person is a victim of a drive-by guilt shooting. They were taught to use guilt by their mother, and now they just pass it on. And why? Because it works. They get really good bang. They don't have to serve you anymore because you said, no, I'm fine. I don't need any more. Yeah. Number four is they use guilt and blame generously. Remember, the evil that's done to the children is done onto their children. So they use guilt and blame all the time. They're always blaming their other people. You did this and you did that, and why did you do this and how did you do that, and so on. I'll give you an example. My kids come home and they get a lousy grade. I never get angry for them for lousy grades. They go off to college and they get lousy grades and they don't even send them home. Imagine that. They're even getting the grades. And so what happens is that they use the blame on other people, and it works. And we just keep it going generation after generation. And you can tell if a person has been raised with guilt, it was the mother that was raised with guilt, and the grandmother that was raised with guilt, and the great-grandmother that was raised with guilt. And why? Because it works. And the fifth is they use victim language. Now, the victim language is, I can't, I'm too weak, I'm too little, I'm too small, I don't have the ability. Other victim language, one of the worst of all is, I'll try, I'm trying. A friend of mine uses this example. He takes a person and he puts a pen down on the stage, And he said, here, he said, and he takes and grabs a hold of his back of his shirt and belt. He said, pick up that pen for me. And so the person goes to pick it over and he pulls. He says, pick up the pen. And he goes to pulls again. He said, pick up the pen. This is in front of the whole audience. And he said, go, I'm trying to figure it out, but you're holding him back. He said, great. He said, come on, thank you very much. Sends him back to his seat. He said, see, the fact is, you're either picking up the pen or you're not. There is no trying. It's like Yoda. No try. Do or no do, but no try. So eliminate the words, I can't. Eliminate the words, I have to. Eliminate the words, I'm trying, or I'll try, or I'll do my best. Have you ever invited somebody to a party and they said, I'll try to get there? What does that mean? It means I am not coming. I'm trying to signal you in a nice way. I'll do my best to get there. I'll try. I'll do my best. Winston Churchill had this great line when he'd given a command during World War II, and the general said, Mr. Prime Minister, I will do my best. And he said, stop here, just a second, he said. It is not sufficient that you do your best, but that you do what the situation requires, and that you do it with dispatch. I don't want to hear about doing your best. I want to hear that the job will be done. Because when a person says, I'll do my best, they're kicking the back door open for failure. I'll try, it's kicking the back door open for failure. So don't use victim language, and don't allow people to use victim language. Say, I will or I won't. I would like to, but I'm not going to. I decided not to. Thank you very much, I'm not going to. Could you do this, could you do that? No, I would like to, but I don't have the time. And just tell them straight. Whew. Okay, so to rid yourself of guilt, here are the keys. Number one, eliminate destructive self-criticism. From now on, never say anything about yourself that you do not sincerely desire to be true. If you don't want it to be true, because the reason that you're late is because you've decided not to be on time. That's all. I can guarantee that you would be on time for every appointment. What if you've got $10,000 for every appointment that you showed up 5 minutes early for, or 10 minutes early for? You'd be on time for every appointment for the rest of your life. In other words, if you decided to be there, you'd be on time. The reason you're late is because you have not decided to be on time. That's all. Cher was once accused. She arrived at a meeting, and the person said, you're almost late. She said, where I come from in Hollywood, that's called being on time. I thought that was funny. All right. Yeah. All right. Number two, refuse to be manipulated by guilt. When a person tries to manipulate you using guilt, you say, excuse me, are you trying to make me feel guilty? And you smile at them. And nobody will admit it. They'll all lie through their teeth. And they'll say, oh, no, not at all. You say, that's good, because I thought you were trying to make me feel guilty. And when they try it again, mother, say it again. Are you trying to make me feel guilty? And just say it with a cheerful voice. And the third time you say, are you trying to make me feel guilty? They'll finally burst out. They say, yes, I am. You say, well, it's not going to work anymore because I don't feel guilty and I'm not going to do anything if you try to make me feel guilty. And if you keep trying to make me feel guilty, I just won't talk to you anymore. But. And what that does is it forces them to start to engage in adult behaviors, in adult conversation. You have to break people of the habit of manipulating you with the use of guilt. So you just say, excuse me, I'm just curious, are you trying to make me feel guilty? You're not attacking them. You're just saying this. And when they finally admit yes, you say, well, it's not going to work anymore. It's not going to work. I'm not going to do anything because I feel guilty. So what else you got? But that's all I got. It's been working for years. Number three, refuse to use guilt and blame on others. Refuse to use guilt and blame on others. Guilt is often a punishment. My mother was raised Catholic, so I say I come by my feelings of guilt and unworthiness, honestly. But my mother would take a mistake I had made when I was 5, and she'd still be reminding me of it when I was 15. One of the rules we have in our house is if somebody breaks a dish or makes a mistake, it's never mentioned again. It is never mentioned again. We never bring up a past mistake. We say that when you're growing up, you make mistakes, and life goes on, and we never mention it again. We never get angry, we never blame, we never remind. It's just past event. It's like something that happened in a previous town, and it's never brought up again. Because only by reminding you of a mistake you made are you made to feel guilty over and over again. Now the fourth is to use the law of forgiveness. And this is perhaps the most important thing that I can share with you, because this is what changes people's lives. The law of forgiveness says that you are mentally healthy to the degree to which you can forgive and forget the grievances against you. In the Bible, in the New Testament, it said the principle of forgiveness If a person hurts you, go with him 70 times 7. If you remember that you've hurt somebody, go and apologize to them. The principle of forgiveness, right up to the end of the life of Jesus, is the fundamental principle of Christianity. The ability to freely forgive is the mark of the truly developed, the superior human being. And that's why when you think of what they call the great mystics or the great lovers throughout history, they have been people totally without rancor or anger toward anyone, even people who put them to death. The ability to forgive is really the mark of how far you've come as a human being. So we say the people that you must forgive are, first of all, you must forgive your parents. Children grow up with ideas of things that their parents should or should not do. And those ideas may be based on reality or falsehood. It may be based on something someone said. When our daughter Christina was growing up, she was thinking of becoming a psychologist, so she visited a psychologist. And the first thing the psychologist told her was that she had terrible parents. Because we asked Christina twice in her lifetime to babysit for Catherine, just take care of her while Mom went shopping. And the psychologist told her, and when she was a very impressionable age, that that was an awful thing for her parents to impose on her, to ask her to babysit for her baby sister, which was at home while Mom went shopping. And she thought, wow, she didn't realize how badly she'd been treated. It took her years to recover from that. It took her years to get over this first impression. Remember, a prestigious person giving a piece of input to a vulnerable person? And it turned out, this psychologist turned out to be a bit of a wacko. And eventually nobody would send anybody to her. She was a teenage psychologist. But she would plant these sort of things in other kids' minds and turn their kids against their parents and raise their kids feeling that their parents had abused them because they'd asked them to wash their dishes or clean up their bedroom, and children should be free and not have to clean up their bedrooms. And I mean, it was just, anyway. My point was the first people you have to forgive are your parents, and you have to forgive them for everything that they ever did that you still feel angry or unhappy about. And the way that you do it is one of 3 ways. You can just say to yourself, I forgive them completely for everything, and I let it go. I forgive them completely for everything, and I let it go. And whenever you think of them, you say, I forgive them completely for everything, and I let them go. What I did to clear my mental decks is I forgive them completely for everything, I wish them well, and God bless them. I forgive them for everything, I wish them well, and God bless them. And I did this before my parents died, which is a good thing, because often people are still angry with parents who've passed away, and there's no ability to settle. But you can just say it to yourself. Just say, I forgive them completely for everything. I had one gentleman in my seminar who was he's 35 years old, still angry about something his father had done or said when he was 15. And he decided, because he was still making him mad, because he realized it in the seminar. So he decided he'd go over that night and tell his father, who was a working guy, rough, gruff, never showed any affection at all. So he went over to his father's house. It was a Saturday after the seminar. And he said, Dad, I just want you to know that I forgive you for that thing you did when I was 15 years old. And he said, I don't know what the F you're talking about. I never did anything that requires forgiveness. I have no idea what you're talking about. And he suddenly realized he had been mad for 20 years, and his father never even knew he did it. What a stupid waste of time, life, and emotion. He said, okay, Dad, no problem. And he left, and he was free at last. And he was just completely free. In most cases, your parents never even knew what they did. Your parents only did to you what they knew how. Some people complain my father or my mother didn't love me enough. But why do you think that was? It's because they weren't loved when they were children, and they didn't have enough love for themselves to give any away. And so the rule is your parents gave you all the love they had. They had no more. It wasn't as if you did something that caused them to withhold it. They had no more to give you than they gave you. They gave you all they have. And so therefore you can't be mad at them any more than you could be mad at a person who's in a wheelchair because they don't get up and run. Sometimes people are emotionally crippled, and all you can see is from the results. So what you do is you say, God bless them, I wish them well, and you forgive them. Sometimes you can go and see them personally. We have found in many cases that parents feel extremely guilty about all the mistakes they made with their kids. And so they're hoping against hope that their children will come and sit down and say, I forgive you and I love you. I spoke to a gentleman a couple of days ago, very interesting guy, very successful. He said he never had any truck with his father. His father was gruff, difficult, abusive, angry. His father was on his deathbed when he was 32 years old, and he went to visit him on his deathbed and say, "Dad, I forgive you and I love you." He says, "I love you too, son," and he died the next day. That's the only conversation he had with him in 20 years. Never seen him, never spoken to him, never had a conversation. But he says, thank God he did it before his father died, so he could make peace. One of the most important things you can do is tell your parents that you forgive them for everything, and you love them, and you wish them well. And it's absolutely amazing. From that point on, you become an emotional adult. From that point on, you move from being a child with this big evil parent looming over you, you move up to emotional maturity. You jump over the canyon, and from then on, you'll have the best years of your life with your parents. When I went through this with my parents in my late 20s, from then on, we were like friends, and we had just a great relationship for the rest of our lives, which was another 10, 15 years, because you let it all go. As long as the baggage is there, you still remain a child to your parent. The child is still, the parent is still the rigid disciplinarian, lording it over you with the emotional stick. As soon as you forgive them, you're free, and you become an emotional adult yourself. Our country is filled with people who are emotional children, emotional cripples, because they cannot forgive their parents. They're still angry with their parents. I was doing a seminar in Orlando, and this gentleman came to lunch with him. He said he had to get divorced from his wife after about 10, 15 years. And his wife was about 35 years old. And he has to still meet with her because they had 2 children, and they had children, things to straighten out. And he said he had had lunch with her the week before, and she started off complaining about her mother, and complaining about her mother, complaining about her mother. And he'd heard this so many times. They got divorced about 3 years ago because he just couldn't take the negativity anymore. And he said to her, he said, "Harriet," he said, "do you realize that you haven't lived with your mother for 18 years? "Yes, but my mother did this and my mother." You haven't lived with her for 18 years. How many years more are you going to be mad about something that your mother did or didn't do when you were a teenager? "Oh, yes, but my mother this and my mother." She was just like just caught up with it, almost like Rain Man. You know, she could not let go of the fact that her mother did something that hurt her feelings when she was young. I read the story of a woman who's, when she was a teenage, she put on 20 or 30 pounds, and she came home one day and her father said, "Boy, you're sure looking porky." She was 35 years old and still an emotional basket case, still in counseling, because she had not recovered from her father saying, "Geez, you sure look porky." One comment, one time, when she was a teenager, and she was porky. And she still couldn't get over it. And she said she is still emotionally conflicted because she can't get over that comment from her father, which is one other way of saying be careful of what you say to your children, because it can have a real negative effect on them. But look at the child. Why don't you let the child let it go? Okay. So we forgive your parents. Second of all, forgive everyone else. Everyone else in your world who has ever hurt you for any reason. And people say, well, I can't do that because of what they've done and because of what they hurt me and because of the cruelty and the years and the upset I had and so on. But remember this, forgiveness is perfectly selfish. As Emmett Fox says, every prisoner needs a jailer. Every prisoner needs a jailer. If there's no jailer, there's no prisoner. And so what happens is when you keep the person in prison, you remain the jailer. If you don't forgive them, you remain caught. Almost like there's like those chains and leg links that prisoners used to be on the chain gangs. They used to be linked together. You're linked to the person by the chain if you don't forgive them. So the reason you forgive another person is to be free, is to liberate yourself. You don't care if the other person drops off a cliff. Now, in time, you will be completely neutral with what happens to the other person, but you let it go completely. You just let it go. And you forgive them so you can be free. People say, well, I can't forgive that person. It's a perfectly selfish act. It has nothing to do with the person. As a matter of fact, if the other person knew that you were still upset about something that happened, they'd probably be happy about it. Now, would you like to go around ruining your own life and making that other person happy? You'd probably want to kill that other person, and you're thinking, well, I'm going to hurt them by destroying my emotional life on a day-by-day basis. Does this sound a little absurd, by the way? You know, I'm going to hurt them by punching myself in the face over and over. I'm just keep punching myself in the face until I bleed, and that'll get that person back in Cincinnati. That'll really punish them. You'd say, well, that's absurd. Imagine you took a hammer and say, that person at Cincinnati that I was married to, and whacked your hand with a hammer until it bled and the bones were broken. I mean, are you with me so far? This is absurd. And you know something? Physical pain you can take away with pills, but the emotional pain that you carry around with you is there all the time. So your job is to get free. And the way you get free is to just forgive everybody. You forgive people in your past, you forgive past relationships, past business deals, you just clean the deck, Because it's the mark of the superior person is they have no anger. They have no hatred. There's nobody that they're mad at. No matter what anybody else has done, that's their problem, it's not your problem. The third person is yourself. And you forgive yourself for every wicked, senseless, brainless, stupid, unkind, cruel, and ignorant thing that you've ever done. Now, all of us have done countless things in our lives that we feel badly about. And it's time to let it go. In fact, Emmett Fox says that clinging to negative experience in your past is actually a form of weakness. It's a form of emotional insincerity. It's a refusal to grow up and get on with your life. It's not a mark of being a superior person and feeling guilty because you made mistakes. It's just a form of weakness that keeps you away from reality. Because when you let everything go, you said, okay, I'm not perfect. And remember this, the person who made those mistakes in the past is not the person that you are today. In the past, that person made those mistakes. That was the person you were at that level of knowledge and maturity. You are not now that person today. The person you are today would never do the silly things you did in the past. Isn't that true? So therefore, don't beat yourself up today for a person that existed years ago. Because that was then and this is now. What you do is you say, that's not the kind of thing I would ever do now. And the wonderful thing is they say that wisdom comes from making mistakes. And you make mistakes in order to gain wisdom. And so what you do is you make mistakes in life, and the only thing you do with the past experience is what? Well, you learn from it. You say, what can I learn from that past experience? And then you take the wheat and you let the chaff go. So whenever you think of a negative experience, you say, all right, what did I learn from that that's made me a better person today? And I always think on paper. I write down all the things I can think of. And you think, well, I learned to do more of this and less of that, and not to do this and not to say that, or think before I speak, and to do more due diligence. Due diligence has been my favorite word during the economic bust, due diligence. I wish I'd done more due diligence into the background of people that I was doing business with. But I didn't, and life goes on. You know, the money's gone, life goes on. So what you have to do is you say, okay, I learned to do due diligence and do lots of research, and let it go. Let it go. Remember, we never become upset about a past event, because you can't change a past event. Imagine a guy comes up to me in a seminar, and I said, how you doing? He said, oh, I'm doing fine. I said, you seem a little bit perturbed. Yeah, I said, I'm really pissed off. You're really pissed off? He said, yeah, I'm just furious. I said, well, what happened? He said, well, about 5 years ago, my wife, my family, and I decided to go on a picnic on Sunday, and we packed up everything on Saturday night. We're going to leave first thing Monday morning, about a 2-hour drive, and go on a picnic. And we got up on Sunday morning, it was raining. It rained all day. And we couldn't go on the picnic. And I'm still pissed. You'd say, whoa, bring in the guys with the white coats. I mean, you're still mad about the fact that it rained 5 years ago and you couldn't go on your picnic? You're still upset? Yeah, I'm still pissed. You think this person needs a checkup from the neck up. They're obviously got a serious problem. What's the point that I'm making? There are people that are still mad about things that happened 5 years ago that you can't change. They've gone forever. They've disappeared into the past, and they're still mad today for the mistakes they made or mistakes somebody else made. So what you do is you say, God bless them, I wish them well. Is I forgive them completely for everything, God bless them, I wish them well. And if you've done something to hurt someone else, go and apologize. Have the courage and the character to go to that person, write them a letter, make a phone call, send them an email, and just say, you know, what I did was really unkind and cruel, and I'm sorry, and I apologize. And then let it go. They say, what about the other person? You're not concerned about what the other person does or says or anything else. Just let them go. Many of us will feel guilty for years because we did something that we feel bad about. We did something that was unkind or cruel or something, and we feel badly about it. But it takes tremendous courage to go and say, you know, I thought about that, and in retrospect, I'm sorry I said or did that. I'm sorry about what happened. And if necessary, make recompense. If necessary, make compensation. It's really, really important. In the Bible, what is the word that they use is to repent. And to repent means to turn back. To repent means to turn back and go back to a past event and have done with it and deal with it honestly. And the whole purpose of those teachings is to free your soul so you feel happy about yourself. And just let it go. And once you've done it, by the way, you just let it go. Now, number 8. The last thing, which is not in this, and I'll leave you with, is, we'll take a break now. The last thing has to do with what we call the letter. And the letter may be written in your workbook. Please excuse me because I've only been over this about 25 times and 30 years. So we go through here, releasing your brakes. Okay. Yep. List 3 people, the last exercise, 42, list 3 people you are still angry with who you are now going to forgive completely, and what one action are you going to take immediately as a result of what you have learned in this session. And let me just tell you about the letter. And the letter is where you have been through a bad relationship, or even worse, a bad marriage. And I've met people 10, 15 years after a bad marriage who are still bitter. And as a result, they never meet anybody else, and they end up alone for the rest of their lives, because anybody who comes near them is like trying to stroke a porcupine. The first thing that they do is they start to spew all their venom about their bad marriage. And remember, what you dwell upon grows. So the more you think about your bad marriage, the angrier you get, and it just keeps you angry all the time. It's sort of very much like putting hot water onto black tea and letting it steep for a long time. What happens to the water? It gets blacker and blacker and blacker. And the more you dwell on a negative experience, the blacker and blacker your thinking and feeling becomes. So here's how you liberate yourself from a bad relationship. What you do is you write the letter. And the letter has 3 parts. The letter is, I have thought over our marriage relationship, and I forgive you completely for everything that you ever did or said that hurt me in any way. That's the first line. The second line is, to be specific, I forgive you for the following, colon, and you can write down every single thing that you think the person ever did to hurt you. Some people will come up with several pages. The last thing is, I let you go and I wish you well. And then you take the letter and you sign it, and you go down to the mailbox and you mail it. You don't email this, by the way, you have to write it, psychoneuromotor activity, and you mail it. Now here's the most astonishing thing. From the time the letter becomes irretrievable, you drop it in the mailbox and it's gone, suddenly, all the negativity of the relationship has vanished. It goes. It's almost like a zapper. As soon as the letter of forgiveness and wishing them well has been mailed, you're free. You're free at last, free at last. And you walk home singing. It's the most astonishing thing. I've had people come back from all over the world say they couldn't believe it. I had this man in my seminar, and he was sitting there, and he was, and you could see he was having some problems. And he came back. It was a 2-day seminar at that time. He came back the next day, and he was smiling, and he was beaming. He said, he changed my life yesterday. And he said, let me tell you what happened. Here's what happened. He and his college buddy formed a business. And they built the business for 10 years, and they built it into a multi-million-dollar business. And they both got married, and they both had children, and they're both the best of friends, and they worked together, and they built this business, and arm in arm, and they were just really successful. And one day, he went to the office, and his partner was gone. And his partner handled all the money, accounting, bookkeeping, and so he just went to work, went home that night, his wife was gone. And what he found was that his partner and his wife had been having an affair. They had carefully closed up everything. He had stripped the company bankrupt, and they had both moved away to the other side of the country. And they had carefully written, he'd signed whatever they put in front of him. You know, we just need this for the bank, and he'd signed it. So he ended up on the hook for everything, and they ended up with all the money, and it was legally untouchable. And then they moved away and left basically 2 families with children, and took all the money, left him bankrupt with I think, two or three children. And was this guy entitled to be a little bit angry? I mean, we're talking smoking here. I mean, he was angry, and he was angry. This happened about 4 years before, and he had to work his buns off for 16 hours a day to save his business. He had to take complete responsibility for his children, and he was just fuming. I mean, his best friend and his wife had stabbed him in the back so deeply, he was entitled to be angry. Would you say? He had not done a thing. He had been an innocent player this whole time. But he came to this seminar, and after he went home, he wrote the letter. He wrote the letter to them. He knew their address. He wrote the letter to their address, and he wrote it to both of them, and said, I forgive you completely for everything. I forgive you for bankrupting the business and leaving me and blah, 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 and I wish you well. Have a good life. And he dropped the letter. He said, as the letter dropped, it was like the burden had been lifted off of him completely. So sometimes there are things that you can do to unlock that brake on the front wheel of your Mercedes-Benz mind and emotion and just release it completely. And a letter is very simple. But forgiveness is the most powerful technique ever discovered to free yourself completely from negative emotions, from all the ones in the past and all the ones to the present, and do it on a go-forward basis. So there's never anybody that you're angry with. No matter what they do, you are not going to give them the honor or the right of being angry with them. Is when the movie Patton says in his opening talk, he said, and I don't want to hear any calls from the front saying we are holding our position. We are not holding our position. He said, we are not retreating. He said, I don't like to pay for the same ground twice. He said, we are moving ahead. We are going to kill the enemy. We're going to go through him like crap through a goose. Remember that movie, Patton? But he said, we're not going to pay for the same ground twice. My point there is that we're not going to have the injury plus pay for it by being negative and unhappy and angry and frustrated and have it affect our lives and the lives of our family. Pay for it with money, pay for it with lost time, but don't pay for it twice. Just pay for it by saying, okay, it happened, I forgive the person completely, and get on with the rest of your life. So I want you to think in your mind, and every time you think of that person, say, I forgive them completely for everything, and I wish them well. And then I say, it's God bless them, I wish them well. I've already forgiven them. God bless them, I wish them well. God bless them, I wish her well. God bless them, I wish them well. Whenever the thought of the person comes up, I just throw a bucket of water on that negative emotion, and it goes out. And in less than a week, it stops coming up. The fire is out. And you think, geez, I was upset about that for weeks, months, years, and it's gone. Because you cannot wish a person to say, God bless them and wish them well without feeling great about yourself. And if you do that, you become completely liberated. And after lunch, we are going to, what we got here, after lunch, we're going to start talking about programming your mind for success. Now we have cleared your mental decks completely. Now let's build an incredible psychological and emotional edifice or building on it that will now allow you to accomplish anything you want in life. Does anybody have any questions from what we talked about this morning? Covered a lot of ground. My daughter is a psychologist, and I said, I'll teach you what you learn in 5 years of a master's program in about 5 hours. And this is what you learn. I'm working on a book now. The working title is Get Over It and Get On With It. And it basically talks about all the things that we talk about in this seminar and all the different ways that you can just drop off the things that are acting as drags on you, which is the old negative experiences and negative memories and so on. And wonderfully enough, there are some really great technologies, mental technologies for that, which you're going to start learning after lunch. And so just ways of your thinking differently, because if you change your thinking, you do change your life, and sometimes instantly. You know, a friend of mine was once asked, how long does it take to develop a new habit? And the question is, they say maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks, maybe a month, maybe a year. But some habits you can develop instantly. For example, if you sit on a hot stove or put your hand on a hot stove, you'll develop the habit of not putting your hand on a hot stove instantly, and you'll never have to relearn it. So for the rest of your life, with one quick experience, you'll have developed a habit of never putting hands on hot stoves. From now on, you'll check the stove before you put your hand on it. There's a little thing in biology where they talk about if a cat sits on a hot stove and burns itself, that cat will never again sit on a hot stove. It'll learn immediately. But the problem is the cat will never sit on a cold stove either. The cat will never sit on any stove, never take another chance at all around stoves. Human beings are often like that. Often we have one negative experience and we say, that's it, and we won't ever try in that area again. And yet you'll find that most people who are successful have failed so many times they've lost track of it. They just try and fail and try and fail and try and fail. And they don't like to fail. Nobody likes to fail. But they recognize that, well, this is part of the experience. You have to make mistakes in order to learn how to be successful. And so the critical thing is don't make a mistake and then never try something else. You just learn from it, pass on, move ahead, especially in relationships, especially in business. I sometimes will ask an audience, is there anybody here who's been lied to or let down or cheated or betrayed or swindled or badly done by or treated poorly when they were growing up and had a bad childhood, bad marriage, bad relationship, went broke, lost all your money, anybody like that? And by this time, everybody's got their hand up. I say, well, good, get over it. Let's get on with the rest of your life. People are just shocked, you know. Wait a minute, I've paid a lot for that suffering. You can't ask me to just give it up. But they think that they have to hold on to it. Like, I paid for that. I own that suffering, and you're not going to talk me out of it. And you start to think, isn't that amazing? Amazing. Like leaning on your hot stove and saying, take your hand off the hot stove. No damn well. No damn way. I'm going to stay here and burn until the skin starts to smolder. Well, why? Well, because I put my hand on this hot stove. And you know the old days where they say, well, if you made a bad marriage, well, you made your bed, you have to lie in it. The idea was that if you made a bad marriage, well, you just stayed in that bad marriage for the rest of your life. I had a woman in my seminar, a very nice woman, attractive woman, about 28. And she came to me at the break, and she'd come by herself. She said her husband, she was gone out with him for about 2 or 3 years, and they'd been married for 2 or 3 years. And she said, you know, you're saying that if the marriage is not working out, or if I'm unhappy, I should think of leaving. Well, I never put those words in people's mouth. I said, well, she said, I've got almost 6 years of my life in this relationship. But he's abusive, and he's negative, and he criticizes me all the time, and he runs me down, and he drinks, and I mean, it just never what I expected. And she's, as I say, she's a very nice woman, very smart, attractive. So I said, well, let me ask you a question. I said, how long are you intending to live? I said, well, how do you mean? I said, well, you're 28 now, and so let's say you live the lifespan, average lifespan of females in our society, 80 years. How many years is that? 52? Yeah, it's 52 years. So now you have a choice. You can take the 5 years that have gone by, which is the past in your relationship, or you can look at the next 52 years. Do you want to be still in this situation for the rest of your life? She said, oh my God, like OMG, OMG. She said, oh my God, her eyes opened up. And I ran into her about a month later, and she was just shining. I said, how are you doing? She said, great. I said, you dumped the bastard, didn't you? She said, I sure did. She said, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life in a negative situation like that. And so the mark of superior people, the top 10%, is they think about the future most of the time. Is they don't think about the past, because you can't change the past, but you can change the future by changing the present moment. You can change the future by making new decisions today and taking new actions today. It's almost like you've been driving, and no matter how far you've driven, it doesn't matter, but you can change the future by changing the wheel of your mental or emotional mind right now and go in a different direction. But you can't change the past. So sometimes people think that they've invested so much in the past. One of the great obstacles to change is investments of 3 kinds. One is investments of time. You've invested a lot of time in something and it hasn't worked out, and people are reluctant to let it go. But I say, if you've invested time in something and it hasn't worked out, and obviously it's not going to work out, then the question you ask is, if I were not now doing this, knowing what I now know, would I get into it? And this is something we teach in the Total Business Mastery Seminar, called zero-based thinking. If you were not now doing this, knowing what you now know, would you get into it? And I call it a Kwink analysis, K-W-I-N-K. Knowing what I now know, what would I do? And so I say to managers, if this person applied for their job again today, knowing what you now know, would you hire them? If the answer is no, then how do you get rid of them and how fast? If you would not get into a relationship that you're in today, knowing what you now know, then how do you get out and how fast? Because once I have found a situation fails the Kwink test, it's finished. It's unsavable. Can never be saved. People keep thinking, well, maybe something will happen, a miracle will happen. I like Peter Drucker's comment. He said that it's not that miracles don't happen, it's just that you can't count on them. And a lot of people think a miracle will happen and save them from all the mistakes that they've made or the time or money they've wasted. So just ask at every part of your life, is there anything that I'm doing today that, knowing what I now know, I wouldn't get into? And if the answer is no, then how do you get out and how fast? Going back to investments, the second investment is of money. We invest a lot of money in something, and we lose our money. And what many people do is they throw good money after bad. They say, well, I've invested in this stock and it went down, so I'll buy more. Instead of saying, knowing what I now know, would I invest in that stock at all? Would I invest in that business at all? And if the answer is no, how do you get out and how fast? I have a friend who's a professional poker player, goes to Las Vegas and plays in the no-hold'em poker rooms. I don't know if you've ever seen those, but they're quite interesting. They've got tables full of professional poker players, and they come from all over the place, and they play poker all day long, 10, 12, 14 hours. Anyway, his observation was this. He said that once you've made a bet, as far as you're concerned, the money's gone. You don't get it back. You can't say, well, I really made a bad bet there, so can I take my money back and give you your cards back? No, that's not how it works. If you get your cards and you make a bet, then you get another card and you make a bet, and then a card comes up and you make a bet, and so on, is each time you make a bet, that money's gone forever. So what you do is you make every decision based on the cards that you have now, based on the cards on the table now. This becomes your criteria. And you ask yourself, knowing what I now know, with the cards the way they are now, would I have bet? And if the answer is no, it's time to fold. Know when to hold them and know when to fold them. If you would not bet, again, but always remember the money that you've put in is gone money. So in accounting, they have an expression called a sunk cost. Does anybody know what a sunk cost is? Well, a sunk cost is a cost that's gone forever. If you buy a piece of equipment and it's worn out and it's thrown away in the trash, it's a sunk cost. If you run an ad 6 months ago for your business, it's a sunk cost. It's not a capitalized cost. It's not part of your business. It's gone forever. It's like dropping a big anvil off a ship in the middle of the ocean. You can't just go get it back. It's gone. It's called a sunk. That's what they call it, a sunk cost. It's sunk. And it's amazing how many of us try to invest time or money or emotion to preserve a sunk cost or to try to get the sunk cost back, when in reality the time, money, emotion is gone. So the third type of investment is emotion. We put a lot of emotion into something, and it can be a career or a relationship or something else. And at the end of the day, we realize that knowing what I now know is not a good investment. The emotion is gone. The investment is gone. So how do you get out and how fast? And here is the great discovery, is that when you finally make the decision to end a situation that knowing what you now know you wouldn't have gotten into in the first place, you'll only have one reaction afterwards, and it will be, why did I wait so long? Why did I wait so long to make this decision? Why did I hang in there for so long when I've known it was the wrong situation for such a long time? And so once you've decided you wouldn't get into it, now the only question is how much more you're going to suffer. How much longer? This is purely a personal choice. You could choose, well, I'm going to suffer for another 3 months or 6 months or a year. Just go ahead, suffer, suffer, suffer. And at the end, you will then fold your cards because it's over. It's over now. You already know it's over. In most cases where you use a zero-based thinking model, knowing what I now know, there are situations in our life that knowing what we now know we wouldn't get into. So the question is, the question is, knowing what you now know, would you get into it? Well, let's look at the worry buster. Negative imagination is thinking about things we don't want to happen that cause enormous amounts of stress and distress. In other words, we worry about things. We call it negative imagination. Is we're imagining things that we don't even want to happen. So we say, so negative imagination. We say worry creates fear, which can be described as fantasized experiences appearing real. Fantasized experiences appearing real. Because here's some of the discoveries that they've done with regard to worry. Worry is a sustained form of fear caused by indecision. It's a sustained form of fear caused by indecision. In other words, you're not in, you're not out. You do it, you don't do it. And so the only real cure for worry, as we'll come to, is decisive action. Get busy, take action, move forward. You see, the mind can only hold one thing at a time, positive or negative. If you get so busy working on your situation, you don't have time to worry anymore. So a study was done on the things that people worry about. 40% of the worries people had never happened. 30% of the things were in the past for which nothing could be done. 12% were needless worries about health. And 10% were petty worries about little things. Did I park the car right? Did I leave my stuff in the car? that I bring everything from for the seminar, only 8% of the worries were about something substantial, and of those, 4% were out of their control. So basically what we find is that 96% of what you worry about is a waste of emotion. There's a businessman who never worried about anything, and they said, why don't you worry? He said, I do worry. He said, I worry for 1 hour every Saturday morning. And what I do during the week is when I think of something that I'm worried about, I write it on a piece of paper, and I put it into this box. And then I don't think about it till Saturday morning. At 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, I go and get out the box, and I just go through all the things I was supposed to worry about during the week. And surprise, surprise, by Saturday morning, 80–90% of them have disappeared. So he says, I'm going to worry, just not now. I'm just going to worry. I'm going to have a worry time on Saturday morning. And as a result, he never ends up worrying. And you should do the same thing. Just take a little box or an envelope. Whenever you think of something you're worried about, write it on the envelope and say, I'll have worry time on that later. But you'll notice if you get really busy, you forget to worry. You can be busy all day long and you forget to worry all day long. And you think, oh my God, it's 5 o'clock. I haven't worried about that all day. I've got to get some wood on the fire. I've got to get it burning again. I've got to think about it and get myself worked up. So to eliminate worry, live one day at a time. That's one of the great rules. Live one day at a time. Get the facts. Before you start worrying, there's a rule that says, just for today, I will remain calm. Just for today, I will not think about the things that make me upset. Just for today. And anybody can live one day at a time. In Dale Carnegie's famous book, How to Stop Worrying and Start Living, the very first day, he talks about living in day-tight compartments. The very first chapter, he says, the key to not worrying is to live one day at a time. And don't worry about things that may happen in the distant future. In the Bible it said, sufficient unto the day are the cares thereof. So just be concerned about what's happening today, which is under your control. The second is to get the facts. Many times we get upset or angry about something or we worry about something because we don't have the facts. We have a half fact or we have a partial fact. And so the first thing you do is ask what exactly has happened. And you ask the questions. And how has this happened? And what is the situation? And what's going on? And you find it is impossible to worry while you're asking questions and trying to get more information because of the law of substitution. So you focus on asking questions. And you ask several people, what has happened here? Until you have a very clear idea. And very often you'll find there's nothing to worry about. Very often you'll find that what you thought you needed to be concerned about is really not a problem at all. In fact, you may have even had the wrong facts when you started worrying about it. The third thing you can do is use the worry buster technique. Now, the worry buster technique is one of the greatest techniques ever discovered. It's a life changer. It changes people's thinking forever. It's certainly been very helpful to me. You define the worry situation clearly in writing. So let us say that you're having severe financial problems. Then write down clearly, my problem is that I need X number of dollars by May 31st, and I only have X number of dollars, so I'm this many dollars short. In other words, get clarity about the worry situation. Many people are worried about something, but it's very vague and turbulent in the back of their mind. So when you're forced to think on paper, think on paper, think on paper, 50% of all worries are cured when you write down what you're worried about in the first place. If you're working with other people and you have 3 or 4 people in a discussion and you're all worried about something, you say, all right, exactly what is it that we are worried about? All 4 will have a different definition. So all 4 of you are trying to solve a problem situation, but none of you are really clear about what it is until you write it down. So we use a flip chart or a whiteboard and write it down so everybody agrees with the definition. Once everybody agrees with the definition, often the solution just pops out. The second thing that you do with the worry buster, and coming back to yourself as an individual, is determine the worst possible outcome of the situation. We call this the YPO, the WPO, worst possible outcome. What is the worst thing that can possibly happen as a result of this worry situation? And whatever it is, you say, well, it's something you can live with. It may even be the worst possible situation is that you'll die, all right? Now, if that's the worst possible thing that can happen, no matter what, well, then what you do is you say, all right, well, if that happens, it happens. And so number 3 is you resolve to accept the worst should it occur. We run out of money by the end of the month, or I could die from an incurable illness, or the house will burn to the ground or something else. So you say, okay, if it does happen, then I will accept it. And it's interesting, resistance to a negative situation is the major cause of stress. Once you say, okay, if it happens, it happens. You know, there's that famous story about George Burns. And let me see if I can, no, it wasn't George Burns, but it might as well have been George Burns. This older gentleman goes to his doctor, he's about 80 years old, goes to his doctor and he wants to get a complete medical. And he also wants his fiancée to get a complete medical as well before they get married. His fiancée is 26. And he's about 80 years old and he's wealthy and she's 26 and obviously just a loving person. Anyway, the doctor looks at this situation and does the medical on both of them, and he says, you know, Sam, could I talk to you? I've been your doctor for many years. He said, Sam, he said, you know, getting married at your age, you know that vigorous sexual activity can be fatal. And he said, well, he says, if she dies, she dies. In other words, resolve to accept the worst should it occur. If she dies, she dies. By the way, the George Burns' story was he was 80 years old, and they said, Mr. Burns, what would you like people to be saying about you 50 years from now? What kind of legacy do you want to leave? He said, well, 50 years from now, I want them to be saying, George Burns just happily celebrated his 130th birthday. Anyway, so resolve to accept the worst. The interesting thing is it's like deflating a balloon. Is once you resolve to accept the worst, all the tension goes away. You don't have any tension, and your mind clears and goes calm. Okay, the business goes broke, it won't kill me. If the house burns down, we get another house. If they lose all our money, we lose all our money. In other words, just accept it. And then, number 4, begin immediately to improve upon the worst. They teach this, by the way, in the universities. They call it the minimax regret analysis. They say minimize the maximum possible regret. And so business people are taught, when they make a decision, is to say, what is the worst thing that can possibly happen here, and how can we minimize the maximum? How can we minimize the very worst thing that we do? So the worry buster is very powerful. Whenever you find yourself worried, say, wait a minute, what am I worried about? What's the worst possible outcome? What's the WPO here? And if you want to help other people, there's a wonderful observation. We say you become what you think about. You also become what you teach. And one of the fastest ways to internalize these ideas so that you think this way is to teach other people. When they have a situation of concern, say exactly what it is that you are worried about. And then what's the worst that could possibly happen? And so if that were to happen, would it kill you? If the answer is no, so now what could you do to improve upon the worst? J. Paul Getty was famous for saying whenever he went into a business deal, the first thing he would do is say, what's the worst possible thing that could happen? He said, and then make darn sure it doesn't happen. And he would have his executives make darn sure that the worst possible thing doesn't happen. So begin immediately to improve upon the worst. And sometimes by simply facing it squarely, you can solve the worry situation quickly. All right, worry is a form of negative goal setting. It's setting goals for things that you absolutely don't want to happen. Thinking and talking about what you don't want to happen. And remember the law of cause and effect, the law of attraction, law of correspondence, law of belief, all these laws are neutral. They work with devastating effect on negative goals, just like they work with wonderful effect on positive goals. So if you're really worried about something, actually you're setting up a force field of energy to attract that into your life. There are some people who seem to always have bad luck. They seem to always have difficulties in their lives. But when you talk to them for 5 minutes, you know why. Because that's all they talk about. All they think about is possible negative things that could happen. Or negative things that have already happened that they can't do anything about, which they just keep rehashing. 6, worry is a sustained form of fear caused by indecision. One of the most powerful techniques, which we talked about, is decisiveness. Make a decision. You'll learn tomorrow why decisiveness is so important. But decisiveness is so powerful. It gives you so much control. And the only real antidote to worry is purposeful action. So what I want you to do is use the law of substitution. The law of substitution says get so busy working on your goals that you don't have time to worry. And the interesting thing is that if you get so busy working on a goal, minimizing the worst that can happen, soon you reach the point where you just don't worry anymore. Remember, worry is something you probably learned from a parent. One of your parents taught you to worry because they worried all the time. And they worried about little things and big things and little things and big things. And you grew up with a worldview that worried is what you do when you're an adult. And The other thing is the higher your self-esteem, the more you like yourself, the less you worry about things. People who worry about things think that if something goes wrong, it's a reflection on them. Something fails or it doesn't work out, and you just have to say no. If things just don't work out, it's not a reflection on you. Just because you fail when you try something, which is much better than trying nothing, doesn't mean that you're a failure. It means that you're a learner. Interesting point in America. Some of the most admired people in America are the entrepreneurs who started from nothing and built great fortunes. 3 or 4 who come to mind are, of course, Bill Gates, and then Warren Buffett, and Larry Ellison of Oracle, and Michael Dell, and then the Waltons. 5 of the Bill Walton or Sam Walton's descendants are among the 5 richest people in the world. Nobody knows how, but he was able to split his entire $100 million worth of fortune amongst 4 kids and 1 wife, $20 million each. And nobody knows how, and the documents, all the trust documents were sealed. No taxes. It passed, everything passed straight to his relatives with no taxes, none of those massive 55% taxes. And they sealed the agreement with the IRS. I don't know what it was. They sealed it, and nobody's ever been able to see it. Did you know that? That's one of those factoids, little facts of very little value, but nice to have. The interesting thing about these people is that these are successful entrepreneurs, and everybody's happy about them. In America, we really, really admire people who try and fail. We were talking about this the other day. If somebody tries a business and you meet them a year later, said, "How'd your business go?" I said, "It went bust, lost everything." Geez, you say, "Wow, that must have been a great experience. What did you learn? What are you going to do next?" In other words, there's no negativity about going broke in a business. The only person who feels really bad about it is probably you. For other people, what they're going to have for lunch is more important than the fact that you are bankrupt and living out of your car. What we do is we admire successful people. We admire them, and we look at learning from them. In Italy, if you start a business, like even a barber shop, and you go broke, it's published in the paper like you're a criminal wanted for child molestation. This is what you did. It's an awful thing. It's an embarrassment to your family. You often have to leave that city and go and live somewhere else. You're not allowed to start another business for 10 years because you went broke in your business. In other words, it's a real badge of shame to have tried a business and started. That's why the level of entrepreneurship in European countries is very low. Whereas here, you can start a business, go broke on Friday, start a new one on Monday. And you can start it online for $49.95 with LegalZoom, and you're in business. Even before you can get business cards printed, which you can do online as well. and you could be in business on Monday morning. There, you may have to stay on the sidelines for a decade before you're allowed to start another business. So therefore, never be concerned about failing, and never let the possibility of failing hold you back. Which brings us to programming your mind for success. But before we do that, I'd like you to fill out this little exercise here and write down the worry situation, the things that you're worried about. And they're basically, 4 or 5 categories. They're your relationships with other people. They're money, business. They have to do with health. They have to do with sales, income, and maybe things that have to do with other people and not in your business. So write down 3 to 5 things that you are worried about, and write down the worst possible thing that could happen. What's the worst that could happen if everything went to hell in a handbasket? And then fill out number 2. What specific steps will you take immediately to improve upon the worst possible outcomes in the first 3 above? What specific things will you do? What decisions will you make? What will you get into or get out of? And then finally, what one action are you going to take immediately to stop worrying and start living? One last point with regard to worry or negativity of any kind. Vince Lombardi once wrote these wonderful words. He said, "Fatigue doth make cowards of us all." And if we get really tired or worn out, especially physically tired or emotionally tired because we're in an emotionally stressful situation, and you get worn out, everything becomes exaggerated. You become more worried about small worries. You become angrier about small irritations. You become more depressed about reversals, you become fatalistic and think about quitting. So sometimes the very best thing you can possibly do is to just shut it all off and get a good night's sleep. Just go to bed early and just get a good night's sleep, and just sleep 8 or 9 or 10 or 12 hours. Everybody's had the experience where they just say, I don't have to get up tomorrow morning, I'm just going to sleep until I can't sleep anymore. You sleep 10 hours and you can hardly believe it. And then all of those things that were bothering you the day before, well, they weren't really that important. So sometimes it's really important to get lots and lots of rest. In the Jewish religion, there's what is called a Sabbath. And it's been one of my favorite concepts for years. There was a wonderful book written on it by a Jewish scholar about the Sabbath. And a Sabbath is they stop work at 6 o'clock on Friday, and then they take all of Saturday is the Sabbath, and they don't do anything. Now, they don't work, they don't catch up on their books, they don't even do anything intense. They just relax, spend time with the family, maybe in our time go for a walk, go to a movie, and so on. And it keeps going for 36 hours. It goes till 6 o'clock Sunday morning. And so what that means is you get 2 really good sleeps. I always think of sleeps. How many sleeps did you get? When Barbara and I go on a vacation, we find that you've got to be away for at least 2 sleeps. You can't go on a vacation on Saturday to a nice place, sleep there Sunday, come back and then come back Sunday. It's not enough time for a vacation. 3 sleeps is better, but 2 sleeps is the minimum. But a Sabbath gives you 2 sleeps. It gives you 2 full nights of sleep where you completely relax, and you'll find that if after that 36 hours, the whole world looks different. You're much more relaxed, you're more positive, you see more possibilities, you're more creative, you see things that you can do, you have the energy to take actions, and so on. So sometimes if you get really tired or if you get burned out emotionally because of a stressful situation, the smartest thing you can do is nothing. Just relax, just back off and get lots and lots of sleep. It really help you. Okay, moving right along here, programming your mind for success. You know that a computer, if you program a computer, it simply operates on the basis of the computer, of the basis of the programming. If you want to get different results in your outer world, you have to put in a different program for your mental programmer. So this is how we do it. We say your self-concept is your bundle of beliefs inside that determines everything that happens to you. Remember, all change begins with a change in your self-concept, the way you see yourself and think about yourself and believe about yourself. There was a man many years ago, very famous, true story. His name was Victor Sarabriakov. And I learned this story from Zig Ziglar. And Victor Sarabriakov was the parent of immigrant laborers who came over from Russia. And he grew up and he went to school. And he seemed to float through school. He did whatever schoolwork was necessary. But he daydreamed a lot. And sometimes he read other things and looked out the window. And they concluded that he was probably mentally retarded, did not really have, he had learning deficiencies, wasn't really set up to be very successful, and so he was just passed through on the never, never, never get failed plan, you know, where they just keep passing the problem kids on to the next grade and it doesn't come back. And so he went all the way up to the 10th, 12th grade, and he was still looking out the window, and he sat down with his counselor in the 12th grade, and they suggested that he join the Army. Because in the Army, he could get a nice job, you know, cleaning latrines or being a carpenter or driving a truck, where they would provide for him for 25 or 30 years, and then he could have a nice pension, and he could retire, and he would be safe and secure. And he didn't think much about that, so he left school and he drifted, and he worked as a farm laborer, and he worked as a janitor, and he worked cleaning up motels, and he just drifted across the country. And one day, when he was down on his luck, about 2 years later, he'd been drifting around, he's now about 20 years old, he saw a sign, you know, the Army needs men. And he remembered the recommendation from his guidance counselor in high school, so he went in and he applied to enroll, to register, what do they call it, to sign up for the Army. Pardon? To enlist, yes, to enlist, thank you. So he went in to enlist, and they said fine, and his background was average grades in high school and labor for 2 years, not great Army material. So they gave him a battery of psychological and intelligence tests. When they came back with the tests, his IQ scored at 172. And they said, no, there's something wrong here with this test, this score. So they tested him again. They had him take the test again, came out at 176. His IQ was higher than Einstein's of 170. They couldn't believe it. They took him in and they sat him down and they said, Mr. Serebryakov, you're one of the smartest. You're the smartest person who's ever tried to enlist in the Army. And he said, yeah, but I got terrible grades throughout school. And they had a psychologist there, and he said, well, it's because you basically have a photographic memory. You memorized everything there was to learn in school the instant it was first mentioned. It was completely boring for you. That's why you were looking out the window all the time. He said, that's true. He said, I never failed an exam because he learned everything like a sponge absorbs water. They said, Mr. Serebryakov, if you'll join the Army and you'll go into our nuclear physicist training, we will put you through university if you will stay in the Army for 4 years after your degree. And he said, sounds good to me. And so he did. He went through, first of all, he had to retake high school. He finished all of high school in a year, took 4 years of university, very tough courses in 18 months, took the PhD in a year and a half, and he had his PhD by the time he was 25 and a half years old. Then he went to work for the Army for 4 years. While he was there, he developed 2 or 3 new technologies, defense technologies, that 2 of which the Army was very interested in. The others they said, we're not interested in this. When his time was up at 30, he started his own company, which is in Los Angeles, and Serebryakov Industries. Within something like 2 years, he had 6 major high-tech patents, each of which was sold and licensed for millions of dollars. By the time he was 35, he still lives in Los Angeles today. He's worth millions and millions of dollars, one of the brightest people that they'd ever seen in terms of his creative ability. But he didn't know. He'd been programmed from his poor parents and his poor kids in his childhood and the teachers that paid no attention to him to believe he was not very smart. And when they finally showed him how smart he was, he just changed his programming. When he changed his programming, this guy became a mental machine. He was a genius of the highest order. So it's very possible for us to change all of our external results by changing our programming about ourselves. So how do we do this? We say all change begins by you taking in new information that changes your self-concept. New information that changes your self-concept. So that you start to see your world and you start to believe about yourself in a different way. If someone were to say to you, and I do this all the time, by the way, David and I used to go into restaurants or various places, and the person would be really, really nice and really, really helpful. And I say to David, I say, what kind of a future does that person have? And he'd say, she has a great future. And then we go into a place where they're rude and indifferent and uncaring. I say, what kind of a future does he have? And David would say, he has no future at all. And so we divide people into people with future, no future. And you can tell people with future because the way they do their job in the moment is the best predictor of their future. And so when I go into a place and the person is really, really helpful, I will call them and take them aside and I'll say, you know something, you're going to be a big success. You are going to be a big success later in life. This is my area of specialty and I know that. And they say, no, well, you don't realize, and they're young people and they're working hard. And I said, no, you have star quality. You're going to be a big success in life. And I just leave them with that like a big tip. I also leave a tip. I just leave them with, I will stop and turn around and I'll go back to people that I've met in passing and I'll say, you know, you have incredible qualities. You're going to be a big success in life. And I've always told my children that. They're going to be a big success in life. And sometimes one person who they respect, an important person, well-dressed, customer, who tells them that will change their self-concept forever. Now, will it work consistently? Who knows? But you know that you miss every shot you don't take. So whenever I get a chance to take a shot, to put in an injection that will change a person's self-concept, and I've had countless people have come back to me and say, remember the seminar, I came up to you and I asked you that question, and you told me this, it changed my life forever. And of course, how can I remember? I've spoken to 5 million people. I say, oh yes, I remember you well. And so changes come with changing your belief system. Now, what if there was a special gene for becoming a millionaire? Okay? And this gene could be detected by new DNA testing, some of these gene tests that you have. And you're working along and you're doing well and you're making a good living, you're struggling and so on. And you go in for the doctor does your annual medical, comes back with a gene test. Geez, you got the millionaire gene. I had no idea. You got the millionaire gene. The millionaire gene, yes. You're going to be a millionaire in your adult life, probably in less than 5 years after you decide to become a millionaire. You say, you must be kidding. No, no, it's been tested. Every single person, every single millionaire who's been tested has this gene. It's a very rare gene. You're going to be a millionaire. You better get going. Find out how you're going to do it. If you walked out of that office absolutely believing that the gene test was right, you'd become like a house on fire. You'd become like a force of nature. Nothing would stop you. You'd say, I'm not going to do work at this chicken shit job anymore. I'm a millionaire. I'm a millionaire in training. Excuse the expression. I'm a millionaire in training. You'd be out looking for opportunities. You know something? You set up a force field of energy that would start to attract ideas to you and people and resources and things like that that would change you completely. So, I brought my magic pen. This magic pen was given to me by the gnomes of Zurich, the ones who make all the financial decisions in the world, and by the powers invested in me by the gnomes of Zurich, I hereby declare you all millionaires. From this moment onward, you have the millionaire gene. Your job is simply to realize that you are a millionaire looking for a place to happen. And your job is to go and find a place to happen. And I can promise you this, if you believe that, you start to see your whole world differently. First thing you do is you read my book, Success Secrets of Self-Made Millionaires, or listen to the audio, I'll give it to you, not a problem. Or read The Millionaire Next Door to find out for 25 years of research into who they are and how they think. And you read other books on research on millionaires, and you start to think, hey, I'm one of them. I'm reading this book all about millionaires. Hey, these are my buds. These are my bros. These are my homies, And you start to think like that. I'm one of them. They're one of me. Pretty soon I'll be in this, and they'll be using stories about me. When you start to think like that, if money is a concern of yours, and I know that money is not a concern for many of you, and we say anybody who says that will lie about other things as well. But the point is that if you start to think that you have a millionaire gene, like you are encoded, you're programmed to be a millionaire, it starts to change everything. That means that you're guaranteed to be a millionaire if you'll just get on with it and start to produce value at a high enough level that you can be paid well and you can hold on to it. That's not a bad idea. So, programming your mind for success, the psychology of becoming says that you are in a constant state of becoming. Each one is in a continuous state of growth and change. And I like to do it like this. It's almost like this is you, and you're continuing moving forward, and you're growing and changing depending upon the information that you're taking in. Now, the great tragedy is that if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. So if you're continually taking in the same old information, whether it's frivolousness or television set or TV or Twitter or something else, if you just keep taking the same thing and keep hanging out with the same people and reading the same papers, then nothing will change. The natural tendency is you just go on forever. But if you start to take in new information and new ideas and read new things and talk to new people, you start to evolve and grow in a different way, in a different direction, and at a different speed. Remember, the natural tendency is for people not to do this. So we say if you want to evolve and grow more rapidly, you must make your goals clear and describe them in detail. Make your goals clear and describe them in detail. The interesting thing is, as soon as you are absolutely clear that you want to achieve a particular goal, you start to get all kinds of ideas to achieve that goal. You start to see all kinds of possibilities. You activate your reticular cortex, and you start to see ideas that can help you everywhere. You start to run into people and meet people. You start to see things in the newspaper. It's really quite astonishing. I remember reading a story of a serial entrepreneur, and he'd made many millions of dollars in different businesses. And one day he was reading the Wall Street Journal, and there was a little filler, just a little piece about 2 inches, one column by 2 inches, and it said sales of Italian racing imports of Italian racing bicycles increased 37% in the last 12 months. And that's what it was, just a little thing from one of the Department of Trade publications. So he said, 37% growth rate, that's pretty good. He said, I wonder why that is. So he started to do some research. And what he found was, this is many years ago, is Italian racing bicycles, which is very popular today, were almost unknown in the US. And a 37% increase meant that they'd imported 1,000 the year before, and they'd imported 1,370 this year for a bicycle market of maybe 25 million bicycle riders. So he began doing some inquiries. He sent away for some information. He got in touch with the major Italian bicycle manufacturers. He opened a store that was a bicycle. He actually went to a bicycle store and agreed to take half the space. He imported the bicycles, he advertised, and they started to sell. By the time he was finished, he had 32 stores selling Italian bicycles by the shipload, and he made something like $15, $20 million before he sold the business. It all came from just noticing that little notice. But the thing is, he was looking for the notice. He was looking for business ideas. My friend Peter Thomas was sitting on a beach, and he's an entrepreneur. He was from Canada, from Vancouver, sitting on a beach in Hawaii and reading the Wall Street Journal. And it talked about this new franchise for real estate offices that had just started up in Irvine, California, where they were combining mom and pop real estate companies into a single company and putting the banner on it so they had nationwide exposure. He got up from the beach, he went back to the hotel, he checked out, he flew to Irvine, he had no money, flew to Irvine, walked into the offices of Century 21 and said, "I'd like to buy the franchise for Canada." And they said, "Canada, where's that?" I said, "Big blob of land up to the north." He said, "Well, you can have it. How much is it worth?" He said, "I'll give you $10,000. I'll give you $5,000 now and $5,000 in a year." He said, "Good, you can have it." He signed the agreement right there. Exclusive rights for Century 21 for Canada. Today they have like 500 offices in Canada. He's a multi-millionaire retired living in Phoenix. He was well known throughout the country as one of the great entrepreneurs. He made an absolute fortune from one little story, but he was looking for the story. So when you start to think that you want to make a lot of money, you're going to see, it's almost like opportunity is going to be waving, "Hey, here I am. Hey, me, pay attention to me, read this." And people will come up to you and say, here's a great business opportunity. You say, no, I'm waiting to make my first million. No, you nitwit, that's probably it. Anyway, so keep your mind open, because once you're clear about it, you're going to start to attract opportunities for everything you could possibly accomplish. Now, you must dwell on them most of the time. Remember, you cannot have a goal and think about it once a month. It's just like being married and thinking about your family once a month. It does not really mean you're really committed. It's like the story of you've heard the story of the chicken and the pig on Farmer Brown's farm. And it's Sunday morning, and the chicken comes to the pig and says, "You know, Farmer Brown's been pretty good to us. Let's give him a ham and egg breakfast. What do you say? I'll provide the eggs and you provide the ham." And the chicken pointed out to him, he said, the pig pointed out to the chicken, he said, "Well, for you it's a donation, but for me it represents a big commitment." Well, you have to make a big commitment in order to achieve a goal. So there are two obstacles to becoming everything you are capable of becoming. Obstacle number one is homeostasis. Homeostasis, depending on what side of the country you live in, is called a hardening of the attitudes. It means that you become rigid and fixed in the way that you think. Homeostasis is another rephrasing of the comfort zone. It's a major reason that people don't grow is because they get locked into what they've already done in the past, and they're very uneasy about doing something new. Whenever someone suggests something new, and you use those miraculous words, "yes, but," it means that you're probably trapped into homeostasis, the status quo. "Yes, but what about this? You could do this or you could do that, but yes, but." And it always brings you back to what you were doing before. So we like to maintain the status quo. Human beings love the comfort zone. The second obstacle to change is psychosclerosis. And psychosclerosis is, as I say, the hardening of the attitudes. What that means is that you become very rigid in your thinking, and you're not willing to try new things. This is normally caused by low self-esteem and by fear. Is we don't want to try something new. What if we lose our money? I remember when I was growing up, by the time I was 15, I was earning more than my father was. I had my own lawn mowing business, and I had to buy my own equipment. I had beautiful equipment, and I had to get them to sign for it because I was only 15. And I cannot tell you how hard it was. They said, "But what if you lose your money? And what if you lose the machine? And what if you lose this?" And I mean, they always talked about what would happen if you lose, if it doesn't work out. And because my parents had gone through the Depression and were just hypersensitive about losing. And as a result, the only thing my father ever bought was penny stocks. And you know something? Every one of those penny stocks ended up worth how much? A penny, yeah. And so be alert to these, the natural tendency to slip into a comfort zone and fight to stay there, and the natural tendency to resist new ideas. So both of these lead to getting stuck in the comfort zone, the great enemy of success. In order to get yourself out of the comfort zone, they found that if I like to use an example like this. When Warren Bennis did his study called Leaders, which was one of the best-selling book on leadership of the 90s, they'd studied 93 leaders, and they studied them for 5 years to find out what qualities they had that made them different. And they were completely different industries, and they found there were 5. And one of them was they refused to get stuck in a comfort zone. And so what they did is they would get into a comfort zone. We say the only difference between a comfort zone and a rut is the depth. No, between a rut and a grave is the depth. And when they would get into this comfort zone very quickly, and the only way they could get out is by using a grappling hook, if you like, and throwing a grappling hook up to pull themselves out of the comfort zone, and it was always a big goal. Now, they have another word for this now, and they call it a BHOG, big, hairy, audacious goal. And so what you do is by creating BHOGs, you're forced out of your comfort zone because you cannot stay at your current level of performance and set a big goal for yourself. The goal forces you to think bigger, which is why we talked about putting a 0 at the end of your income goal. It forces you. There's no way that you could achieve that doing what you're now doing. You're going to have to do something different, and you're going to have to do it in a different place in a different way. So the bigger the goals you have, the more likely it is you break out of the hold of homeostasis and cyclosclerosis. So we say there are 2 great powers that control everything that happens to you. The first is the power of love. The power of love is the greatest power in our lives. It's been said that everything we do is either to get love or to compensate for lack of love. From the time we are children, moving from discomfort toward comfort, moving from pain toward pleasure, we're always striving to get the unconditional love and affection and respect of the people who are most important to us. And remember I said earlier that we strive for all of our adult life to compensate for what we felt we were deprived of as children. And so you can see, I came from a family that had no money, so I've always strived to be financially successful. Striven, I think is the word, striven. Reminds me of a story in terms of past tense of this woman from Boston, a businesswoman, is on a business trip, and she gets to Halifax. And there is a dish in Boston that's very popular. It's called Boston scrod. And it's a dish that comes from the fish and they're caught off the waters of the Northeast. So she checks into this hotel in Halifax. Should I tell this story? Probably not tell this story. She checks into this hotel in Halifax, and she's been traveling all day. And she says, I've been traveling all day. Is there any place around here that I can get scrod? And the desk clerk says, well, yes, madam, there's several places, but I've never heard it asked for in the past pluperfect subjunctive before. Anyway, everything, I was too quick for you, I can see that, all right. Everything we do is either to get love or to compensate for the lack of love. And it's love, it's approval. People who have an extremely high need for love are driven into politics, into show business, they're into areas. Do you remember that wonderful line from Sally Fields when she got the Academy Award? You like me? You really like me? I mean, this was the greatest thing in her life, is that the people that were her peers in Hollywood, they really liked her, and they gave her the Academy Award because all her life she has been striving for love and acceptance from her peers. The second great power that controls everything that happens to you is the power of suggestion. And you and I are inordinately suggestive in that we're constantly affected by the suggestive elements in our world. Everything counts. Every single word we hear, every conversation we have, every song we listen to or news story, everything we read has an effect on us, and it's helping us or hurting us. Everything counts. Everything counts. If I were to say to you, geez, there's some great research. It says that if you eat really, really healthy foods, you're going to feel much better and have more energy and sleep better, and your skin will be better, and your digestion will be better, and everything else if you eat really, really good foods. Did you know that? You'd say, come on, give us a break. We've known that for 50 years. We know what we should eat, we just don't eat it because we like delicious things, and really good foods are not always delicious. So, of course, we know that. But if I were to say that everything that you take into your mind affects your personality and your temperament and your self-confidence and your goals and your clarity and your intelligence, it has a profound transforming effect, you'd say, wow, that's an interesting thought. Everything you take into your physical body affects you physically. Everything you take into your mind affects you mentally and emotionally, and it affects the results that you get in life. For example, when Barbara and I found that Christina was on her way, we went out and bought more than 30 books on child raising. And we read them back and forth and discussed them for 9 months. We had read thousands and tens of thousands of words on child raising. And after our children were born, we read baby's first 3 months of life, baby's first 6 months, baby's first year, baby's second year, and so on, so that we were keeping current with everything that we possibly could, so that we knew what we were doing. Do you think that that had an effect on what kind of parents we were? Flooding our mind with hours and hours of reading on how to raise happy, healthy children? An enormous impact on our parenting because we flooded our mind with it. I then meet people who have children who have never read a book, never taken a course, never read an article, never talked to anybody. They say, oh, you just do it naturally. You wonder why your kids are wearing their pants down to their ankles and have got earrings in their nose and mohawk haircuts and smoking dope and drinking, and they're 9 years old. Anyway. Number 6, the law of habit has an inordinate impact. The law of habit or inertia says that in the absence, the law of inertia says in the absence of a specific decision on your part to change some aspect of your life, the natural tendency will to go on the same way indefinitely. In other words, inertia says that a body in motion tends to remain in motion indefinitely in the same direction. And a body at rest tends to remain at rest. And unless you make a decision to do something different, you remain at rest. Einstein had a wonderful line. He said, nothing happens until something moves. Nothing happens until something moves. So it's really important that you think of moving. So, I say 95% of everything we do is by habit. And 95% of your success or failure will be determined by your habits, either good or bad. I've written a book on this called $1 Million Habits, which is a great book. And it takes 12 critical categories of life: health, money, technology, learning, growth, family, relationships, and so on. And it gives the habits that the top people have in each of those areas. The interesting thing is that no one is born with any habits. It's all habits that we have learned through practice and repetition over time. And we can override bad habits with good habits. Sometimes people have a smoking habit. How do you get over the smoking habit? You develop habits that override that habit. Exercise, self-discipline, not putting yourself in harm's way, not going to places where they smoke. You do everything possible to develop a new habit until you have the non-smoking habit. There's some people who have been chronic smokers, now they're chronic non-smokers. They're religious about not smoking. So you can develop any habit you need to develop. And 95% of what you do is habit. From the time you get up and brush your teeth in the morning, to the way you mix your coffee, to the way you drive your car or park it, to the way you dress, everything's a habit. Now there's some habits that are good to have because they make things automatic and easy. You don't even have to think about them. There are other habits that can be very, very harmful and need to be challenged if they are not serving you. My friend Ed Foreman said the rule of success, he said, he said, good habits are hard to form, but easy to live with. Bad habits are easy to form, but hard to live with. And the rule is to form good habits and make them your masters. And so what you say to yourself, if I had a habit of this, being punctual, a habit of planning every day in advance, a habit of exercising for 30 to 60 minutes each morning when I get up, a habit of going to bed by 10 o'clock, if I had these habits, would they serve my life? Well, surprise, surprise, you look around and find really successful people, they have these habits. And nobody had them to start with. So Goethe said, with regard to habits, everything is hard before it's easy. The reason that people do not develop good habits is because they're lazy and undisciplined. They just simply cannot stick to it until the habit locks in and becomes automatic and easy. But here's the good deal, is that once the habit is locked in, it's easier to do it than not to do it, because it becomes your new comfort zone. And you are only comfortable when you are performing with that new habit in that new range. So developing new habits is important. Now, how do you develop habits? Well, the biggest mistake that a person makes is say, well, I want to develop all of these habits. No, develop one a month for the next year. Pick the habit. Say, well, if I went early to bed, early to rise, that would really help me because I get a good night's sleep and I'd be up, I could plan my day, and I'd be able to start early, okay? Or if I did all of my shopping at one time so I didn't have to shop during the week. or if I was punctual for every appointment, or if I spent an hour a day studying my craft. Whatever it happens to be, pick one habit and do that for a month. And don't make exceptions. Do it every single day for a month until it locks in. At the end of the month, it's locked in, and then develop a second habit. And say, what would be a good habit for me to have? And plan all my finances carefully and review all my expenditures every single day so I'm really clear about how much in, how much out, where it's going, and so on, as opposed to the way I do it today. Well, if you develop one habit a month for a year, you'll have developed 12 new habits. If you develop 12 new habits, you'll have reprogrammed yourself completely in 12 different areas of performance. Do you think that would have an effect on your life? Do you know what a profound effect 12 new self-chosen good habits could have? It could so profoundly change your life as to be unbelievable. Barbara and I developed the habit, we both wanted to lose some weight, developed the habit of what we call salads at 6. So we have a salad at 6 o'clock with protein, fish, meat, chicken, just a nice salad at 6 o'clock. It's early, and it's too early to drink, so you don't drink. So you have salads at 6, and that lasts you all the way through to the next day, because you don't need to eat again for 12 hours after you've eaten dinner. And if you have salads at 6 and no dessert, you know what happens? You have more energy, you're fresher, you're brighter, you sleep less, you wake up more refreshed, and you lose weight from the first day. You have salads at 6, and you do that for 30 days, you totally transform your way of eating. And at the end of 30 days, physically, the difference will be people will be stopping you in the street and saying, what are you doing? Because you look so different and you feel so different. Now, since you have more energy, what are you going to do with that energy? You're probably going to get up in the morning and exercise. So now you have salads at 6 and morning exercise. OMG, OMG. Do you see what I'm saying? And then you say, I'm going to plan every day in advance and set priorities on my day and start with my most important task. Now we're starting to double and triple because each of these new habits is having a multiplier effect against the other habits. In what seems to be a very short period of time, and you will know, a week, a month, a year can go by like a blink. In 1 year, you'd be a totally different person. And here's the wonderful thing. Each time you engage in a behavior that leads to a better habit, your self-esteem goes up and your self-confidence goes up. You get a backflow of endorphins, which gives you a feeling of happiness and well-being. So you not only get paid off as a result of achieving the habit and the results of the habit, you get paid off every step you take to develop a new positive habit. Makes you happy, gives you positive feedback, gives you ideas, makes you more creative. You literally start to transform your personality by taking one step at a time, developing one habit a month. Just an aside, no extra charge for that. Number 7 is the law of emotions. We say every decision that you make is based on emotion of some kind. The stronger emotion will dominate a weaker emotion and will determine what you do. In other words, if you have an emotion of desire to become successful in your work, but you have an emotion of fear and insecurity, you don't want to lose your security, whichever emotion is the most intense is the one that will dominate the other. There's a story of the old Indian chief, and he was asked, he said, I have 2 wolves, he said, on either shoulder. The black wolf on one shoulder is always luring me to do things that are not good for me. And he said the white wolf on the other shoulder is always encouraging me to do things that are good for me. And the person he was talking to said, which is the wolf that dominates? And he said, the one I feed. The one that I pay the most attention to is the one that dominates my thinking. So you can actually, by continually thinking about what you desire, you actually cause that to become more intense, and you cause the fear that's holding you back to become less and less. And so pretty soon the desire for success, happiness, achievement is much greater than the fears that hold most people back. And you do it little by little, just by dwelling on it over and over. And so that eventually becomes your stronger emotion. The law of emotion says every decision you make is based on emotion, Okay, the 2 major emotions that constantly wrestle within us are fear versus desire. You know that our fears come from our early childhood. No child is born with any fears, so if we have fears as adults, we've learned them. By the way, some fears are good. Fears of crossing the street in busy traffic, that's good fear to have. Fears of driving carefully, parking your car in lighted areas, locking your doors, properly insuring. These are good fears to have because what they do is they create a cocoon of safety around you. It's the other fears that act as brakes that hold you back and that trip you up that are fears that we need to get rid of. So we say the law of expression says, whatever is impressed is expressed. This comes from Aristotle, by the way, the law of expression. In other words, whatever you take in to yourself, you read, listen to, talk about, and so on, you express in your life and your conversation. You can always tell what's going on inside a person by listening to their conversation, because they're always expressing what they're thinking about. In Freudian analysis, they call it the talk cure. The talk cure is the person lays down comfortably and the psychoanalyst asks them questions to get them talking, stream of consciousness. And what they are looking for is what is called the Freudian slip, which you're familiar with, which is what slips out. The word slips out. Well, tell me a little bit about your childhood. Well, I was raised in a wonderful home, and my parents were just the most wonderful people and very supportive and everything else, and I always hated my father. And bing, bing, excuse me, this is not an uncommon situation where the person feels that I have to love my parents. And in reality, they hate one or both of their parents for what their parents did to them when they were growing up. But they've been taught that they have to love their parents. If they're a good son or a good daughter, self-ideal, they have to love their parents. So they keep repressing the fact that they hate one of their parents, and they keep talking about how much they love their parents. I've seen this happen. As a matter of fact, the last person I saw this with actually went out after this great, monstrous paean of tribute to his father, went out and blew his brains out. He actually killed himself. He used to work for me. He actually killed himself. Why? It's because he was living this lie. And this lie caused so much turmoil within himself. He kept saying, oh, what a wonderful father he had. But once when he had not been paying attention, he told us how this father was a drunken brute who'd brutalized him and his whole family, physically, mentally, and emotionally. And then later on he said, I never said that. I never said that. And yet he'd gone into great detail. So it was not just a one-liner. Got into great detail of the years of turmoil that he experienced at his father's hands. And later he said, no, my father was loving and kind and one. He just could not deal with it. So whatever is impressed is expressed. So be very careful that you impress into your mind only really positive things, because those are what will be expressed. And you only want to be expressing really positive, healthy thoughts. So number 9, the law of reversibility. This is one of the great laws. And what it says is this, is if you achieve a certain level of success or good health or happy relationships, then that accomplishment will create a subjective state, a feeling or emotional state that goes with it. In other words, if you win something, you feel like a winner. And you act like a winner, you get the emotion of winning from the act itself. But what happens is the objective reality, the fact of success, creates the subjective state or the emotion. And this is what we say, so that if you are a winner, you feel like a winner. But if you haven't been a winner, if you create the feeling, just think how you would feel if you succeeded in this area. And you start to think and create a visual picture of yourself succeeding. I remember Mary Lou Retton had this visual picture in her mind for 10 years of being on the top stand at the Olympics and getting the gold medal in women's gymnastics. She had that picture for 10 years. And she trained toward it and trained toward it and trained toward it. And she could see it. And every single person she ever saw in the Olympics on there, she could see herself in the Olympics until it became her reality. And the thought of being up there drove her and motivated her and inspired her. So she trained and trained and trained and so on. And then the most amazing damn thing happened. Here's Mary Lou Retton working as hard as can be, doing well in local gymnastic competitions, but realizing she'd reached a ceiling. I think she was living in Chicago. And the greatest trainer of young women gymnastics in history, Bella Caroli, who had trained Nadia Comaneci, had trained her, defected from Romania and set up a school in Florida just when she was about to hit her peak of training. And so she told her parents she's got to train with this man. And her parents shut down their business, sold their house, and moved her and the whole family to the city in Florida where Bella Caroli's studio was. And she worked under Bella Caroli straight through to gold medals in the Olympics. I mean, it's just a great story. And what she had, though, was this very clear picture of winning, and the visual picture of winning created the objective reality. So the principle of reversibility says if you really feel great about yourself, you'll behave in a great way. But if you don't feel in a great way, you can create the feeling within yourself, or you can act your way into feeling. You can act like you're already successful and you create the feeling. Or you can feel that you're already successful and it will create the action. Are you with me so far? So it's really important. This law of reversibility goes back and forth. What William James of Harvard says, that if you do not have an emotion, but pretend as if you already do have the emotion, you'll experience the emotion that would go along with the success. So we say, imagine that you have your goal already. Imagine that you're already at your goal. One of the great exercises, if what you want to do is have a big, beautiful, ideal home for yourself, is to go to open houses on a regular basis in the kind of neighborhoods that you dream of living in. Barbara and I did that at a young age, and walk through these houses that are far beyond anything you can afford, and just walk through the houses. Just walk through the houses and think about living there. And as you do that for a while, it's sort of like those webcams that take a look at the whole house that you can watch online. You can actually visit a house online. Well, you become a webcam, and what you do is you just take a moving picture of the kind of house and you file it away, and then you go to another house and you say, I like this staircase and I love that backyard and this kitchen is beautiful, and you start to create a composite by going and looking at all these beautiful, expensive homes. And what happens is your subconscious mind begins to believe that you live in a big, expensive home and begins to adjust your behaviors so that you become the kind of person who can afford to live in that kind of a house. Now you say to me, oh yeah, but what if it doesn't work? No, you idiot, that's the wrong question. The question is, what if it does work? It doesn't cost you anything. I'm not saying cut off your arm or your leg to see if it works. I'm just saying go and feed your mind with beautiful pictures of the kind of homes that you like to live in and see what happens. Because I'll tell you that every person I've ever spoken to who did that ended up in their dream home within 3 years, including us. They ended up within their dream home in some of the most incredible ways. Did anybody see the movie with Kirk Douglas and, not Kirk Douglas, anyway, and it's called the War of the Roses. Remember that movie where they go looking through homes in the most expensive neighborhoods, and it turns out this woman has to leave this house, and they get the house for nothing? You remember that? They dreamed of it. They couldn't afford it, didn't have the money, but they ended up in the house anyway. That's a wonderful little metaphor for how it works. They went in there and they said they fell in love with the house, and they spoke to the owner, and they ended up in the house. So imagine that you have your goal already. Get the feeling. Create the feeling as though you were already a big success, as though you're already successful, as though you already were achieving what you achieved, and then replay and recreate that feeling over and over again. I had a friend named Bryce some years ago, and he went through my course in January, and he was working at a crummy job, and he was driving a junker, and his goal was to have a brand new BMW. And he set that down as a goal, and he went down to the BMW dealership, and he took a BMW for a test drive. And he sat in there, and he sniffed it, and he thought about it, and he felt it, and he touched the leather. And every week or two, he'd go and take a BMW for a test drive until they got sick of seeing him, I can tell you. And in the meantime, he lost his job, and he got another job, and he was fired from that job, and he got another job. And this job was in straight commission with a very fast-growing company, and he started to make more money than he ever made in his life. And December 15, he walked in, and he bought that BMW and drove it away. Throughout the year, he had pictures of that BMW from the brochures on his wheel of his car. When he drove around, he looked down like he's driving a BMW. He had pictures in his wallet. He had pictures on his refrigerator, pictures in his bathroom mirror. Everywhere he looked, he saw pictures of that BMW. And within a year, he'd literally gone from rags to non-rags, and he went and bought and drove that BMW off the lot. And they were very happy to see him go. Does it work? Replay and just recreate the feeling. And the way you get the feeling is go and do it. Test drive the car. Drive the perfect car for you. Go and test drive it so that you actually have a feeling. You know what it's like to drive a car like this. And then see what happens. Just see what happens. And the law of practice says that whatever you do over and over again, often enough becomes a new habit. So you can develop new habit patterns of thought and action just simply by repetition. Every habit you have today was by repetition, so you can cancel the old habits and start new ones. A new habit takes about 21 days to develop. So follow a 21-day positive mental attitude diet and resolve that for 21 days you're only going to think and talk about what you want, and you're not going to think and talk about things that you don't want. Your goal is to become a purely positive person, what we call a PPP, so that you're just positive all the time. And if you do have a setback or an obstacle that causes you to become upset or angry, you bounce back quickly. My friend Charlie Jones used to say, it's not how far you fall, but how high you bounce that counts. And so what you do is you just pre-program yourself, and this is one of the great pre-programmings that I learned, is that no matter what happens, I will respond to it in a positive way. Just file that in, okay? How do you want to handle things when they go wrong? Well, when something goes wrong, I just handle it in a positive way. I look for the good, and I remain positive and cheerful. Program it in. And what happens is the next time you have a reversal, your natural tendency may be to become angry, and then you'll, wait a minute, I always respond in a positive way to new information. And so you do. You need 4 qualities to make great changes in your personality and your character. Quality number 1 is desire. The only real limit on what you can accomplish is the question, how badly do you want it? Many people think, well, I want to be this and I want to be that, and I want to be rich and I want to be thin, and I want to be successful and I want to be happy and I want to have a great relationship or marriage. But people in mental institutions have the same wishes. These are not goals, they're just fleeting wishes. I call them cigarette smoke goals. They just disappear in the air. Because then they want to go partying, they want to go drinking, they want to go have fun with their friends, and they want to tweet, and they want to waste time at work, and so on. So they want all of these conflicting things. The achievement of one, the time wasters, makes it impossible to achieve the others that are worthwhile. They want to eat whatever they can eat, they want to live without exercising, and so on. So the question is, how badly do you want it? And if you really want it badly enough, then what happens is you stop doing the things that are contradictory to it. Decision. You must be willing to do whatever is necessary to achieve your goal. Now I have to give you a word, and this is one of the great words, and it comes from about a 30-year study. And I said, what is the difference between successful people and failures? And the conclusion was willingness. Now willingness means that successful people are willing to do whatever is necessary to achieve the goal. They said unsuccessful people are willing to do many things, but just not everything. They're willing to work hard, but not stay late. And they're willing to work during the week, but not on the weekends. And they're willing to upgrade their skills, but they don't want to take time away from reading the sports pages and watching the football game. And they're willing to exercise, but they don't really like to sweat too much, you know. So they're like really gentle exercises, like getting up from the couch and getting back down again, things like that. In other words, they're even willing to do this, but they're not willing to move to a new city. I've met people who decided the only way they could be successful was moving to LA, and they moved to Los Angeles from Iowa, from Indiana. They've got to move to Los Angeles or San Francisco or New York. In other words, they were willing to do, as Mary Lou Retton was willing to uproot her whole family and move to Florida to train under Bella Caroli. And as a result, and there's no question at all, as a result, she became the most respected gymnast in the world. I've met her on a couple of occasions, by the way. She's short, she's a little girl, and she's one of the loveliest women you'll ever meet. She's married now, has got 2 children, happy as can be, and she's just a lovely person. And you think, isn't that great? She deserves her success, just such a good person. So decision, make a decision and then be willing to do whatever is necessary within law. I'm not saying be dishonest, but be willing to pay the price. Be willing to pay the price. Number 3 is determination. Back your plan with iron willpower. Remember, when you start working on a new plan, as Confucius says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It's hard at the beginning. It's hard to get started. It's hard to keep going. It's easy to quit. But once you get going, you start to develop momentum, and it becomes easier and easier for you to get up and get going. You know, if you decide I want to get up and exercise every morning, the first time you do it, it's going to be very hard. Second time, not so hard. Third time, not so hard. After you've done it for 3 weeks, you can hardly wait to get up tomorrow morning and exercise. Because after you've exercised, you feel pumped, you feel high, you've got endorphins in your brain, you're energized, you feel good about yourself. You can hardly wait for that, what is called the exercise effect, after you've done it for 2 or 3 weeks. After that, you start to feel real irritable and antsy if you don't exercise. Most people who are into exercising just cannot not exercise because they start to feel really irritable. Discipline is the master key to riches. And this is really the most important key of all, is the ability to discipline yourself to do it whether you feel like it or not. To just keep on keeping on until it becomes a habit. But remember this, wherever you are today, you've gotten here by the things you have done or failed to do in the past. Wherever you want to go in the future, there's no limit because you can control it. And when you start to practice self-discipline, which Napoleon Hill called the master key to riches, when you start to practice self-discipline, it becomes easier and easier. And here is the great discovery, is that every act of self-discipline raises your self-esteem and your self-confidence. Every act of self-discipline deepens your persistence and your determination. Every act of self-discipline makes you stronger and more confident in yourself. When you practice self-discipline, you actually build yourself as a person. And that's why you find that the greatest men and women in history have worked on themselves, like working out with weights, to become very disciplined and focused in doing the things that they need to do to be successful. So every step you take toward becoming more disciplined actually raises your self-esteem and self-confidence and makes it easier for you to take the next step. So self-discipline is really the master key to riches. It's the foundation skill that makes everything possible. If you develop discipline, which is a learnable skill, you can accomplish anything in life. You can achieve any physical, mental, emotional, or spiritual goal. And especially you can achieve any financial goal if you just simply develop the disciplines that are necessary to achieve it. And after the break, we're going to talk about how we can program even faster. So please, let's take 10 minutes, stand up, stretch, and come back. Thank you. A friend of mine was giving a seminar, Jim Newman, was giving a seminar in Los Angeles, and it was a full-day seminar, and he'd given the morning, and they'd gone through the morning, they'd gone out for lunch, and they started up in the afternoon, like 1:30, and after the sessions are about 90 minutes, about 10 minutes into the afternoon, 15 minutes into the afternoon session, he started to feel sort of a bubbling and rumbling in his stomach. And then he started to feel a little bit nauseous, he started to perspire a bit, and then this rumbling and bumbling began to move south. And he realized he must have eaten something. He's got an upset stomach, he's got some kind of food poisoning, but he's conducting the seminar and he's going on like this, and he's thinking about the break, but the break isn't for another 75 minutes, and he doesn't think he's going to make it to the break, and it gets worse, and the brain begins to churn and bubble through his system, and he begins to feel nauseous in his stomach, and he knows he's got to get off to the stage and get to a men's room as fast as possible because he's going to throw up. Well, he's telling what to do, and he says, okay, everybody stand up, please. Turn to the person on your right and tell that person the one thing you've learned so far today that you've really enjoyed, and then turn to the person on your left and tell them one thing you'd still like to learn before the end of the day. Well, he'd had a couple of exercises like this before, so everybody stood up, started talking to each other, and he sprinted off the stage, down the hallway, into the men's room, into the stall, closed it, and he promptly lost everything bidirectionally. And this went on for about 4 or 5 minutes, and he got all of this stuff out of his system, and then he finally got himself all cleaned up, and he came back, to him, everybody's still standing around, and when he walked in, they all stopped and looked at him. And he walked back up and came on the stage, and he said, okay, everybody sit down, and they sat down, and he started talking, and they started talking, and they were looking at him, but he noticed that they were not looking at his face, they were looking at his microphone, which had been on the whole time in the hotel sound system. And they asked him, did you ever find your friend Huey? Because it sounded like you were shouting for Huey! 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 So one of the rules that you learn in speaking is turn it off before you leave the room. Have you seen in the newspapers how many politicians have actually gotten in serious trouble by speaking in a live microphone? They said something that was picked up by the sound system, and they were out of their office, they were out of politics because somebody picked it up. So anyway, it's something to think about. So now, and this has gone off. There we go. Programming your mind for success. Now, changing your self-concept. Now we're going to talk about some very interesting things, and we're going to end the day with a complete relaxation exercise. The last 20 minutes of the day will be an exercise in complete relaxation. I just want you to know that, and I will explain to you exactly what it consists of in a couple of minutes before we get there. We probably have one more break. What is it now? Timing is good, yes. Wonderful. Holy smokes, are we ever doing well? Geez, all right, so we'll have one more break. But changing your self-concept, we say In your self-concept, the self-ideal is a combination of all the qualities of all the men and women you've admired throughout your life. Which, of course, if you read lots of biographies and autobiographies of men and women who are worthy of reading, as opposed to drunken rock stars and things like that, but when you read about Madame Curie or Thomas Edison or Mother Teresa, when you read stories about men and women who have done wonderful things with their lives, and all of them from humble beginnings, you start to think, I'd like to be that way. And when you read about their qualities and how they persisted, you start to absorb through the skin being like that when the condition requires it. When the situation requires it, yes, I'll be courageous too, and I'll be determined too, and I will be cheerful as well. So the more you read about people, the more you form a higher and better and clarified ideal. So this becomes your internal role model. And there's always this dynamic tension between the person you are and the person you would like to be. A person who thinks that they're already fine is not a person who's really open to any improvement. And people who think that they're already fine are usually people that are not really that admirable, because every admirable person you'll ever meet thinks that they could be much better than they are. They could do much better. They always feel that I could be much more successful than this, or a better person, or I could be more compassionate and more patient and more loving. Even though other people think, geez, you're doing very well, they always compare themselves against an ever higher standard, which means that they're always in this state of dynamic tension toward becoming better and better and better. When you admire these people, you have an unconscious tendency to be more like them. And that's why it's important that you think and talk about people that you admire. The great tragedy for many young people today is that they admire divas and rock stars and basketball players and dancers with the idols. Those are the people they admire. And you can tell who they admire by who they watch, who they tweet, who they look at, who they replay, who they discuss, and so on. And that's not really very healthy, because these people are not good role models for young people. They're not good role models. I have had my life so profoundly and positively changed by role models, mostly men who kind of took me under their wing when I was growing up and coming from a lousy home. And they became role models to me, as even to this day, decades later, I can remember still wanting to be someone that they would approve. Somerset Maugham was once asked why he wrote so prolifically, and he had a beautiful line, which I think applies to life. He said, "I write to earn the respect of the people I respect." And what I have found is that that's what we do in life, is we do the things we do to earn the respect of the people we respect, and at least not to lose their respect. And many of us would go through tremendous privations and sacrifices not to lose the respect of someone whose respect we value. And so thinking about whose respect you value is a really important point. Who is really important in my life? Who do I really respect? And then you think, what would I need to do or not do to earn or to keep this person's respect? And you don't even have to know them. They can be people that are very admirable. So there is a difference between your self-image, the way you see yourself now, and your self-esteem, which is how much you like yourself. And here's an interesting discovery. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Here is your self-image, and here is your self-ideal. This is the ideal person that you could be, and this is the person that you are today. And there is a dynamic tension between the two. And whenever you do anything in the present that is consistent with the person you would like to be, your self-esteem goes up. You like yourself and respect yourself even more. Whenever you do anything or say anything, you get mad or impatient or short-tempered or something. Whenever you do something in the short term that causes you to move away from the person you would really like to be, your self-esteem goes down. So successful people are always trying to adjust their behavior so their behavior is more and more like the person they would ideally like to be, the person they admire the most. And then each time you do something that's consistent with the best person you could be, you like yourself and respect yourself more. And it becomes a lifestyle to constantly be doing the things that you know that others would admire, the things, the quality, doing the behaviors that the people that you admire the most would engage in. Very small thing, but a very big thing. So your self-esteem is largely determined by the gap between your self-image and your self-ideal. And is it contracting and getting smaller? Then your self-esteem is high. If it's getting wider because you fell off the wagon, you did or said something, that you're not happy about, that's not me, then your self-esteem will go down. So striving to be like your ideal causes your self-esteem and self-confidence to go up. And then when somebody gives you a compliment that is consistent with your being a better person, then you really feel happy because you really feel that you're moving toward that great goal. So the stages of changing your self-concept are, number one, the change must be perceived by you as being both desirable and necessary. Remember we said before, changing a light bulb, the light bulb has to really want to change. Well, for you to change, you must consider it to be desirable, is something that you want, and necessary. This is something I need to do if I'm really going to realize my potential. And so if your self-concept, you want to have a self-concept of a very well-controlled and organized, positive person, you say, this is something that's essential if I'm going to achieve maximum influence in my circle, or even become a great salesperson. If your self-concept is you want to be very well organized, and you need to be well organized to be successful in a competitive business, then you consider it to be both desirable and necessary. And that's the motive force that drives you. Number two is begin thinking about yourself as you would like to be. Sort of turn it over in your mind. John Asseroff, who you see tomorrow, great guy, he's done a program which he'll tell you about. It was called The Inner Game of Financial Success. And he got a call from a man named Timothy Galway. And Timothy Galway, 30 years ago, I read the book, wrote a book called Inner Tennis. And he's also written Inner Golf. And what he says, which is completely consistent with what we are learning here, what he said is if you want to be a better tennis player, imagine that you were a world champion tennis player already. Just imagine you're a world champion. As you move, as you swing the racket, you've seen them on television, just act as though, and think, I'm a world champion. And think of how you would act if you're a world champion. And surprise, surprise, your performance actually improves. You actually play better tennis just playing with the idea that you're a world champion. And if you're if you want to be a better golfer, then play with the idea that I'm already a great golfer. I am a great golfer. And just imagine, this is what you like, just imagine that you're already a great golfer and you actually end up playing better golf. He calls it the inner game of tennis, the inner game of golf. And it's the same thing with you. When you imagine yourself as already excellent at what you want to do. I told you about my friend who I helped him to envision being absolutely excellent at karate. And instead of being stressed or tension, just think about yourself. You're already a champion. You're one of the best people. All these people have come to see you because you are so damn good at what you do. And he walked on there and he smoked. He got higher grades and won more contests, and he's still doing it, than he ever had before. And he said it was easy. It was easy because your subconscious mind organizes every single motion so it's consistent with this new picture. Begin to visualize and create clear mental pictures. A visualized picture is a command to your subconscious mind, and when you visualize yourself performing at your best, your subconscious mind organizes your behaviors and actions on the outside so they're consistent with the picture that you just fed. It's almost like the picture is the command or the seed, and your subconscious mind is the garden. And what it does is the subconscious mind grows the behavior that you visualized. All the work on self-image psychology is really exciting. Visualize yourself as positive and confident. Visualize yourself as successful. Visualize yourself as happy. And what happens is you begin to behave on the outside consistent with that picture, but it's natural. You feel natural with the new behavior. Practice your visualization over and over again, because every time you visualize, as we said, every time you visualize, your subconscious takes it as a new command, like you just did it again. You just performed excellently again, and you just keep replaying the picture. Before every event of importance, you'll find that success, well, I'm probably jumping ahead of myself. Your image must be clear, vivid, and exciting. That means the greater clarity your picture of yourself performing or your picture of yourself in the future, the faster it comes into your reality. Vividness is the most important thing of all. That's why if you go and see a house or take pictures of a house and take those pictures and put them where you can see them, read Architectural Digest, which has beautiful homes, or Homes Beautiful, or Sunsets Home and Garden, Beautiful Homes and Garden, and read those pictures so you feed your mind with these photographs, almost like feeding them into your mental computer. Then your mental computer strives to put you into the kind of home that you desire. quick story. A couple came to my seminar when I was living in Edmonton, and the family was from Toronto, 3,000 miles east, and he was transferred out to Edmonton. Edmonton was booming, and so they put the house on the market. The wife was busy starting to pack things up. He came out for two things. First of all, to meet with the people. He was coming in as a senior executive, and also to find a home. So he met with them for 2 or 3 days, and then he called a couple of real estate agents in the paper, and he called one, and he said, I'm looking for a house like this. Okay, let me jump back. They had started using this process because they had been through my seminar in Toronto about 3 or 4 years before, and what they did is they went out and they got a scrapbook, and they began cutting out pictures of beautiful homes from beautiful magazines and putting them in the scrapbook. This was their dream home. And then after about 3 years, he got transferred. Well, they put picture after picture after picture, and what they told me was one day they came across a spread in the magazine Better Homes and Gardens, and it was a perfect house. It was beautiful. It was composite of everything: a living room, bathrooms, views, yards, view from the front over the valley. It was lovely landscaping inside, bedrooms, upstairs. This was a composite of everything that they wanted in their house. So they cut out this complete composite and put it into their scrapbook. And every weekend, they would take it out, and they would just open it up, and they'd look at it. Just kind of feed their mind with this picture. And they'd open it, they'd turn the pages, they'd think about walking in this house and going in this living room and cooking in this kitchen and in this bedroom and a view from the house. They did this every single week until he got transferred. Well, coming back to Edmonton now, he phones a couple of real estate agents. One is of no interest. The other one says, you know, the house that you are describing, and he was describing his house, dream house from Better Homes and Gardens, he said, it's not available right now, but it's going to be listed on Saturday by my company. He said, I can take you out to see it at that time if you're interested. And he said, sure. So his wife arrived on Friday night, and they had dinner, and the next morning the real estate agent picked them up at the Westin Hotel, downtown Edmonton, and took them out into West Edmonton, which is the best area, drove them up to this home, and it was the home from Better Homes and Gardens. It was exactly the home they had been fantasizing and visualizing for 3 years. And they walked in and they said, oh my God, this is the house. This is the house. It's the only house they looked at. And the next question, could they afford it? It turned out the price, the terms, the down payment, everything, even including the occupancy date, was perfect. And a couple of months later, they sold their home in Toronto, packed up, moved out, and were living in that house at that time. They said it was unbelievable. It was the home, it was the house from Better Homes and Gardens. It was their dream house, not a composite, but the very house that they had dreamed about owning. So, does it work? Yes. Barbara and I are in the house that we're in today. We wrote down 42 things we wanted in a house, and we moved twice before we moved down to San Diego. When we walked into this house, it had 41 of the 42 things. The 42nd thing was a built-in vacuum cleaner system, which it didn't have, so we hired a maid. Does it work? Yes. And what does it take? A piece of paper. If you can't afford a piece of paper, your mother will lend it to you. She wants you out of the house anyway. All right. So, your image must be clear, and the greater clarity you have, the faster it will come into reality. Affirmations are strong, positive statements that you say to yourself and believe. The most powerful words in your world are the words you say to yourself and believe. With affirmations, your future potential is unlimited. In other words, you become what you say to yourself most of the time. If you say it over and over again, you program it deeper and deeper into your subconscious programming until it begins to appear in your reality. Like the gentleman who wrote down 101 goals. Every one of those goals appeared in his reality within 12 years, which is an incredible story, but it's not the only time I've heard that. These are based on the 3 Ps. Affirmations are, first of all, they must be personal. You always start an affirmation with the word I. I am, I earn, I achieve, I weigh. Second of all, I like myself. I like myself. I like myself. Second of all, it must be positive. I am responsible. I am responsible. And third of all, it has to be present tense. I earn X number of dollars per year. I weigh X number of pounds. I drive such and such a BMW. I live in a 3,500 square foot custom-made house. One of my graduates did exactly that. Before he changed jobs, he lost his job after the seminar, which he thought was a real bummer. And one of his goals was, I live in a brand new 3,500 square foot custom designed home. Within 12 months, he had gone through 2 jobs, changed his income, increased his income, and he was closing on the house. He came back to my seminar a year later. He was closing on the house. And it was a custom designed, beautiful home that the builder had decided to sell rather than occupy himself. And so, does it work? Well, you know, never can be sure. But what if it does? What if it does? So affirmations are powerful. Always speak to yourself in positive terms. When you write down your goals, you write them as affirmations. I earn this amount of money. I weigh this number of pounds. I live in such and such a home. I have such and such, I acquire or I achieve such and such a net worth, and so on. Verbalization, speaking your affirmation aloud. What we find is if you say something aloud, it has 2 to 3 times the impact as if you say it to yourself, which is why you'll notice when football coaches want to motivate the people, the players before the game, they said, okay, what are we going to do? We're going to kill them. What are we going to do? We're going to kill them. What are we going to kill them? And they get themselves pumped, because when you say it aloud, you get yourself really more motivated than if you just whisper it to yourself. So standing in front of a mirror and reading your goals or speaking out your verbalizations, I like myself. I like myself. I can do it. I can do it. I feel terrific. When you say it out loud and you say it to other people. If anybody ever asks me, day or night, how do you feel? I always say, I feel terrific. I feel terrific. I feel terrific. And even if I don't, even when I was going through my cancer treatment last year, it was a very interesting experience, when people say, how are you doing? I say, I feel terrific. I feel great. Everything's going great. Terrific. Terrific. Now, that might not have been completely true, but I was telling the truth in advance. So verbalization is really important. You increase the impact of your affirmation by 80% by simply saying it aloud. By simply saying it aloud. 6, assume the role. Act as if you were already the person you wish to be. Walk and talk and act. I tell salespeople, if you really want to be impressive, when you go in to see a client, imagine that you are extremely wealthy. You're worth $100 million. But one of your hobbies is calling on people for a friend of yours who owns a company. So you like to make sales calls because you just sort of like getting out there and getting among them. And so you walk in as though you're worth $100 million and just could not care less whether this person buys or not. You really like to be able to talk to them and find out what their needs are and help them if you possibly can. But whether they buy or not, you couldn't care less because you're wealthy. You're just doing this, you know, for a friend. And when you have this attitude, I'm already wealthy, it takes the desperation out of your voice. Especially if the business is bad and the business is slow and you need the sale, you start to get a little bit desperate. There's a little edge in your voice and the customer says, ooh, na, 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 na. Watch out here. Whereas when you're really relaxed and you don't really care if they say yes or no, you do care. I mean, that's clear because you've come, but you're not really upset about it or really concerned. They're much more likely to buy from you when you're more relaxed. So assume the role. Just act as if you were already the person. If you want to be popular, act as if you're already popular. Treat people as if you're already popular. Now, here's what we said before. The feelings will generate the actions just like as the actions generate the feelings. If you assume the role and walk and talk and act as if you're already the person you want to be, the feeling will generate the actions and you'll actually behave that way. And then as you behave that way, it'll generate the feelings. This principle of reversibility is very powerful. It's very powerful. Just act as if you were already successful. You can act your way into feeling by pretending that you have the quality already. We say, fake it until you make it. Because if you just pretend you have the quality, within a matter of minutes, you'll start to feel the quality. If you pretend that you're confident, you'll start to feel confident. If you pretend that you're happy, you'll start to feel happy. Frank Bettger, who wrote one of the most important sales books of the last century, was called How I Made My Way from Failure to Success in Sales. And he talks in the first chapter, and that's all you really need. When he was selling, he was struggling, he was just getting by, and his sales manager took him aside and said, you know, Frank, you have great potential, but you're just too lackadaisical. You don't have any enthusiasm. It's how can you expect to make people enthusiastic about our product if you're not enthusiastic yourself? He said, well, I just don't feel enthusiastic. He said, so what? He said, whether you feel like it or not, act enthusiastic. Just act enthusiastic. And so He went out, and his motto became, that was the book, is act enthusiastic, feel enthusiastic. Act enthusiastic, feel enthusiastic. Remember that old book by Frank Betcher? It's one of the old sales training. If you want to feel enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. And that became his metaphor, and he went on to be the top-selling insurance salesperson in the country and made millions of dollars. And he taught thousands of people this. If you want to be enthusiastic, act enthusiastic. Pretend as if you already were. And within a couple of minutes, it becomes reality. You suddenly feel happy. Have you ever noticed men are like this more than women? You go to a party and they're all dancing. Yeah, I don't want to dance. Man says, I don't want to dance. I don't want to dance. I'm tired. I've had a long week. I don't want to dance. Oh, come on, just one dance. What if they play some really good music? I don't want to dance. All right, just one song. All right. So we say one song. Okay. Guy gets up and starts dancing. 3 hours later, they can't close the bar because this guy's still dancing and rocking and drinking and everything else. Because all you do is you just get up and you start moving. As a matter of fact, Shalene was saying something about that, the 5-minute rule, I think it was, that you just act as if you are totally engaged in the activity. Within a few minutes, you just start to feel engaged. It's really important. The 4 keys to rapid personality change are what are called the VAVA formula. And these are, first of all, visualize. Visualize and see yourself exactly as you want to be. Remember, the greater clarity you have with regard to this mental picture, the faster it becomes a reality. Second of all, affirm and make the statement clearly. Make the statement so clear that a child could understand. Now, here's an interesting discovery. The subconscious mind is very literal, and it accepts commands literally in the positive present tense, personal tense. Also, the simpler the command, the easier it is for the subconscious mind to work on it. So you wouldn't have a command like, I drive a new car that I get from the dealership after I've been there a few times and I've learned to get a clear picture of it in my mind, and I finally earn the money and I can sell it, I can buy it, or make a down payment. In other words, don't complicate it. Just say, I drive this kind of BMW by June 30th, 2011. It's so simple. The rule is that a 6-year-old child should be able to know what your goal is, tell you if you achieved it, and also tell another child what your goal is, and the other child would understand as well. Your subconscious mind is like a child. It loves very simple commands. So what I always do is I achieve this goal by this date. I achieve this goal by this date, because your subconscious mind needs to have a target date. When do you want it? You don't call up and you say to a restaurant and say, could we come for dinner for 2? Or could we come there for dinner? And they say, sure. How many? We don't know. When? We haven't decided. What time? We'll let you know. How could even the dumbest person in a restaurant take a reservation if you're not clear about time, place, date, and number of people? So therefore, make it easy for your subconscious to go to work on a goal. I'm going to tell you something. Sometimes when you set a goal very clearly and you say it, you visualize it and affirm it, it materializes within 24 hours. A 1-year goal. I've had people, with the exercise that we're going to do tomorrow, which is a 1-year exercise, say that most of the goals in the exercise, which were 1-year goals, were accomplished within 5 days. Just literally, the phone rang off the hook, people walked up, the mail, stuff that would amaze you. They could not believe how fast they come into reality when you program them in, when you learn why tomorrow. Verbalize. Say it aloud. You possibly can. Just say it very clearly. I earn X number of dollars. I drive such and such a car. I live in a beautiful home. Say it aloud. Say it to yourself in the mirror and smile like you really enjoy it. And finally, assume the role. So those are the 4. Visualize, affirm, verbalize, and carry yourself as though you already had the goal, as though you're already a big success. This brings us now to the new mental diet. And the new mental diet is a more detailed, in-depth plan for reprogramming your mind. We say that the power of suggestion works on you continually. What does that mean? It means that every single element in your external world has an influence on you, positive or negative. You can have somebody call you up and curse you, and you can be angry and frustrated in a second. You can have somebody call you up and compliment you, and you'll be happy for the rest of the evening. The power of suggestion, 1 or 2 seconds. One person could cut you off in traffic and wave at you with one finger, and you can be mad for the next 3 hours. Somebody else can drive past you, an old friend, and wave and say, hi, how you doing? You'll be happy for the next 3 hours. We are very amenable to suggestion, positive or negative, So we have to take control of our subconscious mind. We have to take control of our suggestive environment. Everything you allow to influence your thinking affects your subconscious mind, positive or negative. Everything counts. Every input you allow helps or hurts. Nothing is neutral. Nothing is neutral. I listen to educational CDs all the time, and it's amazing. Sometimes I'll be listening to a CD and I hear one idea that is almost like a whole new business opportunity. One idea, one insight from one smart speaker, not myself in this case, but other people will have something that is, geez, that's a great idea. I hadn't thought of that idea. That idea, combined with some other things I've been working on, that's a perfect idea. And sometimes it can take your life in a whole new direction. So the new mental diet, too, the steps for reprogramming your mind. First of all, feed your mind healthy mental food, just like you would feed your body healthy physical food. Is the law of accumulation says that everything you do, positive or negative, accumulates. They say that nothing is ever wasted. So if you take in positive material, it accumulates. If you take in negative material, it accumulates as well. And when you begin to make changes, you will not see a huge result. But as you keep working, accumulation will grow and grow. Is read 1 hour per day. Read 1 hour and underline. I am quite amazed. Many people went to school and they were told don't mark up the books because subsequent students will need them. So I always carry 2 pens, blue or red. My kids say, Dad, have you got a pen? I say blue or red. Blue or red. Red is for writing certain things, blue is for writing certain things, red is for underlining. I never read anything, not a magazine, not a book, not anything, but that I don't underline and mark and close up. Because when you read it and then you reread it and underline it, you double the amount of it that you memorize. And sometimes, remember, it's all being memorized, and sometimes a week or a month later, you'll remember something that you read, a critical fact or statistic. People are always saying, where do you get all those statistics and numbers? I read all the time. I read and I underline and I think about how that number might be helpful. So read 1 hour per day. 1 hour per day of reading for 2 to 3 years will make you an authority on your subject. Whatever field you're in, an hour a day will make you an authority. An hour per day will be about 1 book a week. 1 book a week will be 50 books a year. 50 books a year will give you the equivalent of a PhD in any subject that you choose. Whether it's medieval European history or Japanese haiku or marketing. You'll have the equivalent of a PhD by reading 50 books, by reading an hour a day. And where do you get an hour a day? Well, the best is to read first thing in the morning. But other than that, carry the book around with you. And read a little bit in the morning, read a little bit at noon, read a little bit in the evening. Get your hour each day. You'll be absolutely astonished. And the things that you read, I met a good friend of mine who was working at a bank. He was making $35,000 a year. And I told him, you've got to start reading every day. And he argued with me because it was not his worldview. Nobody in his family read. He said, I know what I need to know. And I just saw him in Memphis the other day at a seminar. And he said, I still remember when you kept telling me I've got to read every day. I still remember that. And he said, because it changed my life. His income went from $35,000 within 3 years to $350,000 a year. He said he attributed it all to the things he learned. Whenever he met with a business person anywhere, he knew more than they did about their subject because he was so well read. He still reads voraciously. He said he increased his income 10 times in 3 years just by reading an hour every day in his field. So he kept getting new ideas. And read the best stuff in your field. Ask what's the best stuff. Ask the top people what they're reading. Read the reviews. Go online and read the reviews. Get the stuff with the most stars. Get the stuff that's been the bestseller. If it becomes a bestseller, or even better, if it goes into paperback, it means that it's been a bestseller in hardcover. And so that's what you need. People say, what should you read? Well, what is your need? What is your specialization? What is it that you want to be better at? That's what you should read. 3 to 5 years of reading will make you an expert. 5 to 7 years will make you an international authority. You'll be one of the top people in the field. They'll put your house on the bus, on the tour bus route. 20 minutes will follow you around with cameras. They'll be calling you from Fox News for your opinion on the issues of the day relative to what you do in an hour a day for 7 years. It's quite amazing. You'll become one of the foremost experts in the world on your subject if you read an hour a day. Now, people say, geez, that's 7 years of reading before I'm a world expert. Geez, that's a long time. Well, I'll be 7 years older. I'll be 37 or 42. I say, well, how much older will you be in 7 years in any case? How much older will you be in 7 years? 7 years from now, 7 years will have passed. The question is, where will you be in 7 years? Will you still be average, or will you be one of the highest paid and most respected people in your field in the world today? The choice is up to you, and there's nothing that stops you. It's very much like climbing a ladder. You just climb it one step at a time, one chapter at a time, one book at a time, one idea at a time, and the cumulative effect is extraordinary. You become a totally different person. Now, you can join the top 1% in the nation simply by reading one educational book per month in your field. You don't have to read a book a week, and just read one good book a month. And underline it and jot down ideas on 3x5 index cards that you can use to, like this, that you can use to carry around with you. Just jot down the ideas. Number 4, listen to audio programs in your car. Again, we talked about this before, is turn your car into a university on wheels, a classroom, a mobile classroom. Because the average person who drives spends an average of 500 to 1,000 hours per year in their car. I've been quite astonished how many hundreds, thousands of hours of audio listening I've gone through over the years. It's just quite amazing, driving to the office and driving to the airport and going out for dinner, always only when I'm alone. I never listen when I'm with someone else. But it's astonishing. You just literally churn through enormous amounts of material if you just learn all the time you're traveling. The best people I know in this area don't even know if their radio works because they never listen to it. They don't drive around listening to music, which we call chewing gum, for the ears. They just simply learn all the time they're traveling. And when you're listening to audios and you hear a good idea, stop it and think about the idea. Turn it over in your mind like you would turn over something in an antique shop to look at it from all sides. Turn that idea over in your mind and then start again and turn it over. If you want to, listen to it, play back, listen to it again. Just keep turning these ideas. And one idea can change your whole life. I'll give you an example. Guy Kawasaki, the expert from Apple Computer, was speaking at our conference last Monday. And he spoke for about 90 minutes, which was a little bit over his 45-minute limit. And he's a great guy, but I listened to an audio CD interview of him about 18 months ago, and he runs a sort of a business incubator in Santa Clara, Silicon Valley, where he works with small businesses. Anyway, he was being interviewed, what's the key to business success? And they were talking about marketing and everything else. And he stopped and he said, well, you know, the real key to business success is to have a great product in the first place. That's 90%. If you've got the great product, well, then all the details will fit into place. And I was thinking, that's such a good idea. You know, isn't it true? Is that every business that is successful is built on a great product and everything else is secondary? So then I started thinking, well, great product. But to have a great product, you've got to have great management and great leadership. And you've got to have a great business plan, and you have to have a great marketing plan and a great sales plan and a great customer service plan. So I wrote a book, and the book is called Now Build a Great Business: 7 Ways to Maximize Your Profits in Any Market. And the book came out and became a New York Times, not New York Times, but Wall Street Journal #2 bestseller, #1 in 4 categories on Amazon, and is now in 4 languages. Now, it took about a year from the idea to the book, and the book has now been recorded and it's now being distributed worldwide on audio CD and on download, and we have built seminars around it, and people have literally generated millions of dollars in their businesses by using these principles, by one idea. 90% of business success is having a great product in the first place. But remember I said before you do anything, you have to do something else first. So you have to have a good business plan, and you have to have good management, you have to have good people, and you have to have good marketing and so on. That's the idea. One idea like that you pick up somewhere can change the whole direction of your life. But here's what I have found, is you never know where the idea or when the idea is going to come. You never know the source. So what you have to do is you have to keep feeding your mind with lots of ideas. You keep feeding them, keep reading lots of stuff, and keep listening to lots of programs, and keep associating and talking to lots of good people, because you never know where the idea is just going to fall out. And remember, the greater number of ideas you expose yourself to, the greater likelihood it is that you'll expose yourself to the one idea that will change your life and make you rich. Many people have become rich by one idea that just fell in their lap after they decided to become rich. So we say here is 500, listen to audio programs, 500 to 1,000 hours in your car is the equivalent of 12.5 to 25 40-hour weeks. Imagine your boss said, look, I want to give you 25 weeks off a year to study to become better. Okay, 25 weeks off a year. Would you think that would help you? Next is 25 40-hour weeks is equivalent to 1 to 2 university semesters. That's the equivalent of almost full-time university attendance. Now here's the difference though, with audio learning, you're learning only practical things you can learn immediately, because if you're not, stop listening. Never listen to audio learning on a subject that is of no direct concern to you. Only listen to things that can help you immediately. And if you take university courses, much of what they teach in university is theoretically correct, but functionally useless. In other words, you can't apply it. It's just really interesting stuff, and it is true, but it has no effect on your work or on your results. So with an audio program, you can actually learn much more than university attendance because you're only learning material that you can apply immediately. And so constantly learning transforms your life. I had a young guy who came back to my course after something like 2 years. When he went to the course, and I've had this story all over the world, by the way, when he went to the program, he was living at home, driving a junker, and barely getting by. And he had to go home at the break and borrow the money from his mother to come back to the seminar and buy 6 of my audio programs. He said, when I came to my seminar 18 months later, his income had gone up 500%. He said he had a new car, he had a new apartment, he was one of the top producers in his business, he had transformed his life completely. And I've heard that story thousands of times. I got your audio programs, that's all I did from then on. Instead of listening to the radio, I just listened to the programs over and over and started over again. One person told me recently he must have listened to that program on selling 50 times. And now he makes more than $1 million a year, and he was struggling and living at home when he started listening. So there's nothing that can so profoundly change your life than learning how to become really good at what you do. And fortunately, all the answers have been found. All the answers are already there. All the answers are in the books and the CDs and the courses. You don't have to spend years of struggle to learn it yourself. It's all there, and it's usually there, inexpensively, immediately available, and sometimes you can just listen to one thing on the way home that will change your business. So we say take additional courses and seminars. Take a minimum of 4 seminars each year. Most people, when they leave school, they say, thank heavens this is over. I'll never read another book as long as I live. And they're 45 years old and they've never read a book or been to a seminar. And they can't understand why their life is going nowhere. Well, basically their life is just in a backwater because they're not growing. Remember we said 7 truths about you? One truth is your life only gets better when you get better. If you're not getting better, how can your life get better? And the world is full of people who actually want to believe a complete fantasy. They want to believe that their life is going to get better, but they don't have to get better. I know what they'll do. They'll spend some money on a get-rich-quick scheme, and that will solve all their problems. And so they borrow money on their credit cards and buy get-rich-quick stuff, and they find that stuff just sits there dead, like an inert substance, and they didn't get rich. So what do? Is they take a deep breath, and 2 months later, they go and buy another get-rich-quick scheme, and then one more get-rich-quick scheme. And they don't understand that unless you change yourself totally, nothing works. But if you do change yourself totally, everything starts to work for you. So take a minimum of 4 seminars a year. Practice. Remember, practical knowledge is power. Learn from experts in your field. Learn from the experts in your field. Some years ago, after I had read his 4 books, Kopmeyer, a man who spent 54 years studying success, made millions of dollars as a businessman, business owner, and consultant, studied success and came up with 1,000 success principles. And he put these into 4 books, 250 success principles per book. Each principle was explained in 1 or 2 pages. And he took these books and they sold 44 million copies in something like 50 languages, back in the 60s, 50s and 60s before our time. I bought the books. They've been out of print for decades now. And I also listened to the audio program because a friend of mine, Ty Boyd, recorded the entire program. It was 16 2-hour-long or 40-hour-and-a-half-long cassettes. So I listened to it hour after hour after hour. And as life would have it, I am sitting in a small food fair cafe in Washington, D.C., and an old man with his assistant comes by the table, and I've got the only table in the place that has spare chairs. It's lunchtime, the place is packed, and I'm sitting at a table for 4 by myself. So I got up and I said, "Excuse me, sir, please sit down and join me. I've got lots of room here." He said, "No, I wouldn't want to disturb you." "No, it's no problem. Please sit down. We've got lots of room here. We have to share." And so he and his assistant, nice young woman, sat down and we began talking. It was Kopmeyer. I said, "Geez," I said, "I've read all your stuff. I've listened to it all on cassettes. It's really wonderful stuff." And I said, so we began talking. He said, thank you very much. He was very flattered. He's about 89 years old at that time. He died very shortly afterwards. He wanted me to take over his work, and I never did. By the end of the luncheon, he wanted me to take over his work because we got along so well. Anyway, so then I asked him a question that you would ask me if you had been there. Mr. Kopmeyer, of all of these 1,000 success principles that you've discovered, what's the most important principle you ever discovered? And he smiled and he beamed. He had this old look, and he beamed as if he'd heard the question 1,000 times. And he said, Brian, he said, the most important success principle I ever learned is learn from the experts. And he said, Brian, you'll never live long enough to learn it all for yourself. Learn from those who've already learned it. Go and ask them. Read their books. Listen to their programs. Phone them up if you need advice, and they'll give you advice. Learn from the experts. Say, who's the best expert in this field? Who's the most successful person in the field in which I want to succeed? And go to that person one way or another and ask for their advice, and they'll give it to you. And you know something? They always will. The top people in every field will always help others who want to be successful. He said it's the most important principle I learned in life. And I pass it on to you when you go to seminars. By the time a seminar is available to you, it's being taught by somebody who's got years and years of experience, who's invested hundreds or thousands of hours in learning that material, and you can get it all in a couple of days and save yourself all those years of hard work. Number 6, get around the right people. This is another way of totally transforming your thinking. Your choice of a reference group determines 95% of your success or failure in life. Now, a reference group, according to Dr. David McClelland of Harvard, a reference group are the people that you identify with, that you say, these are people like me. These are people like me. And so when we're young, our first reference group is our family. As we get older, our reference group are the ones we hang out with at school. As we get a little older, our reference group is our first job. When we go to college, our reference group is other university students. Today, you know, most of people who go to college, we have some college graduates here, about 90% of what you learn has no practical impact. And 80% of people who graduate from college will be doing something completely different than their area of specialization within 2 years, and they'll never go back. So college is a very, very expensive place to go. And it takes a lot of time. And most people who are in college do a lot of partying. Most of the time, the whole first year, they're drunk. The second year, they sober up. The third year, they start to concentrate. The fourth year of their 4-year degree, they realize they're not going to make it in 4. So most people are taking 5 years to get 4-year degrees. And by the time they leave, they've had a great time. The average college student forgets 80 to 90% of what they learned within 30 days of their final exams. Our methods of teaching today are primitive to the quick caveman drag knuckles along the ground level. These people forget everything. Do you know how you could clear out all the colleges and universities in America? It's 30 days after final exams, say, we've had a computer glitch, we've lost all of your exam results. You have to come in today. This is 9 o'clock in the morning. You must be in today to rewrite. And every single person who came in would fail flat. They wouldn't get more than 20% on their exams because in 30 days they've forgotten everything. And anybody who's been to college knows what I'm talking about. By the time 30 days is over, you've blotted it out of your mind forever. So why do we go to college? Because in college you form a reference group. You form a reference group of other bright young people who are ambitious, who have goals, who are there to learn things so that they can have a career and they can do stuff. And forever after, you see yourself as a college graduate. You see yourself as a person who, and you can relate to any college graduate. You went to Harvard, I went to UCSD. I went to University of Southern California at San Diego. So what? You're a graduate? I'm a graduate. We're graduates. We're Harvard. We're college graduates. So your whole mindset is that you have a really good mind that you have demonstrated and proven in reading and studying exams. So you forget everything you ever learned, but your self-concept is fixed for life. For the rest of your life, you know you're a college graduate. You know you can start courses and you can complete them. You know you can learn stuff that you need to learn. You know you can do stuff that you want to do. You know that you can persist and discipline yourself to get through the courses and the final exams. The whole purpose, in my estimation, of college is to develop that mindset. And those of us who did not go to college, I eventually did, not go to college, always have felt uncomfortable with college grads because they seem to have some, as the French say, je ne sais quoi. They seem to have this je ne sais quoi, this kind of something about them that people who didn't graduate from college don't have. So your reference group is really, really important. When you go to work, your reference group are your work team. Your reference group are the people you socialize with, the people that you go to church with, the people in your political party who believe the same way you are. So your choice of a reference group determines 95% of your success because you always strive to act like your reference group. If you're growing up in the inner cities and your reference group is people who run dope and steal and everything else, that's your reference group. Your goal is to be respected by them by being really good at stealing and running dope. So it's very hard to escape that kind of a background if that's your reference group. Interesting thing that happens, by the way, in the inner cities, they'll often get a person who's committed a crime, and they will say to them, the judge will say, either you go into the army or you go to jail. What's it going to be? This is quite standard in the inner cities. You know, you finished high school, you may not have learned much, but they'll take you in the army. And so the person says, I'll go in the army. And they go in the army and they go through basic training and they go through training and they are taught discipline and taught to dress and taught how to make their beds and taught how to brush their teeth and they're taught how to do their jobs and they're taught how to march and to get organized and disassemble things and put things together. 4 years after a person goes into the army, a completely irresolute, hopeless, loser, street kid comes out, and this person is straight and strong and self-disciplined and clean and sharp and focused and knowledgeable and confident. Have you seen, you know what I'm talking about? Is they've transformed his self-concept in the army. And from that point on, this person goes on to do wonderful things with his life. And he looks back and he said, whoa, I dodged a bullet. If I hadn't gone into the army, I'd be back there dead on the street with my friends. But they changed his self-concept by changing his inputs and his suggestive environment and his reference group for 4 solid years. So it's so important. When you start to associate with better, more successful people, you start to become like them and think like them and feel like them and walk and talk and dress and act like they do. So these are the people you identify with. So fly with eagles, we say. Form mastermind alliances. Get together on a regular basis with other positive, ambitious, goal-oriented people and share ideas with them. Napoleon Hill, in his years and years and years of studying of success, found that it was the formation of mastermind alliances that transformed people's lives. Once they had formed a mastermind alliance, they were completely different for the rest of their lives. So pick positive people you admire and get together with them once a week to share ideas. When we were doing our coaching programs, we'd say, look, this coaching program is a mastermind program because you're put at a table with people earning pretty much the same amount you are, so you can share ideas about how to build your businesses. But when you go home, form masterminds. And this one gentleman came back, a very smart guy. He went home and he said, I would like to form masterminds with top business people. So he called up the head of a large car dealership, the head of a large insurance agency, the head of a large furniture dealership, the head of a large manufacturing company. He said, I'm forming a mastermind here in Cincinnati, and I would like you to join. And we want to get together once a week and talk about ideas to help us grow our businesses. All 4 said, I'm in. Pick the time and date and we'll be there. And so he invited them all to meet at a Denny's for breakfast at 7 o'clock in the morning. They were all there. They spent 2 hours talking about how they could build their business and what books they'd read and how the economy was affecting them and so on. And they did this. He'd done this. There were 3 months between coaching sessions. He did this for the first month and it was just smoking. He thought, wait a minute, I could have more than 1 mastermind session. So he called 4 more senior business people. All 4 said, I'm in. Never talked to them before. Complete strangers. They all joined his mastermind. So now he said, I got 2 masterminds going. And I meet with them, one on Monday and one on Thursday, one for breakfast, one for lunch. And we get there and we just talk about how we can make our businesses better. And we share ideas and things that we've read and so on. Getting together in masterminds will double, triple, 5 or 10 times the speed at which you achieve your goals. Because the rule is you can't do it by yourself. And one person who's from a different business may say, why don't you do this? And your whole life will be different thereafter. Now, are masterminds going to fall on you? No, you have to form them yourself. The very best mastermind, by the way, is a husband and wife who are really well attuned. That's the really good mastermind. But then your staff can be your mastermind. You sit together and just brainstorm for an hour each week on how you can do your business better. Or people in related industries or people in different industries. But mastermind, according to Napoleon Hill, the greats, the Goodriches, the Mellons, the Henry Fords, the Firestones, these people did not begin to achieve greatness until they began to mastermind together. They were brought together by people like J.P. Morgan, brought these people together to sit in his boardroom and just talk about ideas, and all of their industries began to grow. Pick positive people you admire, okay? The new mental diet, there are 2 times during the day when your subconscious is most open to new information. The first is at nighttime, just before you fall asleep. Now, that's why it's very important to write out your goals before you go to bed. If you write out your goals before you go to bed, and I'll teach you how to do that tomorrow, then what happens is your subconscious mind works on your goals all night long. And in the morning, you'll wake up with great ideas. Sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night with an idea that's fantastic to achieve your goals that you can then implement the next day. So just before you fall asleep, write down your goals. But as you fall off to sleep, think about your goals. Visualize your goals as complete. Imagine your goals. Think about success. Just feed your mind with this picture and the feeling of your goals succeeded, just as you fall off to sleep. It's as good as a sleeping pill, by the way, because it calms you down completely. The second thing is in the morning, the first hour after you wake up. When you wake up in the morning, your mind is most amenable to new suggestions. So if you review your goals in the morning, if you think about your day and visualize your day in the morning, if you read something really helpful in the morning, Henry Ward Beecher, a great teacher, once said that the first hour is the rudder of the day. The first hour is the rudder of the day. So what you do in the first hour actually sets you up for the whole day. If you get up in the morning and drink coffee and watch television and read death and disaster and murder and rape and corruption and bribery, and that's just the political part of the newspaper, if you do that in the morning, what happens is you're set up for the day with negativity. I say it's the difference between drinking a glass of fresh orange juice and drinking a glass of crankcase oil. If you drink fresh mental orange juice, then you're set up for the whole day. And so therefore, the first thing you do in the morning is read something uplifting. Read something positive. Read something that makes you happy. I say read something educational, motivational, or spiritual. First thing in the morning. It sets you up for the day. You'll be more creative and more positive all day long. And then loop back to the newspapers later if you must. Get up and repeat several times, I feel terrific. I feel terrific. Say it. Say, I feel terrific. I was talking to Jack Canfield a couple of days ago, and I was telling him I get up every morning and I say, I feel happy, I feel healthy, I feel terrific. And I said, that's W. Clement Stone. He said, absolutely. Power, not the power of positive thinking, but what is W. Clement Stone's book? A great book, and it was called, my mind just, it's in the back, it's the back of this book, this workbook. But anyway, he would get up every morning and say, I feel happy, I feel healthy, I feel terrific. And everybody would have to come into the office and they would all chant 50 times, I feel happy, I feel healthy, I feel terrific. They'd have these cheerleading sessions. And everybody, by the time they finished, was so pumped. They went out there and they sold billions of dollars worth of life insurance. He built one of the most successful companies in the world, Combined Insurance Company of America. So Power Through a Positive Mental Attitude by W. Clement Stone, that's what it was. And read for 30 to 60 minutes, the golden hour. Read during the golden hour to feed your mind and say, how would I like my day to be? And read something that is healthy mentally, that is consistent with how you want your day to be. And then review your goals every morning. These are the keys to starting your day off right. So you feel healthy, you feel happy, you feel terrific. You like yourself and you love your work. And you read positive material. And this may sound hokey, but if I said to you, get up in the morning and do really good physical exercise and then eat a healthy physical breakfast, and it'll be good for you for the whole day, you would not argue with that. This kind of stuff that sounds hokey for your mind is even more important. Because you can get up in the morning and forget to exercise and eat a lousy breakfast, but if you feed your mind with great stuff, it'll have a positive effect all day long. So an important part of mental programming is to discard past labels. Remember, William James of Harvard said, as I see myself now, as I was in the past, my past must resurrect itself and become my future. So in other words, if you think of yourself now like you were in the past, it's exactly as if you were doing it again now, and your subconscious mind records that this is how you want to behave in the future. So when people tag you with a label from the past, you say, like, you're never on time. You say, in the past, I was late for meetings, but now I'm always punctual. In the past I was, but now I am. You always eat lousy food. In the past I ate lousy food, but now I eat healthy food. And you never use your time well. In the past I didn't manage my time well, but now I do. In the past I was, but now I am. And it just cancel. Just cancels anything in the past. If you think of yourself in a negative way from the past, always cancel it. Say, yes, in the past I was, but remember, that was a different person. That was a person then. This is me today. This is a new person. This person does it this way. When you make a mistake, you respond with, next time I'll do it this way. Next time I'll do it that way. You make a mistake, you say, darn, next time I'll start earlier. Darn, next time I'll plan more in advance. Darn, next time I'll call to confirm. In other words, whenever you make a mistake, always say, next time I'll do it this way. And what that does, it cancels the mistake, forces you to face the future, and the future is always bright. You can accelerate your new programming when you teach what you know to others who are interested. This is a wonderful way. Remember, you become what you say to yourself, you become what you think about, you become what you teach. And the more you teach people these ideas, the more you internalize them. You become what you teach. A proven way to speed up your mental programming is to express an attitude of confident expectations. Always be confident. Everything's going to work out fine. Don't worry. It'll be all right. We'll be there. We'll be fine. It'll work out. Something will happen. And you notice there are people like this in your life that you want to punch because they're not being realistic, like you. And something always happens for these people. Because an attitude of confident expectations is the mental chemical catalyst that causes extraordinary things to happen. The more positive you are, the more confidently you expect that things will work out, the faster they work out. So become an inverse paranoid. Now, do you know what a paranoid is? A paranoid is a person that is convinced there's a conspiracy to get them. All right? An inverse paranoid is a person who's convinced that there's a conspiracy to make you successful. Everything that's happening in your life is part of a big plan to make you a big success. So therefore, you look into every reversal and you say, there's another lesson that I can learn that will make me successful in the future. Or look for the good in everything that happens. Have this attitude that everything that's happened, every mistake, every failure you ever had in your life was sent to you as a gift to help you to be successful. My old friend Norman Vincent Peale used to say, when God wants to send you a gift, he wraps it up in a problem. And the bigger the gift that God wants to send you, the bigger the problem he wraps it up in. Now, I know that many of you feel that it's like Christmas Day at your house right now with all the gifts wrapped up all over the place. But the negative person always looks the gift horse in the mouth. You know, they always look at it and say, why should this happen to me? The positive person, when they have a reversal, says, what can I learn from this that will help me to be better in the future? What can I learn that will help me to be better? What is the lesson that's been sent to me as a gift to help me to be successful? Somebody was talking about my book, Many Miles to Go, which is my story about crossing the Sahara. And it's a great book. It's in all over the world. Many people really like it. And I remember in crossing the Sahara, I had every difficulty, and it's written in this book. My car broke down over and over. I got dysentery. I got sunstroke. I almost died in the desert. I had every single conceivable problem. And in retrospect, I look back and I realized that if I had not had all of those problems, I would have died in the desert. I would not have been prepared. I would not have done all the setup. I would not have had the gasoline or the food or the water. I would have died in the desert. Every single problem, which was a major setback for me at the time and for my friends, every single problem, in retrospect, saved our life. If we had not had the problem, we would have died. We did not realize that it was an 800-mile stretch of desert. And once we had gone into the desert, no one would ever come after us. And if we had not been prepared, we would have died. And so for the rest of my life, I realized that when you have a major setback or difficulty, it's being sent to you as a gift. As long as your goal is clear, it's a gift. It's a lesson to help you to succeed. It is not a stumbling block. It is a stepping stone to success. So look for the good in everything that happens. The big lie theory. Now, the big lie theory says if you repeat any statement over and over again often enough, even the most intelligent person will come to believe it. They say that there are some things so ridiculous that only academics can believe them. But we had a situation not far from our home where there was this cult of fairly well-educated people, doctors, lawyers, dentists, engineers, well-paid business owners, and they were convinced by this couple that this couple had some great insight into the cosmos and that Halley's Comet was coming, and that if you did not hook on to the end of Halley's Comet, the world would be destroyed and you would be dead forever. But if you hooked on to the end of Halley's Comet, which you would do immediately after you had taken the poison and died, You would hook onto Halley's Comet, and it would take you to heaven. There were about 79 of them. Was that the number? This group in Rancho Santa Fe, and it was just down the street from us. I mean, within driving distance. These people gathered. They came from all over the United States and Canada, and they all got there, and they all believed this because they told them over and over, when the comet comes, the way we hook onto the tail is we all lock arms and drink this poison, and the comet will pick us up and take us into heaven. And they all did. The entire gang, including the two conspirators, or the two cult leaders, and they all killed themselves. And the police went there, they could not believe it. This was it was condominium, but no matter how large the condominium, 79 dead bodies takes up a lot of space. They tried to sell that place for 10 years, by the way. Oh, they said, why has this place been on the market for so long? The real estate agents would go, oh, no, 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 no. And then they'd check it on Google, and oh my God, this was the scene of the mass suicide. Because these people, because repeating it over and over again, these were very intelligent people, which people were just shocked at this. They all believed it so much that they all killed themselves in a group. So it's possible for people to believe absolutely preposterous things if they are repeated over and over again. However, the benefit of this, and this is the basis of all propaganda that is used by major churches, all propaganda used by communist parties, Nazi party, and so on, but there's what we call the big truth theory. The big truth theory is the opposite of this, and it says you can be, have, or do anything you want if you want it badly enough and are willing to make the effort. This is the big truth theory, and here's what we found. And this, again, is one of the great breakthrough thoughts, so it's important that I illustrate it. Okay. The great truth says that when you decide that you want to double your income or lose weight or start your own business or become financially prosperous, and you decide it because of your natural skepticism and your natural negativity and all the experiences you've had in the past that have caused you to be doubtful, to question whether it's possible, you'll have a big D for disbelief. The D will be disbelief. I don't believe it. Reject it. Not possible. And you'll think of all the reasons. You want it. It would be nice, but you'll disbelieve it. So let's say you say, let's say you're earning $50,000 a year now, and you start saying, I earn $100,000 a year. Disbelief. Kick out. I earn $100,000 a year. I earn $100,000. I write it down. I earn $100,000 a year. And you think about it. I earn $100,000 a year. And I take my whole family to Disneyland, and we go to Paris. I earn $100,000 a year. Each time you say it, you'll disbelieve it. But as you keep repeating the big truth theory, the D begins to decline. You begin to believe it less and less. You keep saying it over and over, and you disbelieve it, and you disbelieve it, and you disbelieve it, and you disbelieve it, and you disbelieve it. But the D becomes smaller, and you disbelieve it, and you disbelieve it, and then you reach this point right here, and then something happens. Like you get a raise, or you get an idea, or you get a promotion, or something happens with a new product, and you start thinking, hey, and you're making more money. You're thinking, hey, wait a minute, maybe there is something to this. Maybe it is possible. And it's kind of a scary thought, and you start to develop a little B of belief. Little tiny B. Little tiny B. You believe it, maybe there's a 1 chance in 100 that I could do it. And then you keep repeating, I earn $100,000 a year. I earn $100,000 a year. I earn $100,000 a year. And you begin to believe it more and more. And you begin to believe it more and more. And you begin to believe it more and more. And you begin to believe it. And as you keep repeating, I earn $100,000, your belief starts to grow and grow until you reach the point in a certain period of time where your belief is just as great and as deeply entrenched as your disbelief. And at that point, it starts to materialize quickly in your life. Zig Ziglar tells a story about this guy who weighed about 350 pounds. And he started to do this, and he said, I weigh 200 pounds. I weigh 200 pounds, which is his ideal weight. And he would say, I weigh 200 pounds. I weigh 200 pounds. And he'd visualize 200 pounds. I weigh 200 pounds. I weigh 200 pounds. And gradually started to lose weight. He started to walk a little bit more, which is hard for a big person like that. And he started to eat a little bit better. And his weight went down from 350 pounds to 340 pounds to 330 pounds to 320 pounds. And he's making progress. And he keeps saying, I weigh 200 pounds. I weigh 200 pounds. And one day he's out at the supermarket and he's buying groceries. And he hears this voice. And it's a little boy. And the little boy is saying to his mother, Mommy, Mommy, come and look at the fat man. And he said, he turned around to see what they're talking about. He said, who are they talking about? Because he's already still 320 pounds, but he's looking around. Because who's the fat man? Who? Because he'd already convinced himself he weighed 200 pounds. When they said, look at the fat man, what fat man? Where is he? Because it wasn't him. He was already in his mind 200 pounds and went on to lose all the weight. So when you repeat these over and over again, when you affirm and you visualize and you read and so on, you start to believe. First of all, you believe it'll disbelieve, 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 and then you start to believe and believe. And once you reach this point, it starts to materialize in your life. It just starts to come true for you. Now, many people are lazy. So what they will do is they will take a couple of runs at it, and they'll do it for a couple of weeks, and they'll think a couple of weeks of affirming is going to change an entire lifetime of performance and results. And so they'll give it up and they'll say it doesn't work. Sometimes they'll look at it and they say it doesn't work and they won't even try it. They say, oh yeah, that stuff doesn't work. How do you know? I heard that stuff a year ago. Did you ever try it? No, I never tried it, but I knew it doesn't work. You're wasting your time. It won't work. And so they'll try to discourage you from doing it. So it's really important. The big truth theory is you can be and have anything you want. Anything you can hold in your mind on a continuing basis, you can have. Anything you can hold in your mind on a continuing basis, you can have. There are no limits. The great test is this. Remember I said that desire is the critical thing? The great test is how badly do you want it? How badly do you want it? And if you can hold it in your mind continuously and visualize it and affirm it and think it, then because of all of the mental laws we've talked about, it starts to materialize very much like a Polaroid photograph. If you remember Polaroid photographs, you take it and pull it out and it'll be black. And then the photograph would start to develop through the chemicals work on it, and pretty soon the picture is perfectly clear. It's the same thing. As you begin to work on it, it'll be completely black. There'll be no indication at all of achieving that goal, but at a certain point it'll start to appear and get clearer and clearer and clearer, and there it will be in your life. And this is how it works. Napoleon Hill, when he did his 22-year study of 500 wealthy people, his final conclusion was that people become wealthy because they develop a prosperity consciousness, is they simply think in terms of prosperity. And you cannot shake them and cause them to deviate from prosperity. They know that no matter what their situation is, they will be prosperous. And that is the most important thing. It is the mental equivalent of prosperity that you need to develop in order to be prosperous. You cannot have it on the outside until you have totally convinced yourself you can have it on the inside. And if you get it on the outside before you're totally convinced, it'll fall through your fingers. You'll just lose the money. You just will not have grown enough to be able to hold on to it. So let's take a 5-minute break and come back, and then we're in for an absolutely fascinating wrap-up session for the day. Let's take 5 minutes and come back. Thank you for all those people who are watching this seminar virtually they're streaming it there's about 27 people who are watching it by computer all over the world as the seminar is going on right now. And Kevin is one of them, and he says 2 books I would recommend for a person to read that will help make them more successful. And of course, I've written so many books that it's very hard for me to choose. But what I would suggest is number 1 is goals. That's the most important of all. And number 2 would be Eat That Frog, which shows you how to manage your time so effectively that you literally double your productivity, performance, and income almost overnight with that book. And then you can read all of my books at your leisure. So thank you for those of you who are watching virtually. Thank you for being here, and I sure hope you're enjoying it because there's more to come. All right. Now, we talk about you will become what you think about. Software for the brain. There are 4 advanced programming techniques you can use for rapid behavioral and attitudinal change. So we now realize the absolute necessity of changing our thinking. So how can we speed it up? And how can we do it faster? We can combine a variety of different proven methods so that we can get results very quickly. The first is written programming technique. It's based on the fact that we take in information 3 different ways. First of all, auditory. We hear information, and when you write something down, you actually sub-vocalize it. You say it to yourself. And visual, we see it, so you see the words that you are writing down, which makes an impression on your subconscious mind, on your brain. And third is kinesthetic, feeling. And when you're writing, you're actually feeling. Your body is involved in it, and you actually think about and feel the emotion that goes with the goal. So every time you write down a goal, and I write down my goals almost every single day, write them and rewrite them over and over again, you're reprogramming them into your brain using all 3 senses, auditory, visual, and kinesthetic. So what you do is you practice this technique each morning. You rewrite your major goals as positive, present tense, personal affirmations. Tomorrow I will show you exactly how to determine what those goals are, but you know that every goal that you write down always begins with the word I. I earn, I achieve, I weigh, I am, I make, I do, so it's always I plus an action verb. Then you close your eyes and you visualize your major goal or goals of the day as if they were already accomplished. So you say, I earn X number of dollars, and visualize yourself actually performing the service from which you would earn the money. Is I weigh X number of pounds. Visualize yourself actually exercising or eating very lightly or doing something that you would be doing in order to achieve the goal. I acquire a certain net worth. Visualize yourself depositing money in the bank so that it builds up. I live debt-free. Imagine yourself paying off your debts one after another. Just write it down and feed your mind a picture. And it goes straight, it bypasses your critical conscious mind and goes straight into the subconscious. Imagine the feeling of pleasure you would have as if you had achieved the goal already. Just sort of feel the pleasure. Feel being debt-free. Feel being light and thin. Feel driving a beautiful car. Feel yourself, I take a 2-week vacation to Hawaii. See yourself or visualize yourself walking on the beach in Hawaii. And the law of relaxation says that in all mental working, effort defeats itself. So if you want to drive nails, you hit harder to drive the nail. If you want to achieve a goal with your mind, you relax and you make no effort at all. You completely relax as you feed the goal in. When you go to work, you work with intensity. But when you're feeding the goal in, you just completely relax and just allow it almost to soak into your subconscious mind with no effort. The rule is no trying. No trying. You don't make any effort to try while you're writing, visualizing, and feeling your goal being achieved. Now the second method is the quick programming technique that I told you that our friend Rob uses prior to his karate competitions. The quick programming technique is for something that's immediately coming up, like you are going into a meeting or you're about to make a sales call. It's for a single event that is happening once. And this technique is used immediately before any significant event of importance. You want to be at your very best, so what you do is take the 3 steps. One is visualize the perfect outcome. I have worked with salespeople and 2 groups of salespeople, and I had the same interesting feedback. One person said, I tried that method and it didn't work. The other one said, I tried the method and it worked like a darn. So what the first person did is they visualized a really good sales conversation. Positive, they were confident, the prospect was happy and confident, and it went really, really well. But it did not end with a sale. It ended with let me think it over. The second salesman went in, but he visualized the person signing the contract and giving him the signed contract with a check at the end of the sales meeting. And he walked out with the check. They had a situation between 2 of the major league teams. One was the Miami Dolphins, and I think the other was the New York Jets. I forget what it was, but they were in the Super Bowl, whenever that was, some years ago. And the Dolphins ran roughshod over the other team and won the Super Bowl. And they asked them afterwards, what happened? And they gone back and did all kinds of postmortems. They said, well, all through the season, the New York Jets were visualizing in their locker rooms. They were visualizing getting to the Super Bowl all season long, and they got into the Super Bowl. But all season long, they were visualizing running onto the field in the Super Bowl as the Super Bowl contenders. The Dolphins were visualizing running off the field as the Super Bowl winners. And so the Dolphins had programmed themselves to win the game so they could run off as the victors. The Jets had programmed themselves to run onto the field as in the Super Bowl. So one had programmed it just not far enough. And that's why with the sales guys, one sales guy visualized a great sales experience. The other one visualized a close of the sale and getting the check. And I've had countless salespeople tell me it's quite amazing. It ended exactly the way they visualized it. So second of all, affirm the visualization. Instead of saying, this is a wonderful sales call, saying, I close this call with happiness for everybody involved. Or I walk out of this meeting with the check in hand. Visualize yourself and the customer shaking your hand and happy and giving you the check. And then emotionalize it and release it. Feel how happy you'll be when you make that sale. Just emotionalize it and then just let it go and go in. So this is quick affirmation technique, and you do this before every non-recurring event of importance. If something comes up and it's time, you want to meet a new person in a nightclub. You just visualize, affirm, and let it go and walk up. And you'll perform at your best. You'll be relaxed, you'll be comfortable, you'll be personable. It's a great way for building relationships. So software for the brain, the mental rehearsal technique. This is often called sports affirmation technique. It is used all over the world. In fact, a few years ago, they said by 2001, there will be athletes who use this method and athletes who are no longer in competition, because all top athletes are trained in mental rehearsal. They're trained to rehearse their event over and over again. Figure skaters rehearse their event over and over again, with the added benefit that in mental rehearsal, you never fall. In mental rehearsal, you never fall. So they can do it. They play the music, and they lay down, they close their eyes, and they just listen, and they go through their entire routine in their mind over and over again. And when they skate onto the ice, the subconscious mind says, hey, I've been here. I do this perfectly, flawlessly. So the mental rehearsal technique, the process of living the experience on the inside before having it on the outside. Living the experience, getting the feeling. Before any important event, top performers recall and relive excellence. This is one of the techniques that Bella Caroli taught Mary Lou Retton. The importance of visualizing and seeing perfect performance over and over again. Because remember I told you that if you do it and once and it's a perfect performance, but then you visualize the performance over and over, every time you visualize it or remember it, your subconscious records it as another successful performance. So you can take one success and repeat it over and over again, and every time you do, you predispose yourself to doing that successfully. So we say the major difference between winners and losers is that prior to every upcoming event, losers think of past failures. They think of the time that it didn't work. And winners insist on reliving and recalling past successes. They think of themselves as the last time they did this and they were really successful. And they choose to play that over and over again. Of course, the more you play it, the more you feel like a winner, the more your self-esteem and self-confidence goes up, and the more likely you are to perform better when you do it again. So constantly feeding this picture into your mind is, my friend Mark Victor Hansen says, when you think of a negative picture or previous failure, you say, cancel, 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 cancel. You cross it off, cancel, cancel, and don't allow the picture in your mind. It's almost like the picture's got poison. Don't let it into your mind. Cancel, cancel, get it out of your mind, and instead think of a success experience. Now, sometimes people say, well, what if I haven't had a success experience yet? Well, then imagine one, because your subconscious mind can't tell the difference. If you imagine a success experience, your subconscious mind records it as if it actually happened. And if you imagine a success experience over and over again, your subconscious mind keeps recording, and it predisposes you to success. Then, when you have the success experience, you've got a tremendous reinforcement of the mental picture. When I was talking to Rob the other day, he was so happy, he was bouncing, he was brimming, he was so excited because it worked, and he actually won the silver medal in this very, very large competition because of this practice. So when he goes back in next time, he is doubly motivated and doubly convinced that he can do it. So think about what you desire and not about what you fear. Whenever your mind begins to drift to thoughts that you don't want, say very loudly the word stop. Stop. If you find yourself becoming upset or angry or thinking about something that makes you unhappy, you can stop it. It's called a pattern interrupt in psychology. It's just like a slap on the face to an hysterical person. Remember in the movies you see the person's hysterical and they slap them in the face to stop them? That's called a pattern interrupt. It's a verifiable method to stop a particular behavior. When you start to think about something that makes you unhappy, what you do is you say, stop, stop. And you just sort of slam on your metal brakes. You're driving around and you can speak to yourself, or if you're even in a meeting or with other people and you start to think of something, say to yourself, and what happens is it stops. It's like whacking the arm of the needle off the record. It stops and immediately replace it with a positive thought. Immediately replace it by thinking about your goal or thinking about something that you want. But you've got to have a clear mind. So just stop and interrupt the pattern. Immediately shift your thinking to your desired outcome. So you're starting to think and worry about whether or not this is going to be successful. Immediately go, stop, and start thinking about what it would look like if it was successful. The standard affirmation technique has 7 steps. And this is a method that you can use that is extremely powerful. You can set up to 10 to 15 goals in the standard affirmation technique. Your mind can work on 10 to 15 goals at a time. Beyond that, in most cases, it goes into overload. And besides, it becomes too cumbersome for you to start reviewing 20 or 30 goals every day. So 10 to 15 goals is ideal. You do the exercise 2 times daily, morning and evening. And this method is very powerful. You arrange for no interruptions. You sit quietly by yourself where there's no interruptions. And then you write your goals as positive, present tense, personal affirmations on index cards. So you take an index card like this, and we'll be providing you with index cards tomorrow to write down goals. And you just write the goal in big, bold letters. I weigh X number of pounds. I earn X number of dollars by December 31st, 2011. You write it down so it's big, bold, clear. A child can understand it, and you can see it clearly. So when you look at it, your subconscious mind takes a photograph of that, like a Polaroid. It takes a flash photograph, and that photograph is filed into your subconscious mind. So you look at this, you write it down, and make it clear, 1 goal per card, big, bold letters. And so you look at and then you read and you repeat it. I earn X number of dollars by December 31st, 2011, and then you close your eyes. And you just see yourself receiving a check for that amount. You see yourself depositing a check. You see yourself with a stack of money in front of you. You see yourself driving a new car, whatever the goal means, or you even see yourself doing what you would be doing to earn that amount of money. And then you visualize the outcome. You see yourself completely successful. You see yourself as the top person in your field. You see yourself with the money or driving the car or wearing the clothes. And then you imagine the feeling. How would you feel? So to say again, you write it on the card, you visualize it, you close your eyes, you see yourself enjoying it, you feel, you repeat it, you visualize the outcome, and then you get the feeling that would go with it. And then you go to the next card. And you do this twice a day, first thing in the morning, and in the evening before you have dinner. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes to do it, and it just keeps feeding these commands into your subconscious mind until at a certain point they lock and things start to happen for you. When you do it in the morning, all day long, you'll be seeing opportunities to achieve your goal. When you do it in the evening, you'll be programming your mind with these goals for the night.